Good morning. Good morning. There we go. All right, perfect. Welcome to Seahac. Yes. We're going to wake you up yet, I promise. This is not the first Seahac, which will be explained in a little bit. I'm here to give you administrative announcements because I'm not fun, but we're going to bring the fun people up in a second. My name is Allison Lucan. I'm so glad you guys are all here. Who came from outside the state of Washington? Hey, awesome. We love it. Okay, real quick, if you haven't been here before, welcome. We are a climate-friendly business here, so we've given you all reusable cups. There are places to refill those from water fountains and pourers in the back. There are bathrooms in the back. Throughout the day, we will have refreshments in the back. Lunch will also be served behind this buttress. Thanks to our wonderful friends at Sport Logic. If we can please give them a round of applause for being our refreshment sponsors today. If you haven't already figured it out, the Wi-Fi here is Climate Pledge Arena. It is free. It's usually pretty good. It stands up to 17,000 people, so I think we'll be okay. We do have screens here for the presentations, but a great tip, if you have trouble seeing the screens, we invite you to join our live stream, which is tinyurl.com/Seahac, and just turn the volume off on your computer, and you'll be able to see the screens on your laptop. This may also come in handy because anyone who ever says it's always gloomy in Seattle, I don't know what's happening here, but if the sun starts to show up, that might help you see the slides as well. So there's that. In addition to Sport Logic, we would like to quickly thank Starbucks for giving the cups that you all have. We'd also like to again thank Sport Logic for helping provide the awesome hats. Do we love them? We love them. We love them. Alaska Airlines providing us an airline discount. If you use that discount and have not already emailed us, please do so. We will be able to enter you in a drawing for a free ticket, depending on how many people used it. Thank you to Fairmont. Thank you to Climate Pledge Arena. Thank you to the Seattle Kraken. Thank you to 32 Bar and Grill, which is up at our Kraken Community Iceplex. And one last thank you before I bring up the important people is an important person who you're not going to see on this stage, but if there's anything that you enjoy today, it would not happen without Marissa Simmons. Where is she? Where'd she go? She's hiding. Marissa is my colleague at the Seattle Kraken. Her fingerprints are on everything that you will see here today. Nothing happens without her. I'm going to make you applause for her again since I don't know where she is. But I asked her yesterday, I said, Marissa, why in the world did you want to do this? But it was her who said, I like this idea you have, let's make it happen. So let's do it now, we'll do it for her again. Please honor Marissa Simmons for all of her work making Seahac a reality. Thank you. She's bailed. All right, again, one last reminder, if you aren't already, you can use and follow the Seahac hashtag on social. Please pump up the event, we'd love to see it. And enough from me. I am thrilled to bring up one of my personal mentors, someone I'm proud to call a friend, and the Assistant General Manager of the Seattle Kraken, Alexandra Mendrecki. Please, a round of applause.
Thank you, Allison, and welcome everyone. I thought I was going to have to run through all the thank yous, so now I have to come up with something to talk about. But I'll thank you guys all for being here. This is really, really special. I wouldn't say Seattle, we're not an analytics organization, but it's certainly something we're really proud of and is part of our process, and we're really looking forward to sharing that with you all today, whether you're a Kraken fan, an analytics fan, a hockey fan that currently doesn't know anything about analytics. Hopefully you walk away with a lot of education. A fun fact about hockey analytics conferences and Allison is that actually the first time that I met her was at the Rochester Hockey Analytics Conference in 2015. And another fun fact about that Hockey Analytics Conference is that 3 months later, after presenting, I was a full-time employee in the NHL. So not every presenter that you see in 3 months will be a full-time employee in the NHL, but I think it really speaks to what the hockey analytics community is. I got involved in hockey and invested in hockey by yelling at people on Twitter or yelling into the void on Twitter. I don't think I even had that many followers sort of about hockey and analytics and data, eventually started working on a website, and that sort of has culminated to me standing in front of you today, which is really special. Today we have sort of an array of talks. Some people are ones that have been on the Hockey Analytics Conference circuit for a long time, and it's always exciting to hear what they have to say. And we're going to do our best to keep Micah to his allotted time today. Micah? But then also some, I'll call them newcomers. It's been a long time since we've all been able to be together in this space, and really excited to hear from new voices that have come out over the last few years. And then you're going to get an opportunity to hear from panels with people actually working in the NHL, which is really exciting. We're really grateful. We have about 30 personnel from other NHL teams here that are working in the analytics space. They are looking forward to learning from you, and hopefully you will also gain some insight from them on these panels. Our last panel of the day, you're actually going to get to hear from Ron Francis and some of our other hockey operations personnel on how they use data analytics technology in their process. So we're really excited that you're here today, really excited to share knowledge with you, and let's get it going. So I'm going to introduce our first panel, which is data-driven analysis. So you're going to hear from analysts across 3 different teams. The panel is moderated by Namita Nandakumar. Namita is currently the senior quantitative analyst for the Seattle Kraken, where she uses statistical tools to inform all aspects of hockey operations decision-making. She joined the team in 2020 to help prepare for the 2021 expansion and entry drafts. Namita previously spent 2 seasons as a quantitative analyst for the Philadelphia Eagles after graduating from Wharton with a BS in economics and a concentration in statistics. She has also written publicly about sports analytics research for 538, The Athletic Philadelphia, and Hockey Graphs. Our first panelist is, I feel like I'm introducing on a game show right now. Come on up. Danny Chu. Danny Chu is a quantitative analyst with the Seattle Kraken, where he has worked for the past 3 years with the research and development team to develop player evaluation metrics, produce coaching reports, and support the hockey operations department. In 2020, he graduated with his master's in statistics from Simon Fraser University. During his time at SFU, his research was focused in sports analytics with projects in basketball, football, rowing, and hockey. And a fun fact about that is I actually met Danny because I was interested in his poster at a conference about rowing statistics, because I am a rower. All right, Aiden Fox, come on up. Aiden Fox joined the Vancouver Canucks front office in 2016 as the first analyst in the hockey analytics department, where he assisted with decision-making and data management within hockey operations. He is now entering his 7th season, and he is currently head of hockey analytics. Aiden and his team support all areas across hockey operations. This includes analyzing player personnel for Canucks management, evaluating team performance, and scouting opponents for the coaching staff, and identifying and contextualizing player performance with the scouting department. Hailing from Vancouver, Canada, Aiden completed his education at McGill University in Montreal and now calls North Vancouver home along with his wife and Bernadoodle. Say that? Yeah. All right. Eric Parnas, come on down. Eric is a Stanley Cup champion. He didn't put that in his bio, but I'll say that. He is currently in his 7th season with the Colorado Avalanche and 2nd as its director of analytics. In his role, he manages the team's hockey analytics personnel and oversees the communication of statistical research and findings to the team's decision makers, while also providing supplementary live and video scouting. Prior to joining the Avs, he interned for multiple NHL teams and wrote for analytics websites and blogs such as Hockey Graphs, Habs Eyes on the Prize, and the Special Teams Project. Namita, take it away.
Great. Hello. That works. Awesome. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Alex. So we're really excited to have these panelists. I would say my main focus is to try to get Danny to say nice things about me. But in addition to that, we'll get to dive into what team analysts really do. So the first question, and we'll go around the horn. Let's start with Eric, maybe. What do you do all day?
That's really the question, isn't it? Well, a lot is the basic answer. So I consider my role primarily to oversee our department, which consists of 3 full-time and 1 part-time staffers. And that means making sure that we have the highest efficiency, most accurate information that we're disseminating to our decision makers, whether it's coaches, management, scouts, basically everyone you could think of, even players. So that's really what I take pride in. But obviously within that, there's a lot of coding, there's a lot of watching video, there's a lot of meetings, conversations. Some of it's glamorous and the things you would think of, some of it's not so glamorous, but it tends to vary a little bit based on the time of year. So, if it's draft time, we do more draft work. If it's the playoffs, we're focusing more on the coaching side. But it's really dependent on, what's needed from us at the time, and managing time is a big part of that.
I would say it's a similar role for myself as Eric. Part of my job is to set the strategic direction for our department, overseeing our plans, while also managing the day-to-day and making sure you're keeping up with the demands of the team, whether it's coming from the coaches or managements or questions from the scouts. There's a lot of still getting involved with programming and coding and working on new research ideas. And then a big part of the job too is communication, communicating your results and your insights to people that need it. Personally, my role can also involve a lot of meetings, discussions about roster decisions, the implications of that, what our options are, and strategic kind of direction where our team might head in the future.
Yeah, and so I do a little bit less of the managing, but yeah, a lot of coding on the day-to-day, but a lot of conversations about how to build models and how to push our player evaluation stuff forward. And I'm not smart enough to do the amateur stuff, so Namita does a lot of that. But we work together, on the pro stuff, and I do a lot of coaching stuff and stuff with our AHL team. And so yeah, that's the day-to-day.
Yeah, that segues into kind of my next question, which is, I know you guys do a little bit of everything, but if I had to kind of push you in terms of analytics can really help every facet of an NHL team. So we're talking pro and amateur evaluation, contracts, coaching, all sorts of roster decisions, in-game strategy, sports science, the list goes on. But if you guys had to really say what are the biggest areas that you guys focus a lot on or think have an especially large impact in terms of analytics and how it can help, kind of what would those be?
I could start on that. I don't want to be lame, but I think it's a bit of everything. And part of that is that the challenge of hockey is that you're facing so many different questions and obstacles each and every day. And part of what our departments have to do is be prepared for that. You can't spend too much time being behind the ball on questions. You always have to be thinking ahead and having that information available, so that when you do get the questions, you're able to support and give information to all the decision makers so that they have as much information as possible at that moment.
Go ahead. Yeah, just to add to that, I think the times where there is a discrepancy there, there's 2 that I can think of. One is dependent on the time of year, kind of like I said, that there are times when it's more draft focused, more pro evaluation focused, more coaching focused. And then certainly also depending on the size of your department. Now Aiden and I are in positions where we have staffs underneath us who may have specialties or take on particular roles, and we may have particular specialties. When I started, that certainly wasn't the case, and so it was very much catered to what time of year is it. If it's about to be the draft, it's all draft and nothing else is getting done. Or in my case, when I started, we weren't a very good team, so it was especially focused on the draft because we knew that was going to be the most important thing to help us get to where we ultimately wanted to get to. Whereas, spending that very limited time on the coaching side, might help get you a couple points in the standings, but ultimately that wasn't going to give you as big of an advantage long term as what we could get building up the infrastructure.
Yeah, I think you guys took the generalist point. I personally love the play evaluation side and the contract evaluation side. I think that stuff's really cool for me to work on. But I think to the generalist point, like something that we focus on as a department is just making everyone's lives easier, whether it's scouts, whether it's strength and conditioning, whether it's video, whether it's coaching staff. Like all of those facets of the organization need help, and to get buy-in, you can do a lot. But personally, for me, I like the player evaluation stuff.
Yeah, and as Danny alluded to, I'm an absolute just draft sicko. I love it every day, all the time, even right now.
I said smart enough, but it's also crazy enough to like do it. So.
So this encompasses so many things, obviously. So what's a part of the job that either you didn't expect or never really thought about as mattering before coming to a team environment? And maybe we'll start with Danny, since you started the latest.
Yeah, I think the technology side, and you'll hear from the panel later today, and I think like the creation of tools to make everyone's lives easier. I think we spend a lot of time helping optimizing workflow on the scouting side, right? Like building things to make their lives easier, to make their lives more efficient, to make meetings go faster, because amateur meetings and pro meetings can take forever if you do it in an inefficient way. And so making information concise and available, and then building tools to help us run meetings better. I think that was like, I didn't even think that was a thing, but there's all sorts of private companies doing it, and then we've taken a stab at doing it internally, and I think it's really helped a lot of our processes, especially through meetings and stressful expansion draft, amateur draft, and trade deadline. I think through all of those types of things, like we have tools to help us do those things efficiently.
I think a hockey operations group, seems like it's just very straightforward that you're going to watch players or you're watching your team, and that's kind of it, but it's its own micro company. And what Danny's talking to is that there's a lot of processes, and you're always kind of looking for ways to help improve that. Something that maybe was surprising for me is you probably think as you're heading into this job that you're going to have a lot of time to dedicate to a lot of variety of things, but hockey's a fast game on the ice, and it's also a fast game as staff. There's a lot of things going on all at once, and you have to really react and be quick on the ball.
Yeah, I can give sort of a more general hockey answer, and that's I never really thought a lot about the minor leagues. I think as a fan of an NHL team, often you think about your minor league team as out of sight, out of mind until they give you a good player, and then you're happy about it. But I think once you work for a team, especially for a stretch of time, and especially also when you have a minor league team that's close to your NHL team, like ours now is in Colorado, you really get invested in that, and it really becomes more than just a feeder stream of players. It becomes a whole other staff that you're working with, that you grow attached to, a whole group of prospects that you may have been involved in drafting or developing. And a team that you care about wins and losses, and that was something the last few years that, going up and watching those playoff games, there are times when you're just as nervous, just as stressed as you are watching the big club. And that's not something I ever would have considered would have been a possibility before I got hired. So it's a cool part of the operation that, you really have an opportunity to impact when you work for a team, and I've really enjoyed that.
Awesome. Okay, so this all sounds super cool. So we're going to step back a little bit. What's a very uncool thing that you guys have to do? I gave them my example, which is because, again, I am a draft sicko. I have to, make sure that, not make sure, but just notice, when their, heights and weights are off and be like, can someone look into this and tell me exactly how tall this teenager is? So that's my answer. We'll start with Danny.
Yeah, I think it sounds, like Namina says, it sounds really cool. At the end of the day, it does become a job, and so I think, when I recommend people, or people ask me questions, like, oh, how do I get into hockey analytics? You also have to love the analytics part of it. You have to like the coding, and you have to like the modeling, because that's what most of your day is, and sometimes it sucks. And sometimes it's hard, and sometimes, you've got a bug in your data pipeline, or you've got an edge case you haven't accounted for, your model's spitting out results that you're not expecting, and it's just stressful. And so I think, just kind of that day-to-day workflow of, when things pop up that maybe are not the easiest to deal with, that's when things become work again. But at the end of the day, it's helpful to remember you're doing this in a hockey context for a hockey team, and you have to go to the game afterwards, and so it all makes it worth it. But sometimes, the work of it is uncool.
I was a similar thought line. Like, there's a lot of tedious tasks. Like, the job's not a glamorous one, and you have to enjoy living in the details and every day come in and be excited to do that. It's not always about the on-ice product at the end of the day. You have to make sure that you're okay looking at different data sources with names mismatching of the same player and correcting that and figuring out where it went wrong. So.
Yeah, I mean, similar. Any kind of debugging. I mean, there will be days where I spend all day coding and I haven't got any closer to what I was trying to do than when I started. You know, those are the bad days when you really you go home unsatisfied. But you know, oftentimes you sleep on it and the next day you figure it out pretty quick. So you get by those days in a hurry. So it's usually not that bad. But like these guys said, you got to be prepared that it's not all going to be glamorous. And also expenses. They're not fun.
Okay, and then we're going to go positive again. We're going to start with everyone sharing a work highlight. You definitely go last. We'll start with Aiden this time.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to go after Eric. You know, I think for anyone that works in NHL's front office, maybe the first time that you're involved with a player acquisition, whether it's like a trade, a free agent, a draft pick, like those are really exciting moments to have your thumbprint on that and impact that. But you know, maybe now in my role currently, it's watching my team have those opportunities too, and that's like a little bit of a win every day, seeing them have an impact and the work that they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, we came into such an incredible situation where we have so many firsts. So whether it's the first time we walked in this arena, the first time we walked into KCI, or the first time that our first win, or, you know, like, there's just so many firsts along the way. But I think expansion draft has to just be like the coolest experience, just to be a part of, to work all that time up to that moment and then see all those names released live and be there when, yeah, things were happening over those 3 days. Like, it was just an incredible time. And so it's a once in a lifetime experience. And yeah, that's definitely the highlight.
Okay, now you're allowed to speak.
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys are history buffs. Had a pretty big one last year. Yeah, I mean, obviously, winning the cup is obviously, a huge highlight. I think the coolest part, though, and this wasn't maybe what I was expecting about it, was to be able to share it with all the people that you work with, all the scouts, all the staff, our department, to share those moments together, and not just winning, but the moments along the way, whether it's winning a round, winning a big game, even just having something that we advocated for work out. All those things are special. And then also just seeing how much it meant to the people of our city and our state, to see them go through that after, a lot of them growing up not having won. That was really special to see as somebody who's not a Denver native and who had never seen my childhood team win a cup or anything like that. Like, to experience that citywide euphoria was pretty special. So that was probably the highlight of it.
Awesome. And then piggybacking off of that, now that you've done that, like, what's the point? Like, how do you, what motivates you more generally? Is it just like trying to get that other cup? Like, what does success look like and what pushes you forward?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things. Like, one is that, having that feeling and that success, you just want it again. Like, the players always talk about that, and it's totally true. Like, it's so special, and you just want it again. Like, we're all selfish about it. We're like, no one else gets that. We want to have it again. But I think as far as, personal objectives or objectives for our department, like, and I think this is important for every team, is like, we can't, as analytics people, purely judge our success on Stanley Cups, because there's so much of that's out of our control, and that's true of basically anybody that works in hockey. I feel, especially in my role as manager, that, I evaluate myself based on the efficiency of our department, what we're able to produce, how well each member of the department produces, communicates information. And so when I feel like our processes are really good and we're getting that information out in a timely and efficient manner and it's helping us to make good decisions, I certainly get satisfaction out of that. And so, on a more microscopic level, that's sort of what I look at on a day-to-day basis.
It's a similar idea for myself, but I think, there's a lot of on-ice success that you're aiming towards, and that's what you're trying to help your team do. But within our department, we're trying to find everyday wins, and that can be as simple as finally making line of code work that you've been stuck on and you got to debug and you got to figure it out. But it can also be, you know, identifying in a something in a pre-scout for your coaching staff and seeing it in the game and it work and lead to a goal. Like, those are all great little moments that you can kind of align and set up, and those are little bits of success every day.
Yeah, for sure. I think, yeah, when you see kind of decisions that you've helped make happen out on the ice, so whether that's a player or a coaching decision or whatever it may be, and it can be at the AHL level or the NHL level, or, you know, even for Namita, if you draft a player and now they're doing well in their junior league or over in Europe, like, I think those little wins, they add up, and, you know, only one team gets the cup, and it sounds like somebody wants to keep it. So, you know, I think it's really important to kind of understand also kind of the randomness of the sport we're in. There's a great paper that evaluates the randomness in sport, and hockey is one of the most random. You know, basketball is super decisive, and hockey, even if you have the better team, you might not come up with a win every night, and especially in the playoffs, that's true. And so if you're just evaluating your team by how far you make it in the playoffs or how far you make it in the standings, like, there's a lot of randomness and injuries and things that go on, and so you need to find those little wins along the way. And so I think for us, like, having decisions that we helped inform, seeing them out on the ice and seeing them in real life, like, that's the coolest thing.
All right, awesome. So I feel like you guys have all alluded to this process of going from lots of lines of code that we're debugging all day to sharing that with the stakeholders, and kind of trying to get these recommendations across. So what does that process look like? How do you try to communicate effectively, especially to people who maybe aren't sort of data-driven historically and are kind of being exposed to these ideas for the first time? And what goes into summarizing all of that work for the people who have to make the decisions? And maybe we'll start with Aiden.
Communication is key. Like, we could all do our jobs, but if we can't pass on our insights to someone to take action on, like, it's kind of what we're doing is pointless. We'd be in the back room unused. Part of it is kind of building relationships with the people around you, understanding how they interpret information, how they process information. You can kind of reassess that on the fly too, I think, and you can kind of engage with the conversation and look what type of questions they're asking. A lot of times it's also reflecting and realizing how much time does the stakeholder that you're talking to have in that day. They might be responding to 10 different things that are on fire, and you might have one line that you can tell them. You might have 5 minutes. You got to change kind of the conversation that you're having with them in that moment. Our department places a great deal of emphasis on, like, visualizations, communicating information from complex data sets, models, taking those results, and then turning it into something that's easy to understand. And that could be even as simple as the way you're ordering your columns in the table, so that when someone's reading something, you know, they're more likely to see something early on in the table and you want to put that there. It could be the way that you're designing your charts or your information to make it easy to interpret. And, you know, everyone's a different, has a different way of learning and understanding things, and it might be that video might be more effective. So you kind of have to cater and change what you're doing and simplify it for people.
All right. Well, I'm going to ask you, what if we do all of that and then we end up with a different answer than what everyone else is saying? And, you know, there's a cliche that analytics are a piece of the answer, a piece of the puzzle, and you need everything else. And I think we all believe that. But what does that actually mean? What do you do when there's disagreement? Like, do we arrive at the right answers by kind of averaging everything together, or is there a more sophisticated way to look at it?
Yeah, really good question. That's really the key to all of it, isn't it? I think, first of all, I like that you said piece of the puzzle and not tool in the toolbox, because that's a personal pet peeve of mine. Because like, when I think about tools and toolboxes, and I'm not handy at all, so I'm maybe not the right person to talk about this, but, like, if I'm going to get a nail into a wall, I'm going to take, like, a hammer out of the toolbox, and I'm going to leave all the other tools in there. And I feel with analytics, like, you want it to be a part of every decision. You don't want to look at a decision and say, maybe for this one we should use analytics, and maybe for all the others, So I don't like tool in the toolbox at all. Just going to put that out there. But as far as weighing analytics versus scouting and all the other processes, like, I think as analysts, as members of this department, it's really important to have a grasp on exactly how accurate and how good your outputs are in each particular case. So if you're pitching a piece of information on a given player or as an overall takeaway, you have to know how predictive that thing tends to be and how confident you are in that takeaway, and communicate that with sort of an intrinsic margin of error on that decision to help the decision maker know how much they should take that into account versus the other information they're receiving. I think that's a really important piece. It's not one size fits all where analytics is always 40%. It depends on, you know, how good what you have is. And I think it's also really important for the decision makers, management, coaches to have, you know, either an intrinsic or extrinsic understanding of how that should be weighed in general as well. You know, I'm fortunate to have worked under a couple general managers who I think do a really good job in that regard of understanding that and weighing it appropriately. So it's that sort of push and pull between the department and the decision makers to get to that place of how to weight it.
Yeah, I think what's interesting, like the data we work with is hockey data at the end of the day. So like when we're communicating things, like it is hockey, and so there is language that we can use to get our messages across in the same way that the scouts do when they're explaining how to evaluate a player or who a player is. And I think when you're talking about uncertainty, like there's different qualities of data. Like we have really good quality data for the NHL and the AHL and other leagues, but like, you know, the lower you go down, like the harder it is to get good quality data. And it's like understanding the uncertainty of your predictive measures is super important when you're communicating, because yeah, like if you have worse data, you're going to want to hear more things. And even when you have good data, there's certain types of players or certain situations that are going to be harder to predict. And so understanding where those things are and listening and hearing, hey, are there places where we disagree a lot? Because at the end of the day, like we'd be pretty bad at our jobs if we disagreed with the scouts all the time. Like there's probably like 85% of the time where you agree. And so you're really arguing in these like really small areas. And so that's really interesting because, yeah, like when we both agree, it's just like a no-brainer. And otherwise, we need to sit back and be humble and say our stuff isn't perfect either. Like the scouts, we really trust them. We read their reports and see what they say, and they're really good at their jobs. And so when we're weighing them back and forth, like understanding of, okay, we're in this disagreement area, like where could our stuff go wrong? Where can our stuff get tricked by events, and trying to fix that and model it better. But number two, like taking into account that other information.
I think just piggybacking off that too, when you're in conversations with whether it's management or scouts or coaches, whatever stakeholders in hockey operations, probably the feeling that you want us to always have an answer ready. And sometimes when we're discussing these things, we might get challenged on something, or we might be asked a question that we haven't considered. And you have to have the confidence to say, I don't know that, or I'll have to go look into that and come back to you on it, and not just kind of engaging and saying, well, this is what this says, because there is a lot of uncertainty in what we do still.
I will admit that sometimes I have to say that it is hard to predict what a 17-year-old is going to do 8 years from now. So yeah, I think having that honesty with everyone is important. So this is the cliche section of the panel. So here's another one. The idea that analysts get told, oh, watch the games. I think we all watch the games constantly. But how does that actually impact your workflow? What does that do for your code and for your recommendations? Like, how do you view that information in comparison with all the other information that we use? Anyone can take a stab at this.
Okay. Another good question. Very difficult is sort of the easy answer. It's really tough to figure out how to implement viewing players versus the general work we do in terms of the analytics. I think that there does become a point where you become a good enough scout that you gain more from adding scouting information of your own to your analysis than you lose by introducing that kind of subjectivity. But you have to be really honest with yourself about when you reach that point and in what situations you're at that point, because you're in a lot of danger of messing up all the hard work you put in by, eliminating those views based on watching a few shifts of a guy. So it's a really tough thing to manage. And it's tough for all of us because I think, especially for most of us, we were all hockey fans before we were people that coded and did all that stuff. So we intrinsically want to watch hockey and understand that and implement it into what we think. But I think it's actually a really important skill for people in our position to be reserved with that and not get overconfident in what we can bring, because a big part of our value is sort of the objectivity of the analysis that we bring on the coding side.
I mean, I think there's a couple parts of this. Like, we all have cognitive biases, and so sometimes when you're watching the game, maybe you can catch yourself, from some of the work or the analysis you've done, and say, wait a minute, like, I'm falling into some traps that I shouldn't be. But it is important to watch the game because, you can build out your pipelines and your model, and then you can get to an answer, and without the watching it live, you might actually be missing something. And models can be wrong, and you can think it could be right, but at the end of the day, if it doesn't reflect what's actually happening on ice, and you can recognize that, then you got to go back and ask questions again and say, what am I missing in my work?
Yeah, I just think it helps inform how we model, and it can raise interesting questions, like watching the game, talking about the game with people. It can raise like, oh, like, how is that player accomplishing things on the ice? Are we capturing that in our models? Are we capturing that in our data? Is it something that we need to consider changing? And so I think like having those conversations and being able to watch the game and then have an informed conversation with scouts, with management, really helps us find places to improve ourselves.
Yeah, I like it a lot, and it's just sort of an idea generation mechanism. Like when we're watching our team, we're always thinking about, what is what we're doing right now optimal? Is there a way that we can use data to figure out the answer to that? Awesome. So it really, all parts of this are such a team effort. We talked about interfacing with stakeholders, scouts, coaches, everyone. Who are some especially kind of helpful and impactful people that you work with regularly who are maybe not directly part of your team that really help, get that message and that impact across? We'll start with Eric, and Danny has a lot of pressure on his answer.
You said not part of your team.
Well,
You're part of my team.
You have to say something different, but we'll start with Eric.
Yeah, I mean, our whole group's great. I mean, starting with our management team. I mean, Joe and Chris have been super supportive ever since I came in, and open-minded to what we do as a department, basically from day one. And I think it's just grown as there's been trust on both ends as far as what we produce. So it starts from the top there. Our scouting group is awesome to work with, and I've got to know them better as I've started to scout more as well, and also gain trust there. And tons of the coaches and staff like that. They're such smart people, and they really challenge you to make sure that all your analysis is top grade. Like if you go into a meeting with really anybody in hockey and you're not absolutely 100% prepared for any question that's coming to you, they're going to find the one little hole in your analysis, and you're going to be made to look not very smart. So it really forces you to be on top of your game all the time. And then obviously, you said not our team, but our team is so great. Our department with what we do, we have 3 phenomenal people that work with me, Dawson, David, and Quinn, who are just absolutely top grade in their various roles, and make my life easy on a daily basis, and I'm proud of what we've done together as a group.
I think it's a collective effort across hockey operations. We had a management change recently. We had Jim, Patrick, Emily come in, who have all been exceptional and helped push us and valued our work. Maybe in the past we've had people where we kind of had direct relationships in different departments, whether they're scouts or an assistant coach, that kind of helped you get your message across and bring it to the group. But I think at this point, for most organizations, it's everyone. Everyone's kind of bought in. There's no really resistance to it, and so there's no real one champion that you have in an organization at this point. Echoing the thoughts, like I work with a tremendous amount of great people, and Martin, Miles, and Ryan on my staff. There's a lot of complex problems, a lot of hard problems that you deal with day to day, so you have to have a really great staff that you enjoy coming to work with each and every day.
Yeah, for sure. I think that you said nobody on our team, so you're excluded, and you're going to hear about all the other people on our team throughout the day, so I'll leave them out of it. We have so many champions, and I think I think on our pro scouting side, like Dave Visigio and Jason Botterill, our AGM, have really pushed us and challenged us. But I think our real like unsung hero, who you'll hear from today, is Tim Ohashi, our video coach. He came on right when we were kind of building everything. It was pre-expansion draft, pre-coaching staff, so he had some work to do, but he didn't have enough to fill the day, and so well, maybe he did, but he would join our meetings and really push us and see our results. And he's someone's voice who I really, really trust. When he says, "Hey, that doesn't line up with what I'm seeing," we really, really listen to that, and we ask, and he'll engage with us because he has such a analytical way to view the game through video and he's seen so many players in so many games. He's a Stanley Cup champion, there's so much experience there, but he really isn't biased in terms of his evaluations for the most part, and so it's someone whose opinion we really, really trusted, and he just was great to work with and pushed our stuff so much further than I think it could have gone otherwise. But I mean, there's so many others that we could go into. I remember Jason Botterill calling out some things during some initial meetings, and again, those things making us better, and not leaving us keeping that opinion of us that we had got that thing wrong, but helped us improve, got us better, and then challenges us constantly and pushes us to get better as well.
That was really interesting. I mean, you didn't give me any compliments, but it's fine. We can move on.
Following your rules. They broke your rules. I'm following the rules.
We are transitioning to some nerdy questions. So first of all, when we're talking about coding, what are the tools and languages that everyone uses on a daily basis? We'll start with Danny, because I know the answer already, but you can kick us off.
Yeah. Our studio and Tidyverse, and that's kind of the R universe, and then a lot of SQL recently, and we've gone into some kind of data pipeline stuff with Airflow and and a little bit of Python.
Our group codes primarily in our studio, so similar kind of there. We also, just to add on some different things that you didn't mention, we use GitHub for versioning control, but similar ideas.
Yeah, all similar stuff. We're in our family as well, and at least for now. And SQL, GitHub, AWS, all kinds of stuff like that, Shiny. So yeah, all similar stuff.
I should say support logic data. That's great.
Actually, being an R enthusiast was a condition to be part of this panel. So yeah. And what are I think we've alluded to this throughout the panel, but just in terms of working with hockey data specifically, what's hard about that, maybe in comparison to other data sets, or just in general, what do you think are kind of the biggest challenges, when you spend a whole day coding something and you don't get any closer to the answer? Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest challenge for hockey as a sport is just how fast and chaotic it is. It's just so difficult to even clean data to the point when you're taking it from its rawest form to figure out a basic event. Let's say a puck battle. What is a puck battle? That can take years to figure out. So things like that are very difficult. On top of that, you've got a lot of collinearity with guys being on the ice with the same guys and trying to sort out, okay, we know this happened when this group was on the ice. Who was responsible for that? All those kinds of questions are, difficult in all sports, but I would say probably especially difficult in hockey with the context that we're dealing with.
I think on top of that too is a lot of the most important events that we want to study are really rare. And the more you slice your data, the smaller you make it. There can be a lot of misleading results and conclusions that you can draw from that. So it's really difficult, and you have to be certain of what you're doing with the data that you're working with.
I think to your point about collinearity, it's observational data. We're not running random experiments on the players, and it's even if we want to experiment, you're not doing it. Yeah, it's tough, and I think. I think Micah at my first hack had a great explanation of he would love to take all the players in the NHL and bring them to the Swiss Alps and play them in all sorts of different combinations and figure out who's good and who's not. And you can't do that, unfortunately. So that's one of the biggest issues, I think. And just also kind of the play-by-play sequence of data. You're not getting kind of this one row per observation of like you would in kind of a stats class if you just got a CSV of stuff that you could just throw into a linear model. Like you really have to aggregate that play by play. And so there's a very unique way that goes across all sports, whether it's football, basketball, hockey, of like the sequential data analysis and how different rows relate to each other. And so I think that is like very unique to sports. I don't know how often it happens in other industries.
I think just quickly jumping back also to something Eric said is like definitions of events, and what something may mean to our department might mean something different to other people in hockey operations, and having that consistency in the standard that's set from that so that everyone is, for the most part, agreeing on what something means as you're working through these problems.
I feel like such a great example of that is like, what is defense? Like, is defense just when stuff doesn't happen against you, or do you have to do something to make defense happen? So that is something that we've definitely discussed a lot. So in terms of, kind of all the data that we work with, I think it would be remiss of me not to mention a really exciting kind of recent innovation, which is, having access to tracking data. What excites you guys about that? And obviously, I imagine you're not going to tell us your exact plans for using it, although if you want to, you can. But what's exciting about it? What do you think it'll impact the most? Yeah.
I think, what's exciting about it is that going back in time a bit here, I think in 2007 or so, the NHL started with their kind of play-by-play file, which is about 300 events per game. And then kind of going forward now, 8 to 10 years, teams are working with tracking partners that maybe they log, 3,500, 4,000 events per game. And then you get to the player and tracking data now, and it's, a multitude more than that. And what it's doing is it's filling in a lot of the holes in the evaluation of hockey that we're missing from these other data sources. So that's kind of what's exciting about it. It's tricky because, there's 12 skaters on the ice, there's a puck, there's a lot of movement interactions, and it's tough to distill it out and make it actionable, but that's kind of the challenge that all our departments are facing. I think something exciting, hockey evolves regardless of data being involved or not. Hockey has evolved over time. It'll continue to evolve over time, and what we're trying to do is use these new data sources to help influence that, and especially for our own individual teams, try to give us a competitive advantage and shape what that looks like moving forward.
Yeah, I think to be very general, like defense and goalies, I think are super exciting to think about with tracking data. It's just filling in a lot of those holes, like you said, of knowing where people are when they don't have the puck. And I think that's really important for both of those evaluations. So I think that will be very cool. And yeah, it's a huge data set to work with, and I think there's a lot of time before you can, if you want to look at year to year how stable your metric is, like we only have, not that many years, right? And so it's going to take some time before you can be really conclusive and confident in it, but also you're getting so much more data that you might be able to understand its reliability kind of in season from game to game, and so I think that's cool too.
Yeah, I think there's two categories of things that are exciting about it. One is just making the things we already do better, more precise, more accurate, having all that information about where everybody is on the ice at all times is exciting. And then there's sort of the great unknown of, who knows where we're going to go with this, but at some point, we're going to be sitting in an office and somebody's going to have an idea and we're going to test it, and it's going to, find something that nobody had thought of or that sort of comes with an unintuitive takeaway. So that's also exciting that we just have no idea what it's going to be, but at some point that's going to happen.
Yeah, I think we're all definitely really excited. I think a point that Danny brought up earlier is still like super salient as we look to more granular data, like tracking data, is like we still don't have, every possible combination of things that could ever happen. Like no matter how detailed or amazing it is, we're still limited by these are the line combinations tonight, and like these are the sort of players we're going to see in this order. And so, there's never going to be a data set that's like perfect and beautiful and allows us to be perfectly certain about everything, but obviously there's a lot to look forward to with that, I think. So here's kind of more of a logistical question. So I think, I'm sure that like since you guys started with your teams to now, you're probably better analysts, you know more what to look for, maybe you've gotten better at coding. So how much of your time is spent kind of doing new things versus iterating on old things? And what does that iteration process look like? And also, what if it radically changes some recommendations? Like, how do you deal with all of that? Let's start with Eric.
Yeah, I think it depends a bit on the time of year. Like, obviously the off season, you have a little more time to do new projects, catch up on sort of items on your to-do list that you'd like to explore. It's never nearly as much time as you want it to be, and you never get anywhere close to finishing that list. But that's sort of the time where there's more time to do that kind of thing. As far as if you come up with sort of contradictory ideas to what you've seen in the past, I mean, I think you hope that the more you do this, the more you've been working with a team, the less that happens at a seismic level. Certainly my first few years, there was some of that, and I think you have to be honest with the people you're communicating with about, this type of thing happens, and, this is where we were at, this is where we're at now, this is what it impacts in terms of our plan going forward or our evaluation of different players. But, luckily, I think more recently, we've built it up to the point where those types of changes are pretty minor and are, easier to explain, or just, they don't change things enough to where it's that important.
I think on that topic, like generally people are pretty receptive to hearing that if there is a change, if it's improving the outputs or helping your team make a better decision, yeah, maybe you've done it a certain way up to that point, but they also understand that things evolve over time, and as we do our analysis, maybe there's not gigantic changes over time, but if there's, every 12 to 18 months a small improvement, they're going to be receptive to that, and they kind of understand that at this point, I think. In terms of day-to-day workflow and long-term, just to give an idea of scope, and I'm sure you guys feel the same way, we could probably work for 2 to 3 years on projects that we have queued up right now and still be busy. But there's a lot of day-to-day tasks and responsibilities that we have to people in the hockey operations, and you kind of balance delivering on that to make sure they have what they need, but also kind of researching new problems as you can. And as Eric alluded to in the off-season, maybe have a little bit more wiggle room to spend towards research.
Yeah, I don't have a great answer because we've never been wrong before, so I don't know how to. No, I think we were so lucky, pre-expansion draft, that we didn't have games going on. We went to Sloan, and everyone from basketball to hockey to whatever, they were all we're so jealous. You're just no games to worry about, no post-game reports, no pre-scouts, and we're just we knew we were lucky, but we didn't know how lucky we were to have that time and to be able to make mistakes before decisions had to be live. I kind of spoke about Jason Botterill, calling us out on some stuff, and if we had made a recommendation at that time with that model, I think we would have been pretty upset with it. But we were pretty lucky that we had kind of that lead up time to work through a lot of the issues that we initially had, and now we're super confident in a lot of stuff that we do. Again, it's never perfect, but there's always things that we're talking about changing, and oftentimes there's discussions that are just okay, we think there's something here, but we don't know quite how to address it yet. So let's leave it there until inspiration strikes, and then inspiration strikes, and we go through and do it. So I think we were lucky during that time, and now that we're kind of iterating on things, this seismic changes are a lot less because I think we're more accurate.
I will say too, if you kind of present it as we changed a thing and now it agrees with you more, people love that. So
yeah, we listen to your feedback and now we agree with you more, and it's a pretty easy sell.
All right, so I think we'll finish up with a couple of just sort of individual questions for everyone. So we'll start with Aiden. You kind of alluded to this, but throughout your tenure with the Canucks, you've worked with a lot of different maybe not a lot, but some different GMs and coaches. And so what kind of goes into making good impressions, showcasing the value of analytics, kind of really showing here's what we do and here's how it can help you?
That's a good question. I think the basis of that is showing that you're a good teammate and that you're someone that can be trusted, that you're not coming in with your own agenda or hoping to have the loudest voice in the room. An analytics department at the basis of it is a service department for a lot of different area of hockey operations. So you're there to help them, to help improve their decision making, whether it's just a little bit or a lot. You're trying to help everyone do their job a little bit better. It's not just about what we're finding out in our department. I think, this is my 7th season, I believe, and from the start of when I began with the Canucks, I think analytics, the movement was more about selling it. It was a sales pitch. You had to find people to believe, and maybe it was finding someone that was a little bit lower down in the management structure that could be a champion with you, and you kind of had to build it up. Whereas now, and especially with our new management group, it's a demand, and they expect a lot of things out of you, and they're pushing you, which helps you find new avenues for analysis and reevaluate what you're doing. But it's kind of changed and evolved over time.
Cool. All right, Eric, you've worked for the Avs as they've gone from last in the NHL to Stanley Cup champions. How has your role or priorities or perspective shifted as you've gone from basically rebuilding to contending?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, when I first got hired, it was much more focused on the future for obvious reasons. It was the draft, player evaluation, less focused on the coaching side, just sort of out of necessity and out of prioritization. And that's sort of flipped now, where we still do spend a lot of time, and luckily we have different people in the department who can spend time on different things, but we have much more of a focus now on how do we get the extra 2% out of the squad we have to try and win those big games in the playoffs, whether it's deployment, pre-scouting, matchups, all that kind of stuff really is priority number one, especially once we get to April and beyond. And so that's been a big change, and I think it's been one, luckily our sort of success has been pretty gradual and strangely linear. So we've had time to prepare for that, and it's sort of gone according to plan in that regard. But, the other big change has just been, as I've gone from being a little bit of a lone wolf in the department to having a bigger department, taking on a little bit more of a managerial role and spending more time on doing things like quality controlling to make sure that the things that we're producing from all angles are accurate and concise, and we're communicating them in the best way possible. And that we're just making sure we're pushing the limits of what we can do innovation-wise and things like that.
Cool. All right, Danny. Last but certainly not least, so we work for an expansion team. What are some benefits and or challenges, like what's different and interesting about doing that?
Yeah, I alluded to kind of the advantage that we had of not playing games and being able to build everything, but one of the advantages is you get to build everything from scratch and spend time on it, and have those voices in from the beginning. And so I think that what was really cool for us is we didn't have scouts who'd been there for 20 years who were stuck in their ways, and you walk into their office and try to convince them of something. Everybody was new to the city, everyone was new to the team. So as kind of people who lived in Seattle, when people came in, we were kind of the experts on the organization, on the business side, on the office, showing them around. And so it just led to creating a really collaborative environment, and I think led to really good relationships with management, with scouts, with the coaching staff. I also think making 30 decisions at one time, and then free agency, and then amateur draft, we got to make a lot of decisions at once, where most teams make 2 trade deadline moves and 2 moves in free agency.
I don't really remember that week, if I'm honest.
But yeah, the week itself was long and crazy, but getting to make all those decisions at one time, you can kind of see and evaluate everything at once. And sometimes if your off season's only 2 moves, injuries happen or whatever, and like, how do you see if what you were like suggesting works? And so I think getting to make all of those decisions at once, like, really is a cool breeding ground of not exactly bringing everyone to the Alps, Micah, but like bringing like a bunch of new players to one team and seeing how everything worked. Is like everyone was being removed from their situation. Now everyone's in a new situation. How did our evaluations and how did everyone's evaluations like look on the ice? And I think that was a really unique experience that most teams don't have, that kind of overhaul of players.
Awesome. Well, I agree with that. And with that, I am done grilling these guys. So we'll take a round of applause for putting up with all my questions.
And thanks to Mita for hosting. Pen.
Hello. Hello. When I first came out here, everyone was like, oh, Seattle. And I said, no, I swear it's beautiful. And this is the meanest practical joke that's ever happened to me. But please know that we're going to be putting up some more curtains. Again, thanks to Marissa, who's right there. Marissa, my savior in life. I am thrilled to bring up our next speaker. I told you all already, look at me do two things at once, yay. I told you all already that this is not the first Seahac. In fact, the first Seahac was a couple years ago, 2019, and I came out here and I spoke, and an individual who organized it gave me a puck, and the puck said NHL to Seattle, and I kept that puck by my bedside, actually, strangely, and that sounded weird. Retract, rewind. And 2 years later, I'm out here for real with some of the best people and the best fans that I've ever gotten the chance to meet. And so I'm thrilled to bring up the organizer of what was actually the first ever Seahac. And if you know anything about Seattle hockey, you know he's a local legend as well. John Barr, come up here, I see you. There it is. Started the grassroots movement to bring the NHL to Seattle back in 2011 when he built a community of hockey fans in the Pacific Northwest aimed at bringing an NHL team to Seattle. Even before the arrival of the NHL, John had a deep conviction for growing the game of hockey and introducing the sport to kids and families across the region. Since moving to Seattle in 2004, he regularly coaches Learn to Play programs for the Washington Wild and has promoted, organized, and participated in local hockey events. John is also co-creator and a regular contributor to The Sound of Hockey, of which I am their best friend, a website and podcast dedicated to covering all things hockey in the Pacific Northwest. He has a love for data storytelling and, quote, in the real world, John is a business intelligence consultant for Unify Consulting, where he has worked in several roles across data engineering and data visualization job functions. He is also a board member of the One Roof Foundation. Give it up for the man, John Barr.
Let me adjust this down a little bit. So who attended the first Seahac? Anybody here? Oh, all right, cool, awesome. And then who's from out of town? Because I couldn't see that side when, okay. And who's attending their first Kraken game either tonight or attended Thursday? All right, love it. Thanks for coming, gonna enjoy it. One small recommendation is just do a perimeter check and look down into the ice from the north side, which is up there. Looks amazing, even after the game with the lights, it's awesome. So, and then, are those VIPs up there? Is that where the bar is, too? It is, because that's a Space Needle Lounge. Go check it out during the game. It's open to the public. Kind of swanky, but really cool. So, anyway, thanks for joining. Thanks for coming to Seattle. Thank you for the warm intro. I didn't know that was the purpose, but anyway, it melts my heart every time I hear it. So, I am a business intelligence consultant, and I have attended 4 Seahacs, or 4 hacks, Columbus, 2 Seahacs, and Vancouver. And sometimes this stuff flies over my head, and it did. And it's a journey, and so I thought it would be fun to kind of bring it down a little bit and talk about the journey of adding context with shots and shot attempts, a real world example. So how do I... Damn. Okay, sorry. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm not going to go over this again, but here's some pictures from my journey. Really fun time, and I'll bore you all to death about it if you ever want to talk about it, and I probably already have to some people. So, context. What's the big deal about context? Context really adds meaning to numbers. It gives insights. It proves or disproves hypothesis. It can prove your point. It can all disprove your point, and it can really educate your audience. And I do a lot of things on soundofhockey.com, and I tell a lot of data stories and give some context around some of the numbers we're seeing. So, 28.9 is just a number. But so without any context, it means nothing. So if you add some context It's the average shots on goal by the Seattle Kraken through their first 23 games this season. A little more context, but doesn't really mean much. So if we look at their shots compared to last year, we can see it's slightly up, but it's well below the average, the league average. And this is part of the journey, right? This is a very simple, these visuals will be intentionally simple to kind of share the journey. It's pretty raw, like I literally did this Wednesday to kind of put it in a pure raw form, right? It's iterations, it's what are the next questions? Where does this lead me? So it's a journey. I want to be clear about adding context or doing exploratory analysis on your own is really about the journey. So if you look at average shots per game by team this year, you can see Seattle's pretty low, right? That doesn't really align with the standings right now where it's essentially reverse, right? Where they're at the top. And you can even see the bottom teams, right? Philadelphia, Chicago, Arizona that are below them. So that's not good. So maybe the Kraken aren't as good as we think they are. Entirely possible, but let's keep exploring it. So let's just look at the outcomes. When they win, do they score? Do they actually shoot more or shoot less than the opponent? And what's crazy here is last year, I'll give you 10 seconds to like take that in. So last year, when they win, they would outshoot the opponent. This year, the opponent outshoots them in a lot when they lose. Wait, sorry. The Kraken actually shoot less when they win than the opponent. That would not go well if that was the other. That my slides would be a wreck after that. But we know shots aren't created equal, or there's a common in the analytics community that shots aren't created equal. So let's look at the quality of shots. And I'm intentionally avoiding jargon, acronyms, anything kind of around data science-y type stuff. I understand some of that, but I'm not, there's plenty of other talks that are gonna go into that. Don't worry about that. So this is an old slide. I think I actually pulled it from War on Ice. Somehow it's on War on Ice, but this is like success by region in the ice, and you can kind of understand the light blue, kind of close to what would be the goal, is the highest odds of going in, and then the pink area is like the next. So those are high, medium, and low danger, if you will. There's a lot of resources out there, and I'll go over some of them. Great glossaries on things like evolving hockey and natural stat trick that are out there, and plenty of videos on it too. So let's look at that quality of shots for the Kraken. And we can see like maybe the Kraken are taking better medium danger shots this year and less lower danger, but for the most part it's pretty even, and I'm not sure that's a telling function of why the Kraken are playing so well. So again, I'm not going to get into the details, but over the years there's been a movement toward evaluating shot attempts, which includes missed shots and block shots, because it kind of increases your sample on what's going on. That's about as detail-oriented as I'm going to get on that. But so shot attempts is just a way of broadening the perspective, looking a little bit at more events. So now we see the Kraken are actually up compared to last year. Only a couple shot attempts, so that's not really that telling. But we can also look at the quality of the shot attempts as well. And so then we start to see, okay, they actually have more high danger shot attempts, more medium danger shot attempts, and less lower danger attempts this year. So all goodness, that's starting to tell a story, but I don't know if it totally explains why the Kraken are so good, because that's really what I want to kind of explore. Now let's look at the outcomes on those shot attempts, and you can see, okay, it's the same data we saw when just looking at the shots. They're shooting less in wins than they are on losses. So this leads me to think, okay, what is unique about the Kraken? I'm exploring the Kraken. Why are they successful if they're shooting less, they're getting less shot attempts, and even the quality of the shots are down compared to last year? So I'm going to look at the situation. And the situation, I think this is the piece of adding context about what's the situation in the game. And this isn't necessarily strength, it's just the situation. Are they leading, or are they down, or are they trailing? And that's where you start to see a pop. And that's where you see last year, through the first 23 games of last year, they were leading only 24% of the games, where this year they're leading actually 45% of the game. Of all the minutes, if you add all the minutes that they're leading, it's 45% is what they're leading. But I really want to zero in on the third period, because the third period is when, as an eye test, it feels like things change, right? Like teams are playing more defensive if they're on the lead, and things just get tighter. And so if you just isolate, if you look at the third period, you can see it's 55% the time they're leading in all third period minutes. So they're playing with the lead in the third a lot, because it's not 45% they're trailing, because there's a whole time period where they're actually tied. And so it's a lot. That is way above average, 55% of the time leading in the third. And so when you kind of put the context of the shot attempts by scenario in the third, you can see when they're leading, they only take 41% of the shots in the third period. When they're tied, it's a little bit more even, and then when they're trailing, that's where they're getting a lot of shots against. So ultimately that's my conclusion, is the fact is they're just leading in the third a lot more, significantly more than last year, but also probably above league average too. So doesn't mean they're going to be Stanley Cup champions like I think Money Puck or somebody's predicting as far as best odds. But that's what context can really add to the narrative and the story. And a lot of this is stuff that I just do for fun. I know that's sick, but that's really what I do. So, but I do want to kind of voice a couple other things. Just be careful, obviously. Sometimes people can add context that changes their narrative or their story or proves their point. I think that's theoretically confirmation bias, but it's also things that could be misleading. I think a lot of the analytics community is very good about neutral and trying to just present the facts, but maybe some mainstream, not to get media hit, but sometimes people will kind of sell things to kind of prove their point. So just be careful. There's things out there that you just need to be cautious of. Things I want to explore, and I'm hoping Allison sees this. If you don't know what shinny hockey is in the context of this week, I'm aware, but Allison had some great analysis in that Kings game that I just go talk to her about shinny hockey, because it was awesome. Lots of dialogue, good dialogue online. So anyway, there was a bet that I needed to weave this into my, obviously, and look, I scratched the surface. There's a lot of trends I'd like to look at, like what did the last 5 games, last 10 games, those things. Obviously, power play, PK, 4-on-4, 3-on-3, et cetera, that changes the dynamics of shots and shot attempts. And particularly if you look at last year versus this year, the power play and PK is like totally different. It's almost like 40% more power play and 44% PK time. So there's a lot there that's changed to compare last year. And obviously shots and shot attempts against, I've started to look at that a little bit. The Yarncroc versus Burakovsky, I love Yarncroc, but I just think about expected goal models. This is getting a little in the weeds here. There's a difference between Yarncroc shooting, who was on the team last year, love him, and then Burakovsky shooting in the same exact spot, right? Burakovsky's an animal, and Yarncroc was great, but there is a difference between those two. I just want to explore that area. And then I just feel that the teams are really playing the Kraken differently. For one, we're getting more starters instead of the backups, and those are just areas of exploration. Quick call out to there is still a lot of good information on NHL.com stats. Great information, so if you're new to it or want to explore, export functions. I started in Excel, now it's all SQL and data visualizations in Tableau and Power BI. Obviously, Natural Stat Trick, Evolving Hockey, who we'll hear from a bit. ShiftChart.com, Sai Okubayashi, who's from Seattle, built that. And I just want to thank Allison, Jordan Fitzgibbon, who helps me scrape a lot of this data, and it's his birthday today. He's here today. Nobody knows him, but say hi to him. And then Sai, and then Tim Lewicki for actually building this whole thing, because it doesn't happen without him. So thank you.
Reluctantly, I take back every nice thing I said about John Barr. All right, thank you all very much. That's a great start to our morning. You are going to hear some sounds throughout the day related to the game. As you all know, there's a game tonight, and we will be talking about a place people will be hanging out after today's event if you're not coming to the game, so stay tuned for that. It's now time for a break. Please remember, water and restrooms are in the back. There are charging stations as well. One is over here if you need to give a little boost. But please don't sit there the whole day so that everyone can take advantage of those resources. We will be putting up some more draping. If you'd like to shift seating, feel free. We will come back to talk about women's hockey at 10 a.m. Until then, please stretch your legs, meet someone new, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes. All right, everybody. I love that you're all talking. This is good. This is sometimes my first one I sat in a corner and didn't talk to anybody. My first hack was in Pittsburgh. I didn't talk to a single soul, except for someone that maybe only a few of you might know, which is Jen Lute Costella, who is a founding voice in this community. But if y'all want to come back and find your seats, there are seats in the front row. If you want to move around, we're working on the piping. Hey, y'all. Hey-o. We're starting soon. We're starting soon, friends. As a reminder, if it is hard for you to see the slides, you can view our YouTube stream at tinyurl.com/Seahac, and that way you'll be able to see the slides on your mobile device. Who knew that giving you all baseball caps might actually come in handy today? Goodness gracious. I do apologize, y'all. I never in a million years dreamed, but we're going to continue to work on it, and thank you for being so patient and supportive and awesome. Our next speakers, as many of you know, it is very important that when we talk about hockey, we talk about all hockey. Hockey is not just NHL men's hockey, right? Thank you. So I am so thankful and proud to have two people come visit with us who, that is not the presentation, here we go. It's coming, here it is. Who have been founders and leaders in the space of bringing attention and, more importantly, data to women's hockey as much as possible. And as is suited to the humility of these individuals, I got some of the shortest bios for some of the most amazing people that I know. I'd like to welcome to the stage first Megan Chayka, someone who I am thrilled to also call a mentor and a friend. I'm not up here without her in any stretch of the imagination. She is a co-founder of Stathletes, an industry-leading hockey data and analytics company. She is also a data scientist in residence and is passionate about advancing women in technology and sports, and she always puts her money and her time where her mouth is. She is joined by Pascal Walters, who is a computer vision engineer at Stathletes, researching ways to use computer vision techniques to advance hockey analytics. Oh, I'm going to screw this up. She has an MASc in System Design Engineering and a BASc in Biomedical Engineering, both from the University of Waterloo. So, folks, two very smart, very wonderful people are about to talk to you about data and women's hockey.
Thank you. And I'd also like to say, how wonderful is Allison on air? More women analysts. Thank you. So we'll keep this brief. I mean, we're in Seattle, so we've had about, 10 cups of coffee? So we'll do about 30 minutes and 10 minutes for you here. For me as well, obviously starting out, 15 years ago, I didn't see a lot of representation, both in the women's game and with actual leaders, people that were making the final decisions, people that were doing the hiring. And I saw a lot of face value, too, of people who said that they would support women's hockey, and it was always the juice was never the squeeze that they said it was. So I am super proud, and I will say, Stathletes now impacts every arena, every night. Neil, Greg, Brad, Pascal, our whole team that is quadrupled since we were here in Columbus. I am humbled, and, it's nothing that I have done, but everything that my team has done that, we are here today. So Pascal's going to take us through zone entries. As we know, Tulski, I think a big pioneer for all of us here, a big inspiration. Did a lot of work on this, and a lot of people have followed suit. So we are going to spend very little time on the MNHL and most of the time on the women's game. So Pascal, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you. So we'll be talking about zone entries, and we define a zone entry as any time the puck crosses from the neutral zone into the offensive zone. Better? And we look at three ways in which a zone entry can happen, and that is a carry across the blue line, which is a controlled zone entry, a dump across the blue line, which we call an uncontrolled zone entry, or a pass across the blue line. And we define a successful zone entry in two ways in this presentation. The first one will be looking at shots and goals after a zone entry. And the second way we'll be looking at it is if the team attempting the zone entry regains possession of the puck if lost within 5 seconds and then maintains possession for 3 seconds. And here we go, some international women's hockey, taking a look at a zone entry. So looking at the United States and Canada in international play, they are pretty on par. I think these might be a little backwards. But yeah, United States and Canada, as you know, are great rivals. This data may not be the most accurate. But let's move on to zone entries. So Canada and the USA, they love to carry the puck in. The dumps are the second most common, and plays are third most common. The United States is very good at carrying and dumping, and so is Canada. Canada loves to carry, and as you can see that they have very few zone entries against in international play, showing that Canada and USA are definitely the top two teams to beat. And when we take a look at the work that Eric Tulsky did on zone entry scores, this accounts for both zone entries for, shots for, goals for, and zone entries against. Canada and USA are kind of equal on the offensive zone. Canada leads on the on the neutral zone, and the USA leads on the defensive zone score. And so when we take a look at how does this actually impact winning the game, in international women's play, 43% of games were won by teams with high successful carried zone entries. 30% of games were won by teams with all types of successful zone entries. So this shows that carried zone entries are more likely to lead to the winning of the game. For Canada and the USA, 63.5% of games were won when the team had high successful zone, controlled zone entries, and 36.3% with all successful zone entries. And here's Megan, will take it away for some men's stats.
And can we also give a round of applause for engineers who will come, show up, and speak? Thank you, Pascal. I mean, our wonderful people make it look easy, right? But doing media time and time again, we all know it's reps. So getting more women in the space too means, getting more people up here as well. So thank you, Pascal, for, listening and being here and representing Stathletes so well. Obviously, I'm in New Jersey on Tuesday doing a piece on Jack Hughes, so that's why I selfishly have this slide in here. Look for that. Pretty exciting team, pretty good on zone entries too. We had to obviously touch on Carolina being #1 for shots for, pucks carried in. And we have some leaderboard slides as well, just for fun, but we have the per game. So Micah too, we don't just have a rank, don't worry. There's context.
Hey, got it? All right. I love technology.
That's okay. At least I didn't have to fix it this time. Then as well, we had to put a slide up with Seattle. They made our top 5. Some big teams too, Vegas Golden Knights, New Jersey Devils up there, playing very well this season. So obviously a skill that, is important. And even though it doesn't show up on the box score, I think studying it is, valuable, and I know there's a lot of work left to be done. Here as well, some of these wonderful diagrams that you might have remembered me posting on Twitter. I'll let you explain a little bit more. Obviously adopted from soccer, so it's called pitch control, but we're open for rebranding. Anyone have options? Let us know.
Yeah, so basically I'll just define pitch control if you're unaware. It's borrowed from soccer, hence the name pitch control. But basically we use Voronoi diagrams to figure out how much of the ice that each player controls during the zone entry. So the first slide was a men's hockey zone entry, and then we'll take a look at a women's zone entry. Canada-USA rivalry series. Of course, we had to put Canada scoring.
Sorry.
And then when we dig into a bit deeper in the zone entries, we can take a look at the distance between the closest defender and the puck. At close distances, dumps are actually more likely to lead to a shot when the defender and the player are close together. And then as the defender and the puck get further apart, a carry is more likely to lead to zone entry. Yes, sorry, shot. And similarly, we can look at the Voronoi diagram that we just showed. And it shows that as the player who's attempting the zone entry controls more of the ice surface, a carry is more likely to lead to a shot, and a dump at very close distance works a bit better, but then the dump is less likely to lead to a shot. And then when we look at this the opposite way, the average area that the defender controls. One more minute. Okay. At close distances, carries are more likely to lead to a shot, and then the play at further distances. And I'll just leave it there.
I think we have one more.
Oh yeah, a similar diagram, but yeah, we can look at all 5 defenders, and at closer distances, we're less likely to lead to a shot.
Awesome. So that was very brief. Obviously, support women's hockey. I want to make sure I get this expense. So Neil, Stathletes is amazing. Everyone, visit our website. If you have any questions, come see us after. Thank you for the time. Thank you, Allison. I really appreciate it.
Okay, next up, we have Robin Ritchie, who is a PhD candidate at Simon Fraser University. Her current research focuses on advanced curling analytics with statistical learning. Robin and her team won the NFL's 22 Big Data Bowl with their project, which looked to determine the optimal path to get the punt returner to the end zone, which was really cool. And it's not in here, but she got a letter from the mayor of Manitoba? Mayor of Winnipeg? Winnipeg. Oh my God. I get nervous here. Mayor of Winnipeg. Big deal. I think it's really cool. Their project's really cool. Check it out. Robin, along with Alon Harrell and Phil Shreves, won this year's Big Data Cup, where they used women's ice hockey power play tracking and event data from the 2022 Olympics to gain insight into passing. Also very cool project, and just needs like basketball or baseball to like grand slam it. With this, they could investigate player tendencies and decision-making abilities. Anne Nguyen is a recent graduate of Harvey Mudd College with a bachelor's in computer science. She was a finalist in the Big Data Cup 2022, working on a team with Carleen Markey, Nayan Patel, and Ben Howell to estimate the probability of dangerous situations on the power play. Also a very cool project, but you're hearing about it later. She won the data and software student track of the 2021 Carnegie Mellon Sports Analytics Conference, reproducible research competition for Shot Plotter, a web app for manually tracking locational event data in sports. That's an awesome project with a lot of different sports figured out. She also creates a variety of data visualizations for men's and women's hockey and occasionally for other sports. Please welcome them.
Let me just fix this quick. Doing some on-the-fly wheeling. All right, we don't need a script, right? Nah, we're good. So I can full screen, I think. Okay, that's better. All right, get a timer going so I don't go too far over. All right, so I'm Robin along with Anne. We have a couple other teammates in the audience, so don't just come see us. Alon and Nan are also here. So this is a big group of mostly students, just combining our 2 Big Data Cup projects into one. So we're here to introduce WePlay, which is going to allow you guys to get a little bit interactive into some of your hockey analytics. Go lower this a bit. Okay, so for the Big Data Cup, it's a competition put on by Stathletes and Carleton University and a couple other universities that runs each year. So the goal of the competition, at least this year, was really just to give women's hockey data into the fans, into anyone's hands. Anyone could play with it. They wanted to look at power plays, give us tracking data, event data, look at all kinds of different things to just see what anyone could kind of provide. So that was the goal of the competition. We're competing for money. We're competing for some hockey swag. So then there was 3 open finalists. Both of our teams made it, and then 2 undergrad or high school finalists. So for our competition, we did pass evaluation. So when we first saw the data, we wanted to look at evaluating passing, see if we can determine risk and reward of what players are really considering at any moment of the game, try to look into decision making, who's making the best decisions at the right time to be able to get the end result, and hopefully advise lineups to be able to hand something to a coach so that they can actually use it, hopefully in a real scenario. So what we did is we developed a player and puck motion tracking model. We looked at rink control, we looked at scoring probabilities, interception, reception chances, putting all of that together in order to get some novel metrics that you'll see here, such as successful pass, probability, the best case pass, and expected pass. So I'm going to go into those. And then we wanted to use all that to look at player abilities. So our first one is the rink control. So we wanted to use the player and puck motion models to see who can get anywhere on the ice at any given time. So we have the red team versus the blue team. White areas are kind of contentious areas that are up for grabs, and just who's dominating what areas of the ice. Next one was successful pass probability. So we wanted to be able to highlight which areas are most likely to result in a successful reception. So who on your team is the most open is going to get the highest chance. You could pass anywhere along that angle, you're going to have a good chance of receiving a pass. The best case pass value doesn't account for interceptions. So if you're in a dangerous area or something, you really need a goal, these are the passes that you're going to try to get to a teammate the best that you can, maybe a harder pass, but it could result more likely in a goal like we kind of see at the end of this clip. Next is the expected pass value, so kind of a combination of what the last two. So you want a good result, but you also want to account for interceptions, kind of combine everything a hockey player might be able to look at any given time. So then we could combine all those metrics, look at which players are making the best passes, which players are making the worst passes at any given time, to evaluate and rank players and say who should be on the power play. You can go.
All right, so try to lower this. Okay, that's not too bad. I'll just stand on my toes, it's fine. So for our Magnetic Cup project, we wanted to classify dangerous player formations and build an accessible tool so people could try to mess with formations themselves and see what was more dangerous for the power play and the penalty kill. So to do this, we looked at minimum spanning trees as a way to sort of try and capture what player formations on the ice look like, and used a logistic regression to sort of give a prediction of how dangerous a given setup was. And as part of this, we produced a web tool predicting formation danger to try and quantify the threat at any given situation. If you took a snapshot of the ice and where all the players were and where the puck were, how dangerous do we think the scenario is? So, like I said, minimum spanning tree, we basically use it as a way to capture in condensed, players are all over the ice, there's a lot of players on the ice. We wanted a way to capture basically like things like how condensed or how spread out a team was, how they arranged in relation to their teammates, to the other team, things like that. So we used a minimum spanning tree to try to connect nodes to know how far players were from each other and use that as sort of a way to try and capture that information about structure. So we pulled a lot of information from the minimum spanning trees, like connection length, how far players were from each other, how ratios between the power play and the penalty kill. So was the power play more spread out than the penalty kill otherwise? And how connected players were from each other. So were players close? Were some players really close to other players? Were some players like out in the distance and only close to one player? Things like that were what we tried to capture. So as part of this, we created a web tool so people could drag players on the power play and penalty kill around on the ice and see for themselves a prediction of how dangerous of a situation that was. So here you see a clip from last year's Stanley Cup final and sort of the matching situation of how dangerous we thought it was. And we thought it was pretty dangerous, and from the clip, looks so. So as part of this combination between the two, we wanted to take the great visuals of the passing project and the interactive tool of the highway project, and we produced WePlay. So here's a link for all of you, and there's a
Grab your phones.
Yeah, grab your phones. I'm not gonna lie, it works best on a computer, but mobile should be fine. Unless y'all use Internet Explorer, I make no promises for y'all. But you can drag and drop players on the ice. by default, when you drop a player, it'll automatically rerun the calculation. So you can switch between the 4 metrics Robin talked about and see some sort of categorical prediction of how dangerous the situation was. So y'all can play around with that. Talking a little bit of how we define danger. So the top sort of metrics are in white are all the stuff pulled from Robin's model. So we sort of remit our model to sort of adapt and use some of the variables they had done for their projects. So you see things like X best pass case, those are things. And the bottom is all those MST variables. So like opponent connectivity, for example. And we put that all into a random forest model as a way to do the predictions of how dangerous of a situation we thought it was. And when we said dangerous situation, what we're really trying to predict is, are you in danger of an unblocked shot? So that was the metric we were using trying to predict. So here we have some quick examples of how the app works and what you can see for some common power play and penalty kill formations. So you can see in the top left corner, sort of in red is all the areas controlled by the defense, and blue controlled by the offense, white sort of contested, like Robin mentioned. There's several examples, so we'll skip through them. So here in the information, you can see in the bottom left, I know my directions. Bottom left, you can see successful pass probability. So you can see in the dark blue is where you have a really good chance of making a pass. Red, more likely to get interception or something to go wrong. I'm just skipping through these to show you some sort of examples of what you can see. In the top right, best case pass value. So if you don't have to worry about interceptions, where are you most likely to go? So you can see here the offense 1.0. If they can get it to the offensive forward player, that's a really good value and really likely to lead to a goal, but it might be difficult to get there. And then finally, with expected pass value, you can see that even though passing an offensive forward might have the best value, it might be really risky. So in some situations, you might not want to take that risk, and passing to the offensive 3 or offensive 1 player might be your best option. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. Follow us on Twitter.
Yeah.
Tell us if you like our app.
Yeah.
All of that.
All right, next up, no idea why I decided to intro this one, but we have Chase McCallum talking about NHL draft biases. So Chase is a data analyst at Sun Life Global Investments. In his spare time, he often writes about hockey analytics. Most of his work in hockey is focused on answering macro-level questions about the NHL, testing commonly held beliefs within the community, or testing the validity in popular narratives at the time. While he has explored many topics in the past, his recent work has focused on biases in the NHL draft. Specifically, this research investigates what prospects are likely to be undervalued during the NHL draft. All right, everyone welcome Chase.
Okay, perfect. So thank you for the introduction. My name is Chase again, and I also just want to say special thanks to Dr. Colin Mang. This research I was able to spin into my master's thesis, and he was my advisor, so I just want to say thank you very much to him as well. This was not all me. Now, before I go any further, there's going to be some terms I'm going to use, and I'm not 100% sure how familiar everyone will be. And both of these terms could be talks on their own, so naturally I'm going to give them about 30 seconds here. So the first one is NHLE, or NHL equivalency. And a classic problem in prospect statistics is that some prospects are playing against American teenagers, while others are playing against like professionals in Russia. So you can't just use points necessarily, you need a way to weigh how difficult each of the leagues are. And NHLE tries to do that, and I'm using Patrick Bacon's NHLE estimates for this project. And then additionally, goals above replacement, I'll call it GAR, or goals above replacement, throughout the talk. I think this actually has been a talk at one of these conferences, but it's just an all-in-one metric that tries to measure how many wins a player added to their team in that given season relative to a replacement level player. And I'm going to be using Evolving Hockey's model for this project. And now before I go any further, because I'm talking about NHL draft biases, I should probably define what a bias is. So there's kind of two classic examples of an error. And this is a classic image of that. So in the first image, we'll say that the shots are off by 1 foot or whatever it is on average, but there's no discernible pattern. So those are random errors. Your best guess as to how much the shooter's going to miss by is, I don't know, probably plus or minus 1 foot in either direction. Whereas in the second example, we're looking at biased errors. So say maybe these are also missing by 1 foot, however, on average, but there's a discernible pattern in the errors. He's tending to miss low and to the right or the left from your perception. So those would be biased errors. Basically, you can predict how the shooter is wrong in the example of the biased errors. So my research question for this ended up being, are the errors, quote unquote, at the NHL draft random or biased? Because there will always be errors. You're never going to look back at a draft and be like, oh, the best player went first overall, second best player went second overall, all the way through 210 players or 210 plus players. There's going to be errors, but can we predict the ways in which the draft has been kind of quote unquote wrong? And the metrics I used to test for these biases included prospect scoring as measured by their NHLE, their height, their penalty minutes, their overage status, their age, and then nationality. So just to start, what I think a draft bias might look like in theory, and I'm going to be using height for this example. I think a lot of people believe that short prospects are undervalued in this room, so I think it's a good example here. How I think we would go about testing for these in practice, you would take a prospect's height in inches along the bottom, and then if you had some way to measure how good you expected a player to be based on where he was drafted, just based on where he was drafted, and then you looked at how good he actually was relative to those pre-draft or draft position expectations. If the draft was biased against short players, I would think once you took a player's actual output and then subtracted off their expected output, you would kind of see this relationship where on average, short players are outperforming their draft position and tall players are underperforming their draft position. That's how I think a height bias would look like, or what I think a height bias would look like. So now the steps that I used to actually test for these things in practice, it was a 5-step process, 6 if you count the sensitivity analysis. But to begin, you just had to collect prospect statistics available during the draft. And it's important to note all the statistics I'm using were available during the draft process, because I'm sure if you took like injuries during their age 20 season, players who suffer major injuries at 20 years old probably also underperform the draft position. But you can't knock teams for not accounting for that, because obviously they have no way of knowing that going in. Then we're going to need to find a measure of NHL player output, which is again where we'll be using our goals above replacement from Evolving Hockey. Then we're going to measure expected player output by draft position, and then collect how players have historically deviated from these expectations. And then finally, we can start testing to see if prospect statistics available during the draft are related to these deviations, like height, from our example before. So for the prospect statistic collection, we got the data from elite prospects. So again, we have prospect scoring, the amount of NHLE they produced per game played, their height in inches, their penalty minutes per game played, their overage status, which I just used as a dummy variable equal to 1 if the player was going through the draft for the second, third, fourth time, and 0 if they're a first-time draftee. I used their age as of July 1st in that season's draft. And then their nationality, rather than doing anything specific, I just treated nationality as another dummy variable for North American prospects relative to non-North American prospects. So I didn't do much specific with nationality. It was very, very general nationality research here. And then for the measure of NHL player output, again, I'm using goals above replacement from Evolving Hockey. I collected the goals above replacement for the first 7 seasons after the players were drafted. So in the 2007 draft, somebody like Patrick Kane, we took his goals above replacement from 2007 to 2014 to measure how good of an NHL player he was. And then for the 2008 draft, 2008 to 2015, and so on. all the way through for the 2007 to 2014 drafts, because when I started this project, these were the only drafts that I had enough out of sample data to measure the 7 seasons after the draft. And then I'm going to be doing some sensitivity analysis at the end. All of these NHL level metrics are also going to be coming from evolvinghockey.com. Now to measure expected output by draft position. Thankfully, there's a lot of research into this. People call them draft pick value curves. What you do is just plot some measure of player output against draft position, and then you fit a line between the two, and you get the expectations of a player based on where they're drafted. And this is my draft pick value chart, how much goals above replacement they tended to produce based on where they're drafted. It looks pretty similar to everyone else's research on this topic. The first picks produce dramatically more than the last picks of the draft. Usually there's a leveling off somewhere in the mid-second round, and picks tend to be somewhat similar from there on out. Now to collect how players have historically deviated from their draft positions expectations. So I used all the first overall picks in my sample as the example here. So we can see like Patrick Kane produced 92 goals above replacement in his 7 years, first 7 years, which is a lot more than you expect from a first overall pick, which has the highest expectations in draft. So even though his expectations were high, Patrick Kane is like this very, very successful prospect. And then there were some others. On the flip side, you can see somebody like Nail Yakupov in this sample. He only produced 8 goals above replacement, even though he had huge expectations because he was a first overall pick. So we can see Nail Yakupov as this massive negative, which fits because he's known as this like massive draft bust. So he underperformed his draft position. Sorry, Nail. So now to actually find the draft biases in practice, these are just purely descriptive. I started kind of making charts to help myself and other people understand the data. So what this shows is the average goals above replacement relative to what was expected based on their draft position by the groups of NHLE or prospect scoring. So the highest scoring cohorts ended up producing a lot more than was expected of them based on their draft position on average, and the lowest scoring cohorts in general produced less than expected on average. And then we start repeating this process for all the various metrics to help give you guys an idea of what I'm talking about. So the next one I did was height. We can see the shortest cohort of prospects tended to outperform the draft position on average, and then there's this kind of decay where then you get to the tallest cohort of prospects, and they ended up performing much worse than was expected based on their draft position, which suggests to me that they were drafted too high because they are on average failing to live up to those expectations, which is our evidence of a bias. I did the same thing with penalty minutes. I'm not sure if this has ever been looked into before, to be perfectly honest. If it has been, please let me know after. I would love to read that. But something I thought was cool to test was high penalty minute prospects tended to fail at really, really high rates relative to low penalty minute prospects, suggesting something about these high penalty minute prospects was probably being overvalued, almost certainly their perceived toughness. And then I did overage status. So first-time eligible players tended to ever so slightly underperform their draft position, while overage players tended to slightly outperform their draft position, which may suggest that these overage players have been undervalued during the draft. And then the final one, the final actual bias I found was age. And we can see by birth month the average value relative to expectations. This looks a little weird, but for those who are unaware, the NHL draft age cutoff is actually in mid-September. So the fact that it spikes in the summer months is showing that relatively young prospects are outperforming their draft position by the largest amount, because that September 15th cutoff the draft uses means the youngest players in any given draft are born in like August and September, July kind of thing. And then the oldest are born later on after that. And then the final one I tested was nationality. So we can see North American players ended up producing slightly less than players born outside of North America on average. However, these kind of descriptive statistics can only take us so far for a couple of reasons, and that's because some of the variables move together slightly. Shorter players tend to score more than taller players, so if you think scoring or NHLE is not being properly accounted for, you can't also then say that height is undervalued by just looking at height, because the two variables are slightly related. Additionally, there's other NHL level metrics that you might not be able to account for, like basically strong teams end up having a larger incentive to draft overage players. So maybe it's just that the overage players are being drafted to better teams and it's easier to succeed on a better team. So there's other variables we need to account for. And to start, I just tested a simple regression model where each player's value above expected was a function of all of these different variables we looked at, plus some control variables for defensemen, just a positional control variable, and then a bunch of other control variables for the team that drafted them, how good the team was, and various other things like that. And the results from the first regression model I ended up building, based on the coefficients, the significance of the coefficients and their signs, it suggested that high-scoring players produced more value than was expected of them based on their draft position. So high-scoring prospects have been undervalued. Short prospects also produced more value than was expected of them. High penalty minute prospects ended up producing less value than was expected of them. Overage prospects produced more value than was expected of them, and relatively young players ended up producing more value than was expected of them. And then finally, the North American variable was insignificant. This doesn't necessarily mean that nationality biases don't exist in the draft, but it does mean that simple statements like North American players are overvalued, I didn't find to be true. And then something I really wanted to stress during this assignment, or this project, was that there's a lot of different ways this could be done. Of course, a little secret of analytics or data science or whatever it is we call it we do is that it's the most subjective search for objectivity in the world. Pretty much everyone, if you spend enough time thinking about this stuff, will say, oh, I don't know why he didn't do it this way, or I would have used X instead of Y. So I tried to do the analysis many, many different ways to see if it led to different conclusions. So for example, goals above replacement can be really, really controversial. So if you don't trust goals above replacement, I used games played, time on ice, and points, and then also instead of cumulative goals above replacement, I repeated the same analysis with goals above replacement per game played and per minute played. And additionally, a problem that no metric will be able to solve for is that, skewness is always going to be a problem when evaluating NHL draft outcomes. So yeah, I used poor Nail Yakupov again as the example. The one bin that bucks the trend in high-scoring players outperforming their draft position is the bin that contains Nail Yakupov. He was so bad he could bring the whole thing down. So these things will always happen with NHL draft studies, or they can always happen if you just treat things linearly. And the flip side, you could also imagine somebody like Johnny Gaudreau. Maybe Johnny Gaudreau is so good and so short that he skews the entire height coefficients in favor of short players. Even though it's not an overall trend, it's just one guy kind of skewing the data. So to get around the potential skewness problems, I tried multiple different methodologies. The first, I tried transforming some of the continuous variables. So the first way I did this was take the log of all of the players' outputs. So instead of their goals above replacement, I took the log of their goals above replacement. Because you can't take the log of 0, I added 1 to everyone first, just did a log plus 1 transformation. And this is kind of a classic way economists use to view exponentially growing data in a linear sense. So this ended up being my thesis advisor's favorite model. I also tried an A sin H transformation of the data, which was just something else I found online. Another way to view skewed distributions more normally. And then to get around this entirely, I also tried looking at success or failure as a binary outcome. So you either get a 1 for a success or a 0 for a failure. So rather than trying to say, hey, Nail Yakupov was X more unsuccessful than Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, it's just he underperformed his draft position. There's no additional weighting there, and the same for the positives. So just if they were above expectations or below. I also tried more kind of classic, if you're in, or see anything from the prospect analytics community, of games played cutoffs and quote-unquote star cutoffs to evaluate players. So these were just, if players hit certain thresholds, we call them a success. If players hit, or they fail to hit these arbitrary thresholds, we call them a failure. So all of these different models, all of these different success metrics, what happened to the results? Pretty much nothing changes when, no matter how you look at it, which I think is really, really important. Like I said, to stress that more important than anything I can show you. I've done this so many different ways to almost the same result that I'm pretty confident you will end up finding the same thing if you go about this yourself. So the findings aren't dependent on the success metric pretty much at all, except the one exception being age. And this carries on to both success metric and methodology. Age does tend to be somewhat sensitive to how you do the analysis. And in general, the biases end up being more pronounced when you're using output measures like goals above replacement and points than it does when you're using opportunity measures like time on ice and games played, which suggests to me that NHL teams are better at maximizing for games played and time on ice than they are for things like goals above replacement and points. And then again, the methodology almost doesn't matter either. If you want to view the specifics of the findings, it's more than I could ever show here because it ended up being like 60 plus models between all the metrics, but you can find them on my Twitter at CMHockey66. And then for the final summary, like I said, I think you can use pretty much any methodology like. You're probably going to come to the conclusion that undervalued prospects include high-scoring prospects, short prospects, overage prospects, and low penalty minute prospects. And then depending on the methodology you use, you may also come to the conclusion that relatively young players have been undervalued. I think you're especially likely to come to this conclusion if you're using something like goals above replacement or points relative to time on ice. And then in every single methodology I tested, I failed to find any significance on North American prospects. So even though descriptively North American prospects have performed ever so slightly worse than their draft position, I failed to find that as a meaningful variable in any of the models I ran, which again doesn't necessarily mean that nationality biases don't exist too. It just means statements, really, really simple statements like North American prospects are overrated, I didn't find to be true. And that's all I have. Thank you very much for listening, and have a good day.
Chase buried the lead, which is, if you follow him on Twitter, I do believe he showed that Seattle was top 3, if not top 2, in not including bias in their draft. But I'll let that easy win come to me instead of him, since he's not listening to me right now. All right. Next up, I am proud to bring up Sean Ferris. Sean is currently the host of the Evolving Hockey podcast. Previously, Sean spent 4 seasons working in the Ontario Hockey League between 2016 and 20 with the Saginaw Spirit and the Hamilton Bulldogs. He has written for Hockey Graphs, Stanley Cup of Chatter, and McKeen's Hockey, covering topics from on-ice systems to player overviews. Despite his fandom of the Toronto Maple Leafs, you can find his current Boston Bruins tracking project, as well as other commentary, on his Twitter at SeanFerris98. Please help me welcome Sean.
Thank you very much, Allison, and also for helping me pick my topic as well for the project. So, yeah, Allison wanted me to talk about my tracking project. And I guess I probably should have said, like, what is tracking? And I don't have that slide on here, so we'll start with that one. So tracking is just a way of gathering data while watching. It's just the term for that. We doing spacebar here? All right. So my background, so I have a large background in tracking projects similar to Corey, who will come up here later on, and some others in the community. So I started actually tracking passes, Ryan Stimson's passing project, which led to me starting to do stuff for some OHL teams. Not sure if the 2018 OHL championship counts for anything, but was with the Hamilton Bulldogs for the most part. And I've also done different public research tracking projects. My favorite one was evaluating changes in the Toronto Maple Leafs power play, which I decided to do with a friend because COVID started, and what was I going to do without hockey? And I've also had a lot of failed projects too, like just to be a little bit humble, and we don't talk about that, but I learned my lessons from that, which is before you start a tracking project, you kind of need to have a clear reason of why you're going to start it, because it's really easy to just kind of quit like right in the middle if you're not seeing, I guess, the results. So for me, like, I started tracking entries and exits with the Bruins because I just wanted to stay engaged with the games as I was watching them. Randomly in April, Bruins are playing the Blue Jackets, and I was up in the press box, and I was kind of tired and wanted to make sure that I stayed paying attention for the whole game, especially when Sean Corrali wasn't on the ice. You can get bored when he's not on the ice. So, so I just started actually tracking with a pen and paper, and then I decided I'm just going to do it this season. So that's kind of my reason for what I'm doing right now. So you need to have a reason before you start anything. First step is you kind of just need to find what your setup is, because what your setup is or how you're going to be tracking games is going to change, your tracking project. So for me, I'm dealing with NHL data. As Aiden mentioned earlier, there's 300 events and shots are all covered. So I need to track something that's not shot based. So entries and exits kind of fills in the blanks between shots, because there's about 300 events that are tracked by the NHL in any given game, which is one every 10 seconds. So it's almost like opening and closing your eyes what's happening in between that. Entries and exits to me seemed like an easy fill in the blank. And then where you're watching, what tools you have to access. I have a laptop and I have 2 screens, or I track while I'm at the Garden watching the games as well. But if you were tracking, say, your local college team or high school team or something, you're probably going to need a pen and paper and a rink. I wouldn't, necessarily bring my laptop to say a college game. So that'll change how you kind of go about setting up. I should also mention that I uploaded my template. I gave my template in the materials for anybody who wants to use it, and that's kind of what's on the screen right now. So I'm actually not timestamping anything because I don't know, that just kind of takes too long, and it just makes live tracking at times harder. So I have a 2-column setup where I just had the player number and the event, and I have different codes that I use. So controlled entry is CEN, controlled exit, CEX, and it's just as simple as that. I have an Excel, I actually use Google Sheets, believe it or not, but I have it open while I'm watching the game, and I'll either be watching on the TV screen or, again, looking down on the ice, and as the play is going on, I am typing into my template. And you need to have a template that, if you're going to use a computer, sometimes you can just use a pen and paper, as I mentioned, they'll then just sort of sum everything up for you. So in my player section over here, I have count ifs functions, and as the game's filling out, it just creates a easy place for the data to kind of come in. And so step 3 is really just watching the games, right? Because you need to get the data, so you need to make sure that you're paying attention to the game as it's happening. If you're kind of in and out, then you can't get there. But that's kind of the fun part for me. It keeps me engaged, and I think I am more in tune with games while I'm doing this than anything else. Again, that's kind of my whole reason of tracking. And then step 4, and the final step, is just you need to store your data. So if you're tracking with a pen and paper, you're going to want an Excel sheet to be able to enter it into. Or you need to be able to have a separate tab or a separate workbook where you're keeping your data, so that way it's easy to compile and you can start using your data in whatever way possible. So I keep tables for all the Bruins entries, exit data, and I grab time on ice from Evolving Hockey, and I'll do rate stats and efficiency stats with that data that I just upload, or that I update after every game. And also all of my data I keep public. I have a giant workbook that's now up to 26 tabs, and it's going to get to 86, I think. I might do a separate workbook for playoffs, but that's it, is just being able to store your data and just gather all of the knowledge that you're gaining while watching the games, and from there you could do different things, or you could build upon your projects. For me, with that, there's a couple of other ideas of what I want to do from here with the data. I actually went down, interviewed a player, and wrote about it, and I'll probably do that again. But it also brings up different ideas for tracking. I think in summary, you need to have a purpose for what you're doing, and you need to kind of keep it simple, especially to start. Once you sort of master tracking with your own template in your own way, you could build upon that. I could timestamp now, or I could add different metrics that I want to track. As you get more comfortable, you'll get better with it. But I think like the key is just to start on something. Don't be intimidated. It could even just be for yourself. For me, it's just for myself. I put it out there because I think it can bring value to a community. But you just got to start something. I think it's a great way to get involved in the community. I know that there's some people that have even gotten hired from different types of tracking projects. Eric's special team project, as an example, is one of the first things I saw in 2016 when he was doing that, whatever, before he got hired by the Avalanche, and he was tracking different things, including something as simple as tracking when power plays were zone entry to rush shot attempts, or if they were getting in formation, as an example, which is something that we never tracked before, and he did research based off of that stuff. So I think just getting started and doing something is a great first step to get involved in the community. And that's it.
I am tech support. Danny Chu is speaking.
Hi again. I'd like to introduce Will Fields, who completed a PhD in zoology at North Carolina State University, where his research focused on quantifying animal movement and how do you say this? Demography.
Did you practice?
Yes, to guide conservation planning. I'm not good at talking. I can talk a lot. I just don't say the right stuff. He conducted postdoctoral research with the U.S. Geological Survey that described stream network topology with graph metrics and demonstrated how this related to the status and distribution of animals. Sounds like a cool, tracking data thing. Apply to hockey. More recently, he worked with an Army research lab where he led teams developing decision support systems and worked on novel methods for analyzing spatial temporal data, very important for hockey tracking data. His talk focuses on the use of play-by-play data to quantify styles of play and examine how these relate to team performance. Please welcome Will.
Well, thanks for the introduction, and I'll just say we got to cut him a little bit of slack on reading things. I sort of skied into the hotel at 2 a.m. this morning, and I'm not even sure if I'm awake right now. But we carry on. So I wanted to start by just sharing a really insightful observation about the essential nature of sports fandom from some smarter hockey minds than myself. And there's a corollary here for those of us who would be wanting to do something with analytics, which is that the essential nature of analytics is to be confused in a group. And I'm actually not joking about this. I joke about a lot of things, but I'm not joking about this, because when we think about the ways that we advance knowledge and understanding about topics, it's actually by staying focused on the areas where things don't really make sense. And so when we're thinking about stuff in hockey, regardless of the league, identifying teams that are the best is sort of this central question. We scratch our heads about things throughout the regular season, and then we pull our hair out, or at least I did, when we get to the playoffs, trying to understand how do we think about the way that past performance maps onto expectations for the future. And there's a lot of work that gets done with public data looking at individual performance, identifying player talent, but there's a little bit less that gets done on looking at this at the level of a team. And I want to focus on that broader scale of team level stuff today. So if we're thinking about doing this with teams, we might start by beginning to look at tactics and strategy and how that could potentially relate to the play-by-play game events that are recorded on the ice. And I'm going to show something today that blew up in my face to try and do this with principal components analysis. And then we can go ahead and then feed this forward into regression models where we're looking at trying to use game events to actually predict score differences. And here I'm borrowing from some work that's been done in soccer. So how do teams play? Well, this is a case where analyses don't always tell you something useful. I fed data into principal components analysis, and I got back something that really didn't do a good job of describing the overall variation in the data. And so sometimes this is the way that machine learning goes, and we just have to resolve to come back and stir it again another day. When we look at the actual game event model, or sorry, the game models looking at assessing team performance, this does a lot better. Just to orient you about what this is showing here, on the y-axis we have the margin of victory for the home team, and then rather than grouping games chronologically, we've arranged them based on the actual score of the game. So on the first thing to point out about this is that the blue lines represent the actual data that were observed, and then the yellow areas are sort of the prediction intervals from the model that I ran. And so what we're doing here is really just an eye test, and we see that in the games that had a really big score difference, this sort of approach doesn't capture that sort of variation very well, but it does okay sort of in the middle grounds where things aren't quite such a blowout. So we can also look at this from a standpoint of projected points. And this particular function, I didn't get a chance to finish debugging things, but it was based on a soccer package. So they were giving 3 points to a win rather than 2. And if we rescale this based off of 2 points for a win in hockey, we see that the best teams from last year were projected to finish out somewhere around 115 to 120 points, which is approximately the right ballpark. So it doesn't look like those predictions are too biased. Briefly, a quick problem to always keep in the back of our mind is something that's called by some people Goodhart's law, which is that when a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. And we just want to be careful about always trying to focus on describing what actually relates to overall success rather than what relates to a metric. I'm almost out of time, but I wanted to close with just a quick tribute to Too Many Men. I'm giving a G version here for audience that could be of all ages, both here or online. Trade, extend, buyout. I'm trading for tensors. Tensors are awesome. I'm extending time series models because regression tools are great for giving interpretable results that you can explain to people. And buyout, sorry PCA, we used to be cool, but we're done. And comments, feedback, I'm out of time, but find me online. Contrary to my picture from this morning, I won't hiss or bite.
John, that is how you properly kiss up to the organizer. Please take note.
All right, next up we have Neha Korapati talking to us about the trade is 1 for 1, a brief analysis of trades since the last lockout. I hope she's nice to us. Neha is a software consultant with a primary focus on automation. She graduated from UNC Chapel Hill with a degree in computer science in 2019 and now lives in Raleigh, North Carolina. She started watching hockey in 2016, and her love for the game grew from there. In her free time, she enjoys reading, photography, and volunteering at the local animal shelter. Everyone give it up for Neha.
Hi. So, don't blame me for the title. I ran out of creativity at about 11 a.m. yesterday, which was about an hour before this was due. So, trades. So first things first, let's talk about the data. And that isn't, there we go. So I built the data set that I worked with by hand. All the data was sourced from CapFriendly. And then the general manager data was sourced from Wikipedia and then cross-referenced with NHL and SB Nation articles. In the past 10 years, there were 1,140 trades. And of those, I admitted 5 trades because they were picks traded for a general manager or coach in 2015, which is weird, and they were outliers, so no. Leaving me with a 1,135 trade data set. If you saw me complaining on Twitter about building a data set by hand a couple months ago, this is that data set. So a couple hypotheses I wanted to figure out. 1, teams typically don't trade within their division because they don't want to give their direct rivals an advantage. 2, Carolina trades with Chicago more than any other team because at one point in the past 5 years, there are quite a few players in the Hurricane system that most recently played in the Chicago system in some way. And 3, an interim general manager is unlikely to make a trade because it's usually a temporary position. So trading within your division. So teams typically don't trade within their division. Of the trades, 19% of trades were within the team's own division, and then the Central traded within itself the least with just under 7%, and the Atlantic traded within its division the most with 12.3% of its trades. I may need speaker notes, hold on. There we go. And then teams-wise, St. Louis traded within its division the least with just under 9% of its trades. It made a total of 45 trades in the past 10 years, and 5 of those were to other Central Division teams. And then Vancouver traded within its division the most with 28.3% of its trades to other Pacific Division teams. And then so Carolina and Chicago. So Carolina has made the most trades with Chicago, but not by much. They traded to the Rangers 6 times. They traded Chicago 7 times. So of the 7 trades with Chicago, 2 were pick swaps at the draft. 1 was an AHL swap, and the others involved players at the NHL level. So that means some of them were signings, not trades. And then interim GMs. So there have been 12 interim GMs during the time period I looked at. Of those 12, 5 had made trades. Of note, Kyle Dubas and Mark Hunter were with the Leafs in 2015 made 7 trades. They were assistant general managers in Toronto before being named interim GMs when Nonis was fired, and then they returned to the AGM role when Lamoriello was hired. So their tenure as interim GMs spanned the time period with the 2015 draft and the start of free agency, so they kind of had to make the trades. And other things, because I still have time. So rivalries. This is pretty self-explanatory. Teams with big rivalries typically don't trade with each other. Of note, the one rivalry that isn't mentioned here, Caps and Penguins, have traded once with each other in the past 10 years, and it was a pick swap at the 2020 draft. And then other things, Boston has made 44 trades. That is the fewest number of trades, save Seattle. Seattle has made 11, but we're not counting that because Seattle hasn't been a team for very long. And then Montreal has made the most trades with 112. And that's it.
All right, we're all going to get a hit of this sun at some point. Consider it a rite of passage. It is time for another break to stretch your legs. It is 11:01. We will reconvene at 11:15. Is that right? Is that right? 11:10? I think 11:10. We'll reconvene. We'll split the difference and reconvene at 11:12 for an exciting panel, just to keep you on your toes. 11:12. So please enjoy bathroom break, water break, and we'll see you here in a few minutes.
We're going to be restarting in a few minutes, so take your seats whenever you have been caffeinated. All right, we are going to get started with our second panel of the day. Test, test. Okay, I'm just going to start introducing people. All right, first up, I'm going to go Price is Right style again because that was kind of fun. Eric Mathiasen, come on down. Eric is the manager of hockey systems and technology for the Seattle Kraken. For the last 3 years, he has been designing and building an internal application that supports all the hockey operations staff, from coaching to scouting to management. He has over a decade and a half of experience in web development. Before joining the Kraken, he most recently worked at Microsoft in their cloud and AI division. Jed Ong, come on down. Jed is a developer with the Toronto Maple Leafs hockey research and development team. Along with other members of the team, he is responsible for the full stack development and maintenance of the Leafs' internal applications and related data and analytics pipelines. Prior to joining the Leafs, he worked in data and analytics consulting and managed projects across various industries, including energy, government, transportation, and construction. Obviously, hockey is the most important industry he's worked in. He was responsible for establishing end-to-end data platforms and building analytics and machine learning applications. He holds a computer information systems degree from Mount Royal University in Calgary, Alberta. While in university, he was involved with the men's and women's hockey programs as a videographer for U Sports League games. And as an avid sports fan, Jed also enjoys following and analyzing stats for other non-hockey sports, especially basketball and cycling. In his spare time, he enjoys running, cycling, hiking, and cross-country skiing. All right, Campbell Weaver, come on down. Campbell is a data engineer for the Boston Bruins, where he's worked for the past 3+ seasons developing proprietary tools to assist decision-making throughout hockey operations. His prior experience includes machine learning, computer vision research, and founding startups. Paper drop. So this panel is something I am extremely excited about because a lot of times and in a lot of teams, when you think of analytics, you think of the people you heard at the start of the day, kind of the analysts, the ones delivering the insight, telling management who to trade for and who not to trade for. But the reality is all those people would be totally useless without people like the ones sitting next to me up here. So these are the ones who are working with the data, making it so that it's easy for the analysts to load into our studio and Tidyverse. They're the ones making things look really nice so that people like management and scouts are excited to look at the data and use it to make decisions. And it's something that I'm extremely passionate about and just really excited to speak with you three today. So we'll start with you, Campbell. Tell us a little bit about your kind of journey before being hired by an NHL team.
Sure. So I got my BS in electrical engineering with a minor in computer science from Princeton in 2016, and I really didn't know what I wanted to do with my life or degree. But I've always been a really big hockey fan, and so I didn't think for a second that there was a possibility of getting a role like this at first. I went into small startups. I worked at a smart insole for diabetics company. That was a lot of fun, but it was very undirected. And I decided to go get a master's in machine learning and computer science. And that's when I started to sort of hone in on, okay, I want to work in data. I want to do engineering and CS. And as part of that transition, I started getting really into hockey analytics. Always been a hockey fan, and that's sort of where the journey began from there.
What about you, Jed?
Yeah, I think for me, went to school for with a computer information systems degree. During internship, kind of fell into the data industry, doing data engineering, analytics. Out of school, working consulting for a couple of years. Yeah, getting just that knowledge in terms of like different industries and how data kind of like works in different industries. And yeah, kind of similar to Campbell, really didn't expect hockey-related kind of like career or job career out of it, but yeah, kind of like fell into this role with the Leafs last year. So.
And Derek.
Yeah, I'm trying to think where to start. I've had a long career already, and it's kind of weird, but I started an ad agency as an intern, and I was actually doing design work. And halfway through my internship, I was approached and said, hey, if you want to keep this internship, you're going to need to learn Flash. And that makes, obviously.
Tells you how old he is.
Yeah, that tells you how old I am. So, and I was like, okay, I'm going to dive into this code world. And I came out of it learning all the stuff to be able to kind of be a successful Flash developer. And then, of course, the iPhone came out, and I was like, wow, this is just going to keep throwing me curveballs, right? And so I had to learn JavaScript and all that stuff, and kind of took my route as a very traditional kind of like digital agency, ad agency world, and honing my skills on all that kind of React background. And I actually left the industry for a little while and went into brewing. So I don't know, somehow I made it back in, and now I had a little small stint at Microsoft for a while before joining the Kraken.
Yes. And then kind of, Eric, maybe speak to like why hockey? Like when you saw the job posting, what made you interested in applying?
At first, I didn't really understand what the role was, because I was like, this is kind of interesting, something in hockey, and I'm like, is it something to do with the business side? And then quickly, you know, upon reading it, I was like, oh, this actually be like in line with kind of something that I already know how to do. So I was like, yeah, I might as well try and see if this is something that's going to be a fit for me. And that's why I was excited. I'm a big hockey fan, lifelong hockey fan. And so kind of being able to, you know, combine those things was extremely exciting. So.
And then Jed, you were a hockey fan. I guess were you searching to work in hockey, or was this something that kind of fell into your lap?
Yeah, no, I've always been a hockey fan. I've been a sports fan in general, so always wanted to kind of like dip my toes into the professional sports industry, seeing if there was an opportunity to kind of like apply my skills in the sports industry. And yeah, saw the posting with a team and applied, and kind of worked out.
And then Campbell, you said you were kind of into hockey analytics. So how did you go about actually getting a job with a hockey team?
Yeah, it was, I guess, not the average path. Like I said, I was in a master's program. I was studying computer vision and machine learning. I thought it was like the coolest thing in the world. I formed a startup there with a couple of buddies, and that startup actually ended up doing very well. And I have no regrets, but it ended up getting acquired, so I could have stayed. No, I'm just kidding. So I, though, as part of all that computer vision work, I decided I was going to try my hand at some hockey analytics stuff. And I had a lot of like imposter syndrome going into that, being an engineer, seeing so much publicly that is like statistics and data science. And I'm I'm pretty good with stats. I'm a good math person, but I can't do any sort of advanced statistics. And so even though I felt like a smart person who knows computer science really well, I didn't know how to step into this community. But I decided to just stick to my strengths, which were computer vision and heavy engineering projects. So I did my own, in my free time, work with taking hockey broadcasts, taking deep convolutional neural networks, applying those like object detection networks to broadcasts to try and find hockey players and track games. Basically doing what SportLogic does, but on my own with a laptop. And that never got to a point where it was anything actually useful, but it was a really, really fun project, and I ended up presenting that at Seahac 2018. So a conference just like this one, just in a less fancy building. And that was eventually how the Bruins reached out to me when like they were hiring after that presentation. And I got hired out of my master's.
So Campbell was hunted down to have a job, and Jed and Eric, you kind of went through traditional, more application processes. Jed, not asking you to give away any of the secret sauce behind the Maple Leafs hiring practices, but sort of what was that process like compared to maybe other roles that you had applied for?
I think it was pretty similar to like how industry, like other industries, like look for hire people. I think like in terms of my specific role as a developer role, so it was very technical focused, like technical skills that they were looking for specific technologies that we use in-house. So everything from like tech questions to coding tests, for example. I found it very similar to other companies, obviously with a little bit of like hockey knowledge, like questions in there, just to make sure you do actually like hockey and want to work in the industry. But yeah, I'd say that was kind of my experience with the whole process.
And Eric, you can speak to your hiring process while saying only nice things, because I was the one.
I was going to say, how many times did I have to twist your arm to actually hire me? No, I similar process, and I think just when you're interviewing and going through these things, and you're getting so much information about the role as well, that was pretty critical to understanding what I was actually going to be doing, in this kind of environment. So, that process was just very similar to a lot of the other things that I've kind of experienced throughout my career. So, with the twist being hockey and having to answer who my favorite hockey player was and favorite team and all that stuff. So, a little outside the box.
It's a rigorous application process. If your favorite player sucks, then I'm just kidding. But I will just call this out, and it's the only time I'll mention it, but we currently do have a developer position open on our team at the Kraken. So if anyone is interested in that, it'll probably be closing soon. So and you would have to work with Eric. So,
Good and bad thing.
but yeah, so let's talk about a little bit like what is your job? Like, what does a developer do for a hockey team? And I'll start with Jed. What do you do?
Sure. Yeah. As a developer, we have our in-house applications, so responsible for pretty much everything to do with maintaining those applications, everything from the back end, doing data engineering work, developing pipelines for our different data sources, doing front-end development, generating reports, charts, whatnot that our end users will eventually see and use. What else? Things like DevOps stuff, so like making sure our databases stay up, making sure that they work well, work quickly. So a wide range of different things. We also do more kind of like long-term projects, looking at generating new stats, new metrics, that kind of thing, and just seeing what we can do to make things more efficient, more advanced and stuff. So, a little bit of everything really.
Campbell, anything to add there?
Yeah, you touched on a lot of the stack and like the basic stuff that goes in there. I would to just throw in a little bit of I guess my own experience. It's changed a lot because we recently hired, which has changed my role. When I was new on the team, and I think this is something that Eric talked about on the earlier panel too, it's like when you're new on a team and you're part of the first round of technical hires, there's a lot that goes into this, like, well, what are we doing? What is our purpose here? That you have to just figure out sort of on your own, because they're not going to tell you from the top down how to build your tech stack and what goes into it. They're going to tell you what they want, but then you have to figure out how to deliver it to them. So there's a lot of planning and stuff. And then more recently, as I was alluding to, that has changed to also now include like managing 2 other engineers and what are they building and how do we keep track of and prioritize our build out.
Eric?
I don't know if I can add too much to that because it's all fairly similar, but I will say the other component that I've kind of encountered is, tech support to some degree with some of the scouting staff and kind of making sure that they're able to get in there and overseeing a lot of that as well. And they're kind of your best driver for telling you how to like design the tools out as well. It goes through management as well and coaching, but when you're doing the reporting stuff, there's such a valuable part of that the feedback they give you really helps you kind of build out your tools and your UI and UX and all that as well. So
I'd also throw in that I like to, and have the other 2 engineers as well, sit in on like our important meetings and stuff. Whether that's a pro meeting, an amateur meeting, whatever else, we'll sometimes have something insightful to add, probably less often than not. But it's like important to be there and teach people how to use all the stuff that you've been working on and how to interpret it and not sort of let it get misused, because that's very easy also.
Especially when you have like a really broad range of like users that are like anywhere from 22 all the way up to 7 years old. So you kind of have to make sure you're at least, maintaining that. So.
A wise Twitter user made a comment during the analyst panel. Why doesn't Namita just host every panel? I agree. I don't know why she's not hosting this one. But with that, I am going to steal some of her questions. So it might sound familiar. That's why shouting that out there. I thought a neat one was kind of what's been the coolest sort of like pinch me moment of your career so far? And I'll start with Jed.
I think for me, it would be kind of like the first time I kind of like toured the team facilities, the practice facilities, the offices in the arena and stuff, getting to meet people you kind of like usually see on TV and stuff. So I think that was kind of like the, I guess, cool moment for me joining the team.
I can go next. So the moment with definitely a lot of potential and then a massive amount of letdown. I started like day 3 for me was Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final. I was walking around the building and like meeting people, and they all like couldn't even look me in the eye. They were way too preoccupied with everything else. And then of course that didn't work out super well for us. So that was great, but I guess a cooler moment because it didn't necessarily have a sad ending, was the first remote draft was a big opportunity for us because everyone was working out of our practice facility. It was a big opportunity to be as close to the brain trust as possible while making big decisions on the fly. So yeah, there was a lot that went into that from our department's standpoint.
I'd say probably the expansion draft was kind of the biggest, coolest hockey point in my career. Yeah, it was interesting just because we had been doing so many mock drafts and we had built a tool that we were using for kind of that whole year during COVID, and we were all remote, and so it was kind of interesting to see how we kind of come to that. So seeing the final kind of team on that board was really interesting. And then slightly after that, we actually had one of the owners of our team come in, which is Andy Jazzy, the CEO of Amazon now, and having him give me kudos for what we had kind of done was definitely kind of eye-opening to be in a room with somebody like that and get, kudos from them was pretty exciting. So, yeah.
Yeah, that was a really cool moment, and we're fortunate to have such a great sort of ownership group. We're able to tap into their expertise. So, Eric, for you, what does success look like? How do you know that you've done a good job? How is that communicated to you?
It's really interesting. As I've gotten to know, well, obviously, Alex being one of my stakeholders is always great, but, even upper management from Ron Francis, and when he comes out to me and starts talking to me about something about one of the tools or giving me some feedback, or just knowing that he's in there and using it, and those things definitely tell me that we're making something that's being broadly used. And he kind of starts at the top, and his buy-in has obviously been a big part of this. And yeah, so that definitely helps a lot. Tell me that we're measuring the success of this application, because things can be pretty rapid fire and the ups and downs of the season. So having him kind of give you that feedback is definitely a success metric for me.
Jed, how about you?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think getting feedback from the stakeholders, the people who use their applications, that they find it useful, that it has helped save them time in their own kind of jobs, their roles. But even simple things like the application staying running, or the data is accurate. That's a big thing. Making sure the data that the user see, that they receive, is as accurate as possible, as timely as possible. So I think those are kind of little metrics that I use personally to measure success on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, I think those are all great points. If I had to add something, I think of my role a lot as sort of being an efficiency multiplier. And that's not true of everything that we build. There's definitely stuff that's sort of stepping into new territory, so it doesn't really necessarily do that job. But hockey traditionally, decisions have been a bunch of people who watch a lot of games trying to remember everything that they remember about hockey players and then arguing about which one is best. And I think we can do a lot better job of condensing all of that research into something numerical and graspable, and then giving them access to that at the point of making a decision, and building a lot of tools that make it more powerful to slice and dice and cut apart all that information. And I would also just add on top of that is every time that we start impacting a new department within the team is very exciting. So obviously, we started by just sort of being an arm of the general manager for evaluating players and trades, and then stepping into the coaching staff, and then stepping into the scouting department and sports science or whatever else.
So we've talked a lot about kind of data pipelines. Jed, you mentioned data quality. Can you speak to just what kind of data you're dealing with? What is it from, Sport Logic data, NHL data? What other kind of data streams are you working with at a high level?
Sure, yeah. At high level, yeah, we have a lot of different data sources we use, everything from NHL stats to play-by-play data. We have videos for different games, different leagues. recently are working with the tracking data that has come up. So that's a big thing that we're kind of trying to look at. So different data sources, and obviously with each data source, there are different problems that you have to fix sometimes, different quality issues. So wide range of different things that we were working with.
I could jump on too. Yeah, one that I don't think, or maybe I missed it, but scouting reports, that's a fun one. There's a lot you can do there that all you guys who do work publicly don't have the luxury of looking at, and in some ways I envy you, and others I don't. But yeah, that's another one. So much, especially once you've been with the team for a long time, I feel like so much of our data builds on top of our data. It's taking in the 4,000 lines we might get from a Sport Logic game, but then that grows very quickly into hundreds and hundreds of thousands of lines per game because we've cut and diced it a million different ways.
Yeah, I would, to add something to that too, I was just going to say it's interesting. We have been building some applications and stuff internally too to that we get data from. So for example, we have an app that we put in front of the players that's just an iPad for them doing weigh-ins, and kind of giving us that information is pretty beneficial as well, because we could see them post-practice and pre-practice and see what their kind of weight. So it's just another data point that we get into our system, and there's various things throughout our organization that we kind of pull in like that. So.
Okay. What of all those data sources is your least favorite one to work with? You can't say Sport Logic. Not that they would, genuinely.
RinkNet.
Ditto.
I don't think there's anyone here who works for Hockey Tech. If they are, I'm sorry. But it's that API has given me so many headaches.
For context, RinkNet is an application that the majority of NHL teams use for scouting. So that would be some of that scouting data that's coming in.
They have a lot of information you can't get anywhere else, which means you need them, but it's not that easy to get. And when there are problems, they take forever to identify.
Yeah, I think what's happened just with all these data sources that, we're trying to work with is the companies themselves. In addition, as these departments are evolving, our sort of demands and requests of these vendors and of the data are also evolving. So in the same way, hockey analytics and technology departments have shot up, in numbers, but the same thing has to happen on the vendor side now to kind of support our constant requests for more data. The scouting reports is an interesting one because I think it's if every scout knew how, I'll say they type so quickly that maybe sometimes they misspell words, or they're using acronyms that you don't even really know what it is without making a phone call. So it's those are some of the challenges that come with working. Anytime you're trying to analyze text, it's not quite as simple as running it through some R package and getting a sentiment analysis done. So. And then to speak kind of, getting a little bit nerdy here, that what are the kinds of technologies you're working with? We heard a lot of the analysts are working with R. I'm going to venture to guess that your data pipelines and websites are not written in R. No offense to R, but Eric, why don't you start?
Yeah, I'll just tie it back in. Obviously, we're using React and a lot of this, typical frameworks and stuff like that. Our stack is kind of React and GraphQL, and then we're using a lot of different libraries and things like that. With AWS being part of our team in one way or another, we do end up using a lot of their stuff just because of the support we get from them. And that's, I think, pretty much checks all the marks on the things that we kind of do. But, we're constantly iterating on new technologies and things like that, things that might improve our stack. But there's obviously a lot going on in the JavaScript world right now, so kind of keeping an eye on that stuff is pretty important.
And I'll add on kind of the back end side of our tech stack, Python. Danny mentioned Airflow for sort of pipelining, and a bunch of code. Campbell.
Yeah, we're actually very similar, and we've talked about this before, but because we do use Airflow in our for pipeline management as well. Python is my language of choice. Josh, who is started at the same time as me, he's our statistician and data analyst. He works in R, so we do have it, but I resent having to work with it all the time. And then, we have a React front end and GraphQL API as well. So pretty similar there, which is, I don't know. I'd be surprised if every team looked exactly like that. But, I'm trying to think if there's anything else worth mentioning. But, those are the big components. So I write a lot of Python and JavaScript because I bounce all over the stack.
And are you in cloud computing, or you guys?
Oh, yeah, AWS. We have a pretty large AWS footprint now. It's been nice with 2 new team members managing that, not alone.
Jed?
Yeah, no, similar for us. We are a Python shop. We use a lot of Python, Django. We do have some R, but Python is definitely our kind of main thing. But very similar. We use JavaScript, React framework for our front end mostly, and we are also in the cloud. So very similar to these guys here.
Either we're all doing it right or we're all doing it wrong. So just to give a high level of if you're sitting here, what the heck is Airflow? So imagine we get all these games, right? And we have to run reports on games and then put the data into our database from the games. It would really stink if every morning you had to remember at 6 a.m. that you needed to run something, right? So what Airflow does is you can say, hey, at midnight, I want to do this thing, or at 3 a.m., do this thing, but after you do this other thing. So that's what Airflow and these data pipelining tools are doing, because, in the early days, I did wake up at 6 a.m. and do things every day, which wasn't very fun. Here's something that I feel strongly about that I get canceled for all the time. What is your IDE theme? Dark mode or light mode?
Dark, definitely dark.
I use dark most of the time. I do switch between light and dark depending on my mood, but mostly dark, I'd say.
I think that was targeted towards me making fun of you, I guess. Dark. We won't say what Alex uses, I guess.
I use light mode, but also my VS Code theme is one called Fairy Floss that has a light purple background. So
The sparkle animation when you type is what really ties it in for me.
I have it set up that when I type it sparkles, so it's,
That would hurt my eyes.
This is what diversity in tech looks like. What is your least favorite part of your job? Jed.
I think in the notes there was aside from merging players or something, merging stuff is definitely kind of the toughest part of my day-to-day role. Anything from merging players. If you have all these different sources, they don't necessarily call each player the same name. Could be all sorts of different spelling issues or dashes in their name versus another source without a dash. So having to put in the time and effort to kind of merge all these players, because you don't want to end up with 5 different players that refer to the same kind of player. So I think that does take time. It could be a bit tedious at times. So I'd say kind of merging stuff, making sure things are clean, and maintaining that quality would be a big thing.
Is there anything worse than getting a call from a scout and being like, this player is listed as a forward, but he's a defenseman? Stuff like that happens, and it's annoying. So I agree. Campbell.
Sure. Merging is very annoying. Tech debt is a huge pain. Mostly, and when I say tech debt, what I'm talking about is code you've written that ages out. I mean, code just goes bad like most things, and you have to come back and revisit it. And it's work that generally takes a long time because it affects everything downstream of it. And the longer you put it off, the more of a pain it becomes. So we recently sort of kicked off by hiring new people, had to go back and retouch a lot of code. And that's work that is necessary, But the reason it gets put off for so long is because it doesn't move you forward. It just moves you onto more stable ground. I don't know if you guys know this because you're so brand new that you probably built everything right the first time, but
No.
That's not fun.
No, and I totally agree with you. That happens pretty frequently. I mean, there's tools that we have that we've had for 2 years, and if you start making modifications to a new tool and you're like, oh, that's cool, we'll adopt this library, and you're like, oh, that means we're going to have to go back and change this other library as well and this other tool, and that can be extremely frustrating, having to go back and repeat some of the work. But it's nice, like, once you're through that, you know that you've, like, sped up some of the other kind of parts of your tool as well. So that's the only, yeah, going through it sucks, but once you get through it, you're like, okay, it was probably worth updating that, because it's been something the scouts have been complaining about for months, and you just don't want to hear that anymore. So.
Yeah, no, I think that's such a great point, because as we talked about sort of measuring success, it's kind of about, stakeholders using your tool or maybe making something new. And it's kind of hard, Eric and I have these conversations all the time where he's like, I really would love to refactor this. And I'm like, great, but we have like other stuff to do. And if, we spend 3 weeks on this thing, and Ron's like, well, what have you guys been working on? It's like something that you can't even think about wanting to understand, right?
That's when I just open the code on the TV, and he goes, okay, never mind. He just walks away.
But yeah, I mean, I think, like, again, just getting back to that point of success, right? Like, scouts are measured by how many reports they write, like, player development. You're looking at our prospects, like, in some ways, the way at least the rest of the organization is evaluating us is, what have you done for us lately? So, how much of your time is spent on kind of like these longer term projects and rewriting tech debt versus kind of like, me walking into Eric on a Monday morning and say, stop, drop, and roll. We have to do something by noon today. Sorry.
I can take first, I guess. Yeah, it's interesting because it's obviously a very seasonal job, and there's different times of the year that can be extremely painful, and then there's other parts of the year where you're like, okay, I'm glad that we have this time because there's certain things that I've been putting off that I need to go fix. But the draft and leading up to the draft can be, definitely a very stressful time for any organization. And like, we've got a lot of stuff that we're planning and prepping for, and we have a lot of tools that we use for the draft. So that can be hectic, and obviously going in, we haven't made the playoffs yet, so that I'm sure is going to also tie in and be a busy time. But those in the meetings that we have throughout the year with the amateur scouts and the pro scouts, making sure we have the right visualization and tools for those parts are definitely really extremely valuable, and that's the ebb and flow of the season, I guess.
I would add start of season is the worst for us every year. Like, every year I say, next year I'm going to be prepared for this, and then next year comes around and I'm like, do not talk to me because the season starts in a week and we're not ready. Yeah.
Jed?
Yeah, no, it's kind of, I think it's kind of similar. Like, you have busier seasons in terms of data that people are looking for, things that you kind of have to answer or get done really quickly. But yeah, I think for me personally, my role, it's a bit, I'd say it's balanced. Like, we do spend time on longer projects or more exploratory projects on a week-to-week basis. Whenever you want to break from kind of like your day-to-day task, I guess you can kind of do some exploratory work. So I'd say it's pretty balanced, but obviously like the kind of like the more immediate needs take priority over anything.
So this isn't a technology conference, even though you guys probably wish it was. This is an analytics conference. So my question for you is, do you care about hockey analytics? Let's start with Eric.
To quote one of our owners, I'm just here so I don't get fined. I broadly speaking, like, it's been a lot for me to just kind of get into that world and start to gain knowledge about hockey analytics. I'm blessed that I have a team that understands it really well and is able to explain things to me. So some of the nuances that I don't catch and things like, obviously their data is extremely valuable to the tools that I'm building. So I'm glad that I can lean on all three members of my team to kind of be able to tell me what needs or what doesn't look right. So if I didn't have that, the analytics portions of my app would be pretty horrible. So with you can just from there, I think you can glance what my my hockey analytic knowledge is. But I'm learning. I'm learning.
Yeah, I think it's super important for sure. Like for personally, I'm still kind of like I'm still getting up to speed with the knowledge that my existing team already has. I think it's very important to figure out how they're looking at hockey, how they're looking at stats. I think someone mentioned a while ago, even like ordering like columns in your reports and your tables, that kind of thing. Like when you're building a UI, it's very important to make things as efficient, as presentable as possible for your end users. And I think a big part of that is understanding the analysis part of things. So yeah.
I do like hockey analytics a lot. And I was initially interested in that and was almost hesitant to take an engineering job for fear of being backroomed. I'm very happy I did because this actually is cooler than the other part of the job because it powers the engine. But yeah, I feel like I've got a very strong grasp of hockey analytics generally. SportLogic provides some really awesome data on games. We like to take it a step further, take the events and definitions they give us and build on top of them, which is, I think, a thing that most teams like to do a little bit of at least, which takes an intrinsic knowledge of hockey to do and like what you're trying to capture and analyze to do effectively. So that's been a big part of my role as well.
Yeah, no, I think it highlights, right, like, you know, Eric isn't an analyst. Jed, at the end of the day, isn't an analyst. Campbell maybe wishes that at some point he was an analyst, but he's not. But they're still making such huge impacts, you know, whether it's on the analytics team supporting them in their analysis or even just the general broad hockey operations department. Like, you know, these platforms that we're creating, you know, they would exist even without hockey analytics data maybe and provide utility. So a question and something that I think is a pretty big downside of the job is that you can't actually talk about anything that you do. So how do you deal with kind of not being able to publicly kind of share what you do? It's hard to ask for help if you can't, you know, reach out to Campbell, you can't reach out to Jed and say, hey, how are you solving this very specific problem? Because Jed's gonna think, well, I already solved it, so good luck, buddy. Yeah, how do you deal with that? Jed?
I personally have been fortunate enough to kind of like go into a team with very good knowledge in both in terms of technical, in terms of tech and hockey. So I personally haven't had that problem per se in my role. I'd say like in terms of like technology, when we're coding and stuff, like most of the things we're building have already been built in other industries, have been kind of like people have had those same problems. So it's a bit easier to translate in terms of like asking people about like how do you kind of like build this versus not really hockey specific. So yeah, translating that problem into a bit more general question, I guess.
Yeah, I think all of that is definitely true for me as well. There was a point though when it was just me and Josh as technical people, me and our statistician as technical people on the team, and we would talk through things even though he didn't have a thorough understanding, and certainly it felt like there was a little bit of a, like, I needed more engineers who I could talk with. I'm lucky enough to have like a group of friends who I went to college with and stuff who studied the same thing as me, and so I could pose them questions in a non-specific way and get helpful advice, which is a big part of it. But it's definitely been a huge help now to have a team of 3 people who all know how to code and are like a useful think tank for coming up with ideas on solving things like that. The one other thing I would add is, yeah, I wouldn't reach out to people on other teams. I mean, we can be friendly up here, but we're not sharing secrets. I do, though, have friends who work in other sports, which can be a nice resource if you trust them, and you know, we can, through mutually assured destruction, share what we're working on. Yeah, so I've used that a couple times.
I'm excited we're hiring another role. being able to bounce something off people is obviously really valuable when you're stuck or just trying to work through something in your head, being able to talk to somebody. But I'm lucky I have a few mentors throughout my career as well, where I've been able to kind of lean on them without giving them the specifics of what I'm doing. But I think, yeah, it can be tricky sometimes, like especially when you're just trying to work through something and you don't have anybody else to ping something off of, or you just got to get through it. It may take you a little longer, but once you get through it, you're like, okay, I can definitely solve this problem next time. So you go through the emotional baggage that comes with being a developer, which is, why isn't this working? Oh, okay, got it. All right, I figured it out 6 hours later when it should have taken you 2, but.
And kind of keeping on that, kind of staying up to date with sort of technology trends, maybe not hockey specific, what kind of resources do you use to kind of educate yourself about what's coming, what maybe you should be reaching for when you have to solve new problems? Eric, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Twitter is still something that's being heavily utilized, but obviously everything going over there, it's a little bit difficult. But I still, there's a lot of different YouTube channels and stuff that I've kind of subscribed to. There's some pretty valuable people that I feel that can help you grow your engineering experience from there. And then I've recently found there's some really good people from Twitter that have started making newsletters, and those email newsletters are pretty beneficial to kind of know what's going on in the industry and what kind of things to keep an eye out for from a technology perspective. That's been extremely valuable for me.
Yeah, I think for me, reading a lot about what other sports are doing and that can be applied in hockey has been pretty helpful in terms of just generating ideas and stuff. Our team has a budget for us for personal development, so stuff like getting some newer books, coming to conferences like these, for sure. So yeah, different ways.
Yeah, those are 2 good ones. Conferences and other sports. And I would just add that the same network of people I use to ask questions to, just figuring out what they're using in their tech stacks, even if it's in a completely different engineering job, like in finance or technology or whatever else.
Eric, I'll ask you specifically, what was it like walking in, having to build something in a year for us to use during the expansion draft when you had never worked for an NHL team?
I think my background in digital advertising kind of helped, kind of client mentality. So you're kind of working, you have to kind of keep that in your mind, what your objective is and who your stakeholders are. That definitely for me was a big part of it. Leaning on my kind of hockey knowledge was helpful in this. Kind of fuels the passion to kind of move and be quick about things. And it's I found myself pretty frequently over the pandemic, once my son was in bed, I was like, okay, I'm going to go work on this more because you're truly excited about it. And I think that kind of that fire, that passion helps a lot when you're moving through developing these types of things. And yeah, starting at 0 is great. And I'm sure that everybody can tell you it's one of those things when you don't have much of a base or you're starting from nothing. It's really tricky to figure out where you're going to start from. But I think for us, it was beneficial. We knew that we had the expansion coming up. And so starting with that tool and siloing it on that from the beginning kind of helped us figure out how the rest of the app and everything else we were going to build is going to go. So.
Just for the record, whenever I would see Eric make a commit at 1 a.m., be like, I'm not forcing you, just putting it in writing. I'm not forcing you to work at midnight. So
I was up anyways, changing diapers. So.
Jed, you kind of had the opposite experience where you walked into a team of developers. What was how long did it take you to feel like you were a truly contributing member of the team, and what was that process like?
Yeah, I think one of the things I was most surprised about was how how robust our code base was. And we do a lot of different things. So I think coming in, it was definitely a bit of a learning curve for me in terms of getting up to speed with existing code. We all know that reading other people's code is the best part of the job, but just staying curious, taking the time to kind of read through existing code, existing documents. I think for me personally, it was helpful making sure to ask questions. Communication for sure, as we all know, is super important. So I think that helped me get up to speed a bit. Took me a couple months to kind of like get into the role and feel like I was actually like doing new things and helping the team out. But having said that, I'm still kind of like, I think I'm still getting up to speed with certain parts of what we do for sure. So it takes a while.
And Campbell, this will be the last question because keep in mind you're what's standing between people and lunch. So you recently kind of went through growing the team. I guess what would you say your biggest piece of advice to someone applying for a role like this with an NHL team would be to help them secure the job during the application process?
Sure. It was a very interesting process trying to hire, and there were certainly like requirements. You needed to be able to code. You couldn't learn that on the job. We weren't necessarily looking for someone who knew hockey inside and out, though that was definitely a plus. My biggest piece of advice, I guess, for people who are looking to get involved and work for a team, and this is based on personal experience, but I encourage you to like pick up a personal project, especially something that could eventually be, that could turn into a presentation at a conference like this. I mean, that's what worked for me. There's definitely other pathways in. The two guys we hired, one of them had experience working in baseball, and the other guy just had really good experience and had shown through some personal projects some hockey work. So I think it's don't just read, don't just come to the conferences. Start trying to do your own work because that's how you differentiate yourselves. And it's really cool stuff we see here. So,
thank you all for sharing
Thank you,
the unsung heroes of hockey operations. And lunch is just behind you. We will be resuming at 12:30 for a talk from Sportlogic.
Namita and Ryan Minkoff, if you could come to the stage, please. Namita and Ryan Minkoff. Please report to the front desk. Don't make me yell. There you go, there you go. Perfect, thank you. There you go.
Test, 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 test. Test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, 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 test.
Hi, everyone. I think we were watching. I think everyone got a chance to get food. Yes, I apologize for the long line. Are we all good? Maybe everyone over there is getting seconds and not just getting firsts? All right, well, let's all come back together. Micah, I see you holding court back there. He's not even listening to me. I see you. We're starting now. I blame Micah. You're all in for a treat when he gets up here, if you haven't seen him before. We are so thankful. I've mentioned them already before. Oh, P.S. She's not here again. Dang it. That Marissa. This is going to be my game all day. We are so thrilled, as I mentioned, to have the partnership that we do with SportLogic with the Kraken and then their support of this event. Your lunch is courtesy of SportLogic. All the refreshments you've enjoyed today are courtesy of SportLogic. And again, the hats, people, which who knew that we were going to need sunshade in Seattle in December. This is my luck. Anyway, I want to introduce to you someone I am privileged to call a friend, and you've heard many stories about people from this community making more and more of themselves and getting hired away and leaving us in the public space. But this is not only one of my favorite hockey minds, but one of my favorite people in the entire world. And so when these events bring us back together and I get to give him a big old hug, I can't stand it. I'm so excited. So it is my great privilege to introduce to you from SportLogic, Sean Tierney.
So, hello. Thank you, Allison, for the very kind welcome. Before I say anything, I think it's pretty obvious that today is going extremely well. We all know that Allison is kind of the mother of hockey Twitter, and she's done a fantastic job with this. So, thank you, Allison. This is fantastic. So I'm not actually presenting. I just wanted to say a quick couple of words about SportLogic and then tee up Nick Chujo-Shulman, who will be speaking for us today. So we're SportLogic. I think many of you have had a chance to see what SportLogic does along the way. We're partnered across NHL, AHL, SHL, all across what you can see on the screen. An analytics company providing tracking data to our partners so that they can do all the work that you're hearing from the team employees today that are speaking about all the research and all the tools and everything they build. We're proud that we're part of that pipeline and that we facilitate some of that work that they do. So we're here and we're really pleased to have the opportunity to sponsor Seahac and to provide the refreshments, provide the hats that look wonderful on all of your heads, and be a part of these days. I say it more and more looking around. It's incredible how this community has brought so many people to positions with teams. I'm fortunate that this community welcomed me in, and I've been able to find work here as well. And for anyone here who's in the crowd watching these presentations today and making notes about your next steps and where you want to go, this is a great place to be, to learn and to connect, and then to drive yourself forward and be part of this community that's given all of us so much. So. I'll stop talking. Nick Chujo-Shulman has a few notes that he's put together using our data at SportLogic. So Nick, I'll turn it over to you.
Cool. Thanks very much, everybody. You can hear me okay? Yeah, cool. All right, so I'm really excited to be up here today. As Sean said, my name is Nick. And what I'm going to be doing is an ice hockey Mythbusters style analysis. So I wouldn't necessarily call these specifically long-term myths that have been around for decades or anything like that, but I've always wanted to, sort of like the Analytics with Allison articles that she's been putting out, ask an interesting question, dive into the data, see what it shows us, and try and put together some cool insights out of that. Cool. So the first myth that I'll be talking about today is ozone entry lanes, and specifically, do skaters perform better when carrying the puck up the middle, on their strong side, or on their weak side? A couple definitions. I know it was covered this morning, so I won't spend too much time on it, but ozone entry is when a skater is either carrying the puck across the blue line or receiving a pass to enter the offensive zone. For the purpose of this myth, specifically, I'm going to focus on the carry entries and ignore the passes. And the reason for that is if you're carrying the puck up the zone, up in the neutral zone, and you're under pressure, you're going to look to alleviate that pressure by making a pass. You're going to bypass that defender, and it's going to skew what I want to be looking at today, which is specifically, I have the puck in the neutral zone, and if I have the opportunity to make a decision here, do I want to be charging up the middle? Do I want to be charging to my weak side? Do I want to be charging to my strong side? So defining strong side and weak side, that's if you're a lefty shooter, you're carrying the puck up the left side of the ice. That's your strong side. Same idea, righty skater up the right side, and then your weak side or your off wing is the flip of that. There's a glare. I'm just gonna. Okay, cool. The other thing I want to do is introduce the entry lanes that I'm going to be discussing. So you can see them here, the 5 colors across the ice. It's 5 equal lanes, 17 feet wide across. So as we saw this morning, a lot of work has been done on OZ entries to this point. This list doesn't even cover what I think half the room here has put together. But I wanted to give a shout out that a lot of work has been done. OZ entries have been studied a lot. But for me specifically, I was looking for the entry lanes. And when I was trying to do some research for it, I was struggling to find, okay, when did they talk about lanes? Did they talk about lanes? So I actually reached out, and I want to give a shout out to Coach Revac with his Hockey's Arsenal blog, which I recommend checking out, Thibaut Chatel and Andrew Berkshire. And the 3 of them had heard me out, and they found these 2 articles to send my way, which was super helpful. So thank you guys for that. And these 2 articles, so Olivia Linz is really interesting. She's looking at not only just the entry lanes, but also players crossing over across them. It's a little bit beyond the scope of what I'm going to cover today, but super fascinating and definitely worth a revisit down the road. I'd love to look into that further. And then Daniel Weinberger wrote a piece for Hockey Graphs 2019 and gave me this really helpful bar chart that we have up here today. So if you can't read it, what you're looking at is goals and expected goals per 100 possessions with the entries split up as either a left entry, a center lane entry, or a right entry. And what Daniel found was that the middle entries were leading to more expected goals and more goals than the 2 sides. The other point that I want to raise is the fact that not all entries are created equal. A lot of people have done work on this as well. I'm going to toot my own horn and give a shout out to my OddHack presentation from not too long ago. And this was also featured in an article by Allison on the dangers of rush chances last year. So what we're looking at here is you have different levels of entries. You have some of the more high danger ones, your breakaways, your 2-on-1s, your 3-on-1s. You have some more average ones, like your 3-on-2s, 2-on-2s, and then you have some low danger ones as well. So that would be your 1-on-2 and your 2-on-3. So based on all that, what I decided to do was we're going to break out our entries by the level of danger, as well as the 5 lanes that I discussed before. And we're going to do what Daniel did and look at the goals and expected goals per 100 possessions or entries this way. Just going to grab some water. Cool. Okay, so right now we're looking at breakaways. I should mention also we're only going to look at 5-on-5 carry entries. Specifically, we don't want power play or anything to bias our data, so we're looking at 5-on-5. And the analyses that I ran when we're looking at expected goals, that's a continuous variable. So it's a K-Wallace test that I was running with a Dunn-Bonferroni for the post-hocs. And for goals, we're looking at logistic regression. It's a binary, so that's how that was done. So what do we see for breakaways here? We have expected goals is higher when you're coming up the middle 3 lanes. And you can see the green bars in the middle 3 are higher than what you see on the outside. And for goals, when we look specifically at some of the lanes and we test to see if handedness is significant, we found that Yeah, the left mid entries, specifically on your strong side, we found the lefties were scoring more goals. So if you look at the left mid with the left bar, those are left-handed entries, and you look at the left mid with the right bar, and those are right-handed entries, the blue bar is way up, and we saw more goals on the strong side. So this is a good point for entries up the middle, and a good point for strong side entries so far. Looking at one-on-ones, we see a similar setup in terms of XG and scoring are now again higher coming up those middle 3 lanes. But when we test for handedness specific to each lane, we saw no difference between entering on your strong side or your weak side. So another point in the favor of middle entries, nothing for strong or weak side for one-on-ones though. Looking at 2-on-1s, I thought this was really interesting. So XG across the board, doesn't matter which lane you're entering in, was statistically the same. So whether you're coming in wide left, whether you're coming in wide right, doesn't matter. The expected goals that you're producing are coming out the same. What we did see was right-handed shooters, or right-handed shooters entering on the right mid were scoring more often on their strong side than left-handed shooters entering up the right mid. So no points for middle entries on this one, and 1 point for strong side entries here. I'm only going to do 2 more entry types, I swear. I won't be only showing these slides. But so looking at 2-on-2s, again, XG is higher in the middle 3 lanes, and again, no significant difference among handedness on your strong side, weak side. So another point for middle entries, no points for strong side, weak side. And the last one, 3-on-2s, and this one completely bucks the trend entirely. So XG is lowest when entering up the middle on a 3-on-2, whereas right-handed entries were doing their best on the left side, so now on their weak side, and left-handed entries were doing their best on the right side on their weak side. So now we have no points for middle entries and 2 points for weak side entries. If I put all that together, well, we have some points for strong side, some points for middle, some points for weak side, especially 3-on-2 is just completely bucking everything. So if we're asking the question, do skaters perform better when carrying the puck up the middle on their strong side or weak side? It's kind of a mixed bag. There's no real clear consensus. And based on that, I will say myth busted. Cool. All right, second myth. This one I'm also really excited to be talking about. So we're looking into one-timer passer handedness, and specifically, does the handedness of the passer matter when setting up a one-timer? So first question, okay, well, what is a one-timer? If you're not familiar, that's a shot attempt where the shooter makes immediate contact with at the point of reception. So puck is coming towards you, and right away, oftentimes you're slapping at it, sending it towards the net. If you think of Ovechkin or Shea Weber, any of those guys on the power play, that's a one-timer. Okay. Oh, nice, the GIF works. Wonderful. There were some tech issues yesterday while traveling, trying to get the slides into Allison, so I'm glad everything's looking good here. Okay, so why do we care about passer handedness? Where does this come from? For me, I first heard about this. It was a Hockey Night in Canada segment that Kevin Bieksa was giving, and he was talking about there was a Shea Weber play where he took a one-timer, and it led to a scoring chance. I think they might have even scored on it. So that's where I first heard about it. And he was talking about the spin of the pass being the big difference in influencing Shea Weber's shot there. So after Bieksa's piece, Daniel Wagner of Vancouver is Awesome put together an article diving into that, looking at the Sedins and their passing, setting up one-timers as well. Arpin Basu of The Athletic wrote a similar, wrote a much bigger article, but part of that article discussed Andrei Markov and his passing and how he was putting different spins depending on the shooters that he was setting up. I should also mention Allison did a great piece on how players choose their handedness, and so if you want to check that out, that's linked as well. Okay, so from Arpin's article on Andrei Markov, we got this amazing quote from Max Pacioretty. When a lefty passes the puck spins counterclockwise. So when a lefty then shoots the puck, you keep the spin going counterclockwise. Whereas if a righty was shooting the puck, you would be putting a counter spin on it. Let me break this down for a second. If your head's spinning, I have an example that I'm hoping is going to kind of tie it back to how this all works. So picture you're playing fetch with your dog or your well-trained cat. And you're sitting down on the ground, you've got a ball, and you take your left hand and you put it like a little curve. And now this is going to match a lefty's hockey stick. And if you take your right hand and you put a little curve, that's going to match a righty's hockey stick. So now you have the ball and you swipe at it, and if you make good contact, it's going to start at the base of your palm and it's going to roll to your fingertips as you release it. So from a lefty's hand or a lefty hockey stick, you are now applying a counterclockwise spin, whereas from your right hand or a righty's stick, again, base of palm to fingertips, and it's going to go clockwise. I hope that made it a little bit easier, and if not, I have one other example, which is if you have a pen or a pencil, and you place it at the base of your left hand, and you slide it to your fingertips, that will be a counterclockwise spin, and on your right hand, again, base of palm to fingertips, that'll be a clockwise spin. Okay, enough with spins, I hope. So how does this then work? If you're a lefty passing it to a lefty shooter, you have the pass coming, spinning in that counterclockwise direction. And then as you're shooting, again, if you get good contact, you're hitting it with the heel of your stick over to the toe, and you're going to keep that same spin going. But if it's spinning the other way, the myth is that it's a harder shot to take. You're not getting as good contact with it. So the next question I wanted to ask, how often do one-timer passes occur from same-handed teammates? So I'm not sure how well you can see it or not, but the bars on the left in the blue are at 5-on-5, and roughly 44% of 5-on-5 one-timers occur from same-handed passers. The bars on the right in the red are on the power play at 5-on-4, and that's up higher at 47%, and this is season over season very consistent. Even this year, only 2 months in, we're looking pretty good. So given that, I'm going to stick to power play 5-on-4 going forward. The reason for this is here the coach has more decision making in terms of he's picking specific personnel. They all have specific roles, and they're looking to set up as great a scoring chance as they can. So when you're setting up a one-timer, where are they coming from at 5-on-4? And again, season over season, very consistent. It's the red regions that we're seeing more of the one-timers occurring. I don't know if it's just my eyes, but it does seem like more one-timers are occurring slightly closer to the net in the later years, so covering more of that face-off dot, giving a tougher angle on the goalie, but also for the shooter. Okay, so if we look year over year at some of the numbers, right now we're looking at the percentage of power play attempts that are done as one-timers, and as well the percentage of power play goals that are one-timers. So back in 2018-19, it was roughly a quarter of shots that were one-timer attempts. And now, depending what happens this year, we'll see, it's still kind of early, but the trend was moving up to almost closer to a third. If you look at percentage of goals, 1/3 of goals on the power play right now are from one-timers. So what I wanted to look at was, if you're getting off the shot that you want and the spin is not impacting you, are you hitting the net more often? Are you scoring more often? And if you're not scoring, are you putting the goalie in such a position where they had to make a desperation save, and so they're kicking out a rebound instead? So the 3 outcomes that we're going to look at are your on-net rates, your scoring rates, and your rebound rates. And then I included the average expected goals just to show the quality of the chances is in line with the scoring rates here. And I should mention, these XG numbers might be a little different than what you're used to in the public. This is specifically using an all attempts model. Okay, so if we then take our outcomes and we aggregate them over the seasons and we split them out by different-handed passers and same-handed passers, how does this look? And, well, it's not looking good for the myth at all. So in the gray, that's the league average that regardless of the handedness of the passer, what are we looking at? And then the red is for different handed passers, and the blue is for the same hand. And scoring rates are very close, on-net rates are very close, and the rebound rates are almost identical. So really not looking good here. And sure enough, if I run a logistic regression and I take into account things like shot distance and angle, the pass distance and angle, and the closest defender distance and angle, and then I put in one extra variable for the handedness of the passer, across the board, not significant. So if you care about the p-values, that's what it looks like on one side. If you don't care about the p-values, we're seeing that at a league aggregate, passer handedness does not impact scoring rates, on-net rates, or rebound rates for one-timers of 5-on-4. So is that it for the myth? Well, in true Mythbusters fashion, I decided to take a whole bunch of other angles at it just to see if I could find something. So what I looked at was excluding plays off the rush and more looking at just the in-zone setups on the power play. Again, no significance there. I looked at limiting to just downhill passes. If you listen to the Kevin Bieksa YouTube that I posted, that I linked rather, he specifically mentions downhill passes. So this is where the pass is moving from the blue line closer to the net as you're teeing up your one-timer. Again, limiting to those, no differences across the board. If I look at only lefty shooters or only righty shooters, again, no significance. And then I thought, okay, what if I consider the rate of fanning on a one-timer? So this is the pass is coming towards you, you have wound up to take your shot, but because of the spin, you're not getting the connection that you want, and you're whiffing on the puck. And unfortunately, there too, no significance was found. Okay, so my last thought was, what if I look at individual players? Maybe it's happening at an individual player level, and there's something here. So here what we're looking at is the top one-timer takers of 5-on-4 over the last couple of seasons. And I want to specifically draw your attention to Alex Ovechkin and to Leon Draisaitl. And if you look, the bottom row for each of those players are the passes from a same-handed passer. And their outcomes, so their rebound rates, their scoring rates, and their on-net rates are higher in all cases from a same-handed passer. So maybe there's something here. For Draisaitl, the numbers are fairly close. But if you look at Ovechkin, that's pretty staggering for one of the best one-timer takers in the league. Maybe he's being impacted by the spin of the passes. So just to visualize it another way, this is the same numbers that we were just looking at, but here's that bar chart again, specific for Ovechkin. And you can see the scoring rate bar is higher, the on-net rate bar is much higher, and the rebound rates as well. So maybe there's something here. Unfortunately, there is not. So if I take into account, again, the shot distance and angle, the pass distance and angle, and the closest defender distance and angle, and then I throw in the handedness of the passer, specific for Ovechkin's 5-on-4 one-timers, we have no significance for the handedness of the passers. And as John Barr had mentioned before, it's all about adding in the context. So if we look, yeah, there we go. If we look at the context, we know where Ovechkin takes his 5-on-4 one-timers from. There's a reason they call it Ovi's office. But if you look at the passes that he's receiving from his same-handed passers versus his different-handed passers, that's where the big difference comes in. So this is specifically when Ovi is taking one-timers from that circle. You can see that the passes from the same-handed passers are almost exclusively coming from up top, very few across the seam. In my opinion, that's likely going to be a softer pass, a little bit easier for him to get the connection that he wants. There's less sticks to get in the way, less defenders that have to bypass. And then if you look at the passes from his different-handed passers, this is where they're coming up from all over, a lot more across the seam, a lot more different angles that he has to work with, and it's likely a harder pass. There's more sticks that he has to pass through. And so this is having the bigger impact on Ovechkin as opposed to the actual handedness or the spin of the pass that he's getting. So where does this leave us for the myth? Well, we found at the league level, no difference in scoring rates, on net rates, or rebound rates at 5-on-4. And it looked like there were some individual player differences, but even for Ovechkin, where the numbers were really staggering, it turned out that was not actually the case. The more important factors were the difficulty of the pass and the speed and all that. Okay, so where does that leave us? Well, if BX is going to say it on TV, and Pacioretty's going to say it in an article, and all this stuff, there's got to be something to it, right? So my theory is there probably is a bit of a difficulty receiving the pass with a different spin, but these shooters are so good and they work on their skill every day to overcome any of the differences. And so they've figured out, okay, if the puck is spinning one way versus the other, this is the contact that I need, and that's why we're not seeing any differences for on-net rates, scoring rates, or rebound rates. And similarly, for passers, they're also working on teeing up their shooters, and they've figured out, just like the Sedins, just like Markov, how to dampen the spin of the pass that they're making, or how to put the reverse spin entirely. And so between the two of those, that's why we aren't seeing any significance here. So while I refuse to call it myth busted, I will call it myth BX. All right, so those are my two myths. While I'm up here, I just wanted to take a very quick moment to talk about something very personal to me. Thank you, Allison, for giving me the okay here. So I have been volunteering with a company called the Grindstone Award Foundation, and it's a fantastic organization. What they do is they provide grants for families with young girls who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford to play hockey, and it gives them an opportunity to play the sport that they love. So I've been with them for almost a year now, and it's been fantastic. It's a great group of people. I sat in on a General Assembly meeting a little while back, and we had a grant recipient, like little girl with her mom, join the call and read a letter to us about what Grindstone meant to them, and there was not a dry eye in the room. It was beautiful. So I'm not here for asking for donations or anything like that, but I wanted to make more folks aware of Grindstone. If you want to check out their website, share it with friends, you never know, you might be helping more girls play the game. And with that, I will say a very sincere thanks to the organizers, my teammates, and all of you for tuning in, and thank you so much.
One more time for Sport Logic and for Nick's presentation as well. All right, I'm no dummy. I know you all just ate food, so you're going to get up and move around so we don't get into a food coma real quick. All right, it is 1:02. We're going to reconvene at 1:15, and I promise you, you are going to want to be in your seats for these presentations. All right, so stretch your legs, get some water, get some coffee if you need, and we'll be back at 1:15 for some great content. Thank you all so, so much.
Are they just going to be on or do it? I think he'll, like when he sees which one.
Danny. Whew, hey now. That's my godson. He's not that young anymore, neither am I.
All right, so I was planning on using my Canva link
You
in
didn't
the
say
email.
it.
Oh, I did. I thought I sent you.
Andy, Corey, you can
Yeah.
forward.
Check. Hi, Danny. Nice to meet you. I don't know if we've ever met.
I think we follow each other on Twitter.
I think of the hacks that I met, he hasn't been at, or
We've been at the same conferences. We just haven't talked to each other in person.
I wasn't cool enough yet.
Don't read my text messages or Sarah Simeon's birthday popping up.
Open Sesame.
Yes, no?
There we go.
Hello. Oh, look at you all showed up on time. Good job. Good job. Okay, that's all I had to do. Danny.
I'm up?
Yeah, you're up.
Well, just wanted to say thanks again to Nick for the great presentation and Sport Logic for lunch. I have the pleasure of introducing Corey Schneider, whose project Connecting the Dots is for the public who don't have access to the great Sport Logic data. This is your option. So Corey has been a part of the hockey analytics community for almost a decade. Starting as a bored college student, he found creative ways to blend the eye test together with numbers through manually tracking events from games. He was at the forefront of bloggers who wanted to go beyond the box score with their analysis and became known as the microstat guy in online hockey circles. Blending numbers, pictures, and highlights were how he learned more about the game, and he has helped others do the same by creating the All Three Zones project. Full seasons of data from every team has been tracked, and it has helped fans both learn more about the game and change the way they watch the sport. Corey has stayed committed to bringing this type of analysis to the public, staying in the circuit for 6 years now, and is always looking for new approaches and details to add to his tracking. I will add to the end of this to support his Patreon because it's full of useful data. The floor is yours. Please welcome Corey.
All right. All right. Thanks so much for having me here. So, if you don't really know me or what I do, but I spend a lot of time watching games, tracking stats from games, and kind of just staying in the weeds. And I don't really have a lot of time to kind of look at conclusions or look at interesting things. So that's what I wanted to focus on with this project. And just from talking to fans and talking to people, one of the things they always ask me is where do most rush goals originate from? Because what I do a lot of is tracking zone entries, zone exits, a lot of transition data, and there's a lot of just general stats in there, like how many shots come off the rush, how many shots come off the forecheck, passes, zone exits, all that kind of thing. So what I wanted to do was just look at goals and kind of add context to how goals are scored. Because if you watch games, like I know when I'm tracking a game, I always think of how different a lot of the situations are. It's like a breakaway is different than an entry that's 1-on-3. A goal off the counterattack is a lot different than one that starts from the defensive zone where two guys have to get through a forecheck and maybe make a move at the blue line to start a play. So that's what this whole project is kind of based on. And this is just some general overview of things we already know. Like we already know that controlled zone entries lead to more shots, more chances, and more goals. We know that controlled zone exits are also good for leading transition play, but the play isn't always open. Like sometimes you have to just clear the puck out of the zone to like relieve pressure. To relieve pressure, you don't want to turn the puck over because the last thing you want to do, because like the last thing you want to do is just give the other team the puck like 10 feet away from your own net, and trying to force a play when there's pressure there is a good way to do that. And we know shots off passes are also important from Ryan Stimson's passing project, which is a lot what my project is based on with tracking passes and passing plays. And specifically, we know that passes that cross the slot line, or a railroad pass, I call them cross slot passes, we know those lead to higher percentage shots than ones without a pass or ones that just go to the point. And the big thing that I always notice when I'm like working on games is that all like rush chances aren't necessarily created equal, like what I just talked about earlier. So with this project, this is just kind of the basis of what I track, and this is going to be a little death by PowerPoint, so bear with me. But this is what I was tracking in this project. But the main thing I wanted to look at is where the goals originated from, because from talking to fans and coaches, a lot of them ask me, is there a way to get to generate rush chances when the situation isn't open? Because a lot of people have asked, like, are there any teams that are good at, say, regrouping in the neutral zone to get a zone entry? And is there a way to are there like more creative ways to exit the zone to create better rush chances than just relying on a counterattack when the other team turns the puck over? So that's what I was looking at. And the other thing I was looking at this was what I called the layers of the rush, or the context of the rush. So what just happened here? The top, Google Chrome. Okay, sorry about that. So I'm going to go over in this study, but I'm going to go over in this next slide. But what I did was I broke the zone entry, or the rush situation, down into different categories, kind of based on how it originated from. So the first, so I'm more of a visual learner than somebody that just than somebody that's better than just reading off text. But there are two. So we started off by looking at where the goal originated from, the neutral zone or the defensive zone. I also tracked offensive zone goals in the study, but we're not going to look at that because we only have so much time, and this is more about rushes. But the first category we looked at is called a neutral zone reload. So this is more of a quick play, and the key to this is that the two attacking players right here, they got to tag up and get back into the zone to create the entry. So basically, it's when the puck is cleared out of the zone and the other team re-enters the zone quickly, but when they have to tag up. So that's called a neutral zone reload. The next one is called a regroup. It's a slower developing play. Everybody's already in the neutral zone here, as you can see, and they quickly move the puck forward and get a rush chance out of it. So this is more of a controlled play than a quick play like a reload is. I also had a neutral zone turnover in here, and the video is not there, unfortunately, but you've all seen a neutral zone turnover before. Basically, it's when you give the puck to the other team at the blue line, which is what coaches hate. So this is kind of like in that myth-busting study with how dangerous neutral zone turnovers are. And the next two are defensive zone goals. So this one is called this is a counterattack. Basically, a counterattack is off a blocked shot, a missed pass, a failed attempt at offense is what I categorized it at. But it's a quick exit out of the zone with no resistance exiting the zone, which is different than a defensive zone retrieval, which is the next category, which is when you have to beat a forecheck to get out of the zone. So this is more of a gray area category, but I'll go over that a little later. And the final one is called a controlled breakout, which is when you carry the puck all the way back into your own zone, or you start back with your own zone after a line change or something. But basically the key is you exit the zone with no pressure from a forecheck and score that way. It never happens like it does in this video, but it's always pretty when it does. Like, give me a break. How does this even happen in the NHL level? And I'm not going to. The other thing I tracked. The other thing I tracked was certain passing plays or passing patterns, which I'm not going to spend too much time on, because as you can see in the last bullet point here, I didn't really find much of anything as far as like which passing play is more optimal. But a few coaches have asked me if a trailer matters, like having support up the ice, if give and goes are more fruitful, all that stuff. But I didn't really find anything in particular, so we're not going to spend too much time on that. But the big thing that I found with this study, though, was that there were a lot more goals originate from the defensive zone off the rush, almost twice as much from the neutral zone, which makes a lot more sense because you have when you get the puck in the defensive zone, there's a lot more there's more ways to get the puck in the defensive zone. You could break up a play there. You can get a counterattack, like I mentioned earlier. You can start with no pressure. Whereas in the neutral zone, there's less space to operate with, unless the other team basically just gives you the puck. There weren't a lot of ways to kind of create offense off of very quick developing plays there, or at least teams weren't, it wasn't that common in the NHL level. Another interesting thing I found was that the split of rush and transition, the split of rush goals and forecheck goals was about 50-50. I thought it was going to be a little more 60-40 in favor of cycle and forecheck, because that seems to be how a lot of offense is created in the NHL these days, but not so much last year. So that was a little interesting. But the other big thing was a lot more goals off cross-slot cross-slot passes happened off plays from the defensive zone, way more than the neutral zone. So we all talk about how important those cross-slot railroad passes are, and a lot of them originated off rush plays from your own end. So that was a little interesting. And here's a little more detail. And going back to what I was talking about with the layers of rush goals, the big thing that I took away from it was a good chunk of them, a little under half, happened off of turnovers or defensive zone counters. So basically a lot of quick developing plays, a lot of chaotic plays, which is kind of just what happens in hockey. It's a quick game played on skates with a tiny puck. So yeah, turnovers and quick possession changes are going to be what gets you the most goals. But the more slower developing plays, most of them happen from the defensive zone, less so much off of regroups in the neutral zone. There are actually only 2 teams that had more than 10 goals off of neutral zone reloads, and there were only a few teams that were really good off that were good off creating offense off neutral zone plays in general, when the other team didn't just hand them the puck and give them a free pass into the zone because they screwed up. And the other thing, what I mentioned earlier about defensive zone retrievals when you have to beat a forecheck, is that I had them categorized as quick plays, but it's a lot more gray area, I felt like, because it's a quick play that creates kind of chaotic situations, but it also involves some form of control. Because you have to go back to retrieve the puck, you have to pass it to a teammate, you have to get through a forecheck. There's a lot of things that go into it, possibly from a coaching or a tactician standpoint. And one team that was really good at creating offense off of these controlled plays last year was the St. Louis Blues. They scored a ton of goals last year, a ton of goals off the rush. They had a lot of guys have career seasons. Tarasenko had almost a career renaissance season. Jordan Kyrou emerged as one of the best zone entry players in the league. And the left chart is from data that I track. And this is specifically high danger passing plays. And a lot of people pointed this out with the Blues, especially people with some of the more private data. They were really good at creating those high danger passing plays off cross slot passes, especially. And when in this project, what I found was they created a lot of their goals were scored off controlled breakouts and defensive zone retrievals. So plays where they had control, plays that were less chaotic, plays where they could kind of set up their offense any way they wanted. And going back and looking at some of the video, you can see how they do it. This one comes out of their own zone, no pressure at all. And they have a lot of skill guys who are very good at getting the puck through a forecheck. And what they were very good at last year was getting Tarasenko shots. They were getting Tarasenko a lot of clean looks and kind of using his shot like to his advantage to get him that career season. Here's another one right here, really good off a controlled breakout. This is another one. I think this one is actually this one's actually Thomas who scores. But you can kind of see what they're trying to do here. A lot of it's very deliberate. It's not always clean coming out of the zone, though, so this is where kind of the risk comes in. So like they do like to slow it down and create a lot of, they do like to slow it down a lot from their own zone so they can get support up ice and so they can get their best players with a lot of time and space so they can create these just gorgeous passing plays in the offensive zone. But it requires some risk because you do run the risk of turning the puck over when you're that slow and deliberate coming out of your own zone, especially against a forecheck when the other team is not going off for a line change. And so that was the defensive zone. And with the neutral zone, I mentioned that there were two teams that were very good at creating plays off that. Does anybody have any guesses at who those two teams are? Actually, no. But it was Colorado and it was Vegas who created the most goals off neutral zone plays. Colorado led by a wide margin, but Vegas was very good. Vegas was very good, especially off reloads. And looking at how some of those plays developed is actually kind of interesting because it's very different with how they go about it. Colorado is super aggressive with containing teams in the neutral zone, especially their defensemen. And they immediately get back on the attack. That one looked a little offside, but the goal didn't get reviewed and it counted, so we're not going to dive into that. Okay, and just notice how quickly they get it up the ice. This is defenseman to defenseman here, and they hit a trailer. That was Burakovsky. And Vegas, on the other hand, is a little different. Their defensemen stay way back and kind of intercept clears out of the zone and make a lot of these plays I call lead-in passes, basically another word for stretch passes. But they create a lot of one-on-one situations for their forwards up the ice right here, and they created a lot of really good goals off the rush and kind of took a lot of pressure off their defensemen. Their defensemen don't really have there wasn't a lot of they weren't really overmatched. They get to play a little conservative, keep the play in front of them, and all they have to do is send the puck forward, and everybody else kind of does the work here. The only problem with so there were two main differences with how Vegas and Colorado. Well, Vegas and Colorado were two very good neutral zone teams last year, but there was a difference in their results. Colorado had a very good season. Vegas missed the playoffs, and part of that is because Vegas was kind of one-dimensional with how they created their offense. So they were very good off the rush, but they weren't good at creating sustained offense off forechecks. Whereas Colorado is all the way up here. Oh, they're here. They're one of the better teams in the league. So it kind of just shows that balance is needed when balance is needed with how you score goals and with how you create. And it kind of. I've kind of found that 2 out of 3 is usually what teams kind of go for when it comes to this. And another thing that was interesting is Carolina down here. They scored pretty much all of their goals off the forecheck. This was one of the most skewed distributions that I saw. They were one of 3 teams in the league that scored all of their goals off forechecks. Their only rush offense was off of neutral zone turnovers. So defensive zone, the controlled defensive zone plays, they usually didn't opt for them. They kind of tried to avoid turnovers as much as possible and keep the play in front of them with how they created offense and just tried to play in the offensive zone as much as possible. So they're a team that avoided counters. A team that lived and died off counters last year was the Winnipeg Jets. And this is the league leaderboard of last year in the project that I tracked, or in the project. And this is how many goals were scored off of counterattacks or neutral zone turnovers. And the league leader by a wide margin was Kyle Connor. And there's actually quite a few Jets on this chart. And with the Jets, they did a lot of things to kind of get to kind of get their top forwards free in the offensive zone. Connor flew the zone a lot. They stayed close together a lot when they attacked off the rush. They cheated to try to pick off a lot of passing plays to the point so they could get breakaways. The downside, it worked for them. Kyle Connor had a fantastic season, and they did a really good job of playing together once they got the puck. The downside was that those were the only goals they scored. This is goals off offensive zone play. The Jets were one of the worst teams in the league in this department, which is kind of surprising because most goals are scored, because going back to the early chart, most goals are scored off offensive zone sequences. The Jets were the complete opposite, especially their top line. Nashville was also in that category there. They had a really good season with Matt Duchene and Philip Forsberg had a really good season. I think they're on this chart, actually. Yeah, there's 3 Preds here. And they're kind of in the same bucket right there. They were good at creating off turnovers, but once they couldn't really keep the puck in the offensive zone once they got it there. And this also kind of emphasizes that point. This kind of emphasizes that point there. The Jets, it's interesting because by this goal study, the Jets look like a very good rush team because that's where they scored all of their goals. But in the grand scheme, they really weren't doing much. So they were a team that could get the puck out of the defensive zone, but they didn't attack much unless it was basically given to them. So that was kind of interesting to look at least just the lack of balance there. And here's some other facts and outliers that I found. So there were only, like I said earlier, only 3 teams in the league had more goals off forechecks than rushes, and Carolina was the only team that succeeded despite that. They're interesting because they kind of succeeded despite a lot of things. Again, I didn't find much with certain passing plays having an advantage except lead-ins off the neutral zone, which made sense. Well, lead-ins off neutral zone plays, which makes sense because a lot of those were turnovers and a lot of those are plays where the puck moved forward quickly and there's only so many places to go with the puck. The other interesting thing I found was that a lot of more goals were scored off the rush in the second period than any other period, almost by 200, which was kind of crazy to me. But it also makes sense because everybody talks about how much of an effect the long change has, with teams getting burned off the rush. So maybe this kind of emphasizes that. And another interesting thing I found was that controlled breakouts and controlled goals off controlled breakouts happened just as often as goals off offensive zone faceoffs. So at least in the general sense. Earlier, I was looking at goals excluding faceoffs. This is with faceoffs included. They happen at about the same rate with those plays that coaches can kind of control. And some general takeaways of what you just saw. Again, balance is key. You have the Jets who are very unbalanced, and you have a team like Colorado who is very balanced, and that's why they succeeded. A lot of this kind of starts with defensive zone retrievals. You want to have a good exit out of your own zone, even if you're just clearing the puck out, because that prevents the other team from coming back at you. And a lot of goals don't happen from neutral zone turnovers, neutral zone regroups. But maybe that's an area that can be improved on in upcoming seasons, like with what Colorado did to kind of create some extra goals there and what Vegas did. I'm not sure how repeatable it is in the general sense, because as far as I know, Cale Makar and Shea Theodore have not been cloned yet. And the big takeaway is that rush offense isn't created equal. A lot of layers to it. The joke doesn't really fly since it's very cold here. And turnovers are still a big part of hockey. Mistakes are a big part of hockey, and chaos will always reign. And thanks so much for having me. This is a lot of fun to do and put together. And if you want more of a if you want to see more stats like this, you can go to my website at all 3 zones. There's all sorts of charts and graphs and stats there that you can play around with. And thanks again.
I don't think you all can understand how much work Corey does. He literally watches every single hockey game and tracks all of these micro stats. and many of us in the public are indebted to him. So if you are interested in him, I do strongly echo the message to support him, sponsor him. He deserves $1 bazillion so that he stays with us in the public and doesn't get hired. I love you, but selfishly.
All right, next up, we have Micah Blake McCurdy with the very ominously titled Age and Decay. Micah is a mathematician who likes pictures. He runs a website, hockeyviz.com, where he stores pictures about hockey. He lives in Halifax, Nova Scotia, with his wife and 2 children. The great thing about Micah is that he's been working in the public sphere for many, many years at this point, and he's very committed to making all of his research freely accessible to people and is basically kept afloat by that commitment. But he has also issued a very famous challenge that any NHL team could hire him for $1 million a year, and he would do nothing but say, "Don't do that" 5 times a year, and it would be worth it. So I know we have a lot of teams in the building, so if anyone wants to take him up on that, feel free. But with that, give it up for Micah.
Thank you very much. You won't be too surprised to learn that I've had surprisingly little uptake on the on the $1 million offer. The inflation does not apply. $1 million precisely on the line. Also, I feel like I have to tell you, I do know that it is in fact December the 3rd and not December the 4th like it says on the slide. But I'll be giving the talk again tomorrow also, just in case you know. All right. So this one of the troubles about working in the same area for so long is that eventually everything becomes very difficult because all the easy stuff, you already did it. So this is some aging work that I have been trying to work on. The question is so basic. How does age affect NHL players? How does, and of course the trouble, the most obvious trouble is how do you isolate the age, which is happening to everyone, from all the other things that are constantly happening to everyone? Turns out there is in fact an even more central point than that. So the first thing, so here's a graph of NHL player ages. This is just how old, weighted by ice time, how old the NHL is. So that black line is goalies, the blue line is defenders, that bottom line is forwards. Goalies are older, defenders in the middle, forwards are the youngest, no surprise. Notice also that the total range there goes from 27 to 30. So we're not talking about a huge range of averages. Of course, there's always players that are older. This is the average age. So, but that average is pretty tight. Notice also, this is real basic, it does not go up by 1 year every year. So the NHL is not like a human. Right, we're talking about an aging mechanism, which is, this is one of those things where on the one hand, like everybody knows that, but as soon as you really think about it, you realize that you're not going to be able to use a lot of your basic assumptions. You definitely aren't going to be able to say, well, let's just take last year and add a year onto it. The NHL is not doing that. People are leaving. People are joining. Sometimes they go back and forth many times. Also, it became commonplace. There's a way that, like, when you learn something for the first time, it's easy to get stuck. Just remember what it is you learned the first time, and then 5 years go by, 7 years go by, and then it's not true anymore. So for instance, it's been an axiom among nerds for years that the league is getting younger. And you can see clearly where we all learned that when the league was getting younger. But now it's not. Now it's getting older. So in fact, in the last year, there's an uptick for all three, but the uptick among skaters is the last several years, systematically older. So that's actually not important to the point. It's just that what you think you know, it used to be true and now it's not, because you get old. So, returning to the original question, the key thing is not that the NHL is an artificial synthetic gadget that gets older or younger in its own way. The key is that we need to isolate the relationship between the players that we do see in the NHL and those same players that we don't see in the NHL. So how can they be the same players if we see them and we don't? We don't see them in the NHL, but they are seen. Every player who plays in the NHL, for the bulk of their youth, in fact, this becomes slightly unsettling when you think about it too long. Every player who has played a serious amount of NHL hockey has for almost their entire adult life, and frequently a great deal of their youth before their adult life, been very, very carefully observed by what you can only describe as a network of confederates spanning the entire globe. The point of which, of course, that, and this observation is by no means, it's so lucrative at times, but it's by no means, and the people doing these observations are doing it so that they can move the players around, so that they can get the good ones into the NHL and get the not so good ones out of the NHL. And when they make mistakes, they don't admit it in public, but they do move the players around. And so all of the things are constantly being subject to selection bias. Now, as I say, I worked on this project for years. But this is kind of like saying that a transatlantic voyage can go for years just because you are becalmed in the middle, off the Canaries for however long. And sometimes what you discover is somebody else does some work and you go, aha, there is what I needed. And here's a murderer's row of an author's list for a paper, none of which here, more is the pity, Mike Schuckers, Mike Lopez, and Brian McDonald. That is, by the way, how he spells his name with the lowercase d. I've tried to get him to fix it, he won't. All three of these men have more or less directly been vital to my work in the past. And this is only the most recent time where I read this paper and all of a sudden I thought, in fact, it's not even, like, by my old academic standards, I'm a sort of recovering mathematician. By my old standards, it's not even a paper, it's just a preprint, just a thing that hasn't gone through any peer review yet. I mean, I read it, it's good. But they, and of course, one of my favorite things about academia too is that there are only two choices of titles. You can have an extremely boring title, like I did, where you just say, it's to talk about aging, and so I just called it Age. And then I added the decay bit afterwards because it kind of sounds good. Or you can have a title like, What does not get observed can be used to make age curves stronger, estimating player age curves using regression and imputation. That's the whole title. That's not like the first sentence. It could be. But in fact, it's just the title. But what does not get observed, that's the key point. We're going to return to exactly how that works. So I made a model. Obviously, I made a model or would not have flown here. The model is extremely simple. Once you have this idea in your head, though, some of the players are observed in the NHL. The other players are hidden in the sense that they're not in the NHL, but they're observed elsewhere. So you could not believe how simple this model actually turns out to be in the end. There's some technical chicanery, which I'll pat myself on the back about a little bit later, but the model itself has a term for every age in years. So, and it's a filled circle, meaning we observe that person. So there's an ability at age 23. But then, of course, there's an ability at age 23 of somebody who's not in the league. So that's the average ability of all of the 23-year-old NHLers who aren't in the NHL at 23. And the ages, of course, you can use whatever ages you like. I very nearly, I have mental problems. One of them is that I always think that my computers are stronger than they are. And when I first started this project, the way that I decided to encode age was in days. Days, and so 18 times 365.24, whatever it is, I actually would just calculate people's age in days, and I would calculate a daily aging, and then you'd smooth it. That turns out to be unnecessary and requires a computer as big as a house. So in fact, I discretized that and I went from 18 to 50. I'm not going to show you anything up to 50. Turns out there's not a lot of data there. You're making a regression model about, two guys. So I'm showing you up to 40, but I did more than that. And of course, you discretize it any way you want. The point, though, and already I'm going to tell you the point, is that you don't want those observed terms. Those aren't what you want, because people are coming in and out of the league all the time. The observed stuff is really easy. You just write down what you see and take an average. There you go. The unobserved stuff is also not what you want, for exactly the same reasons. You really want the whole thing, all of the people, in or out. And so the aging curve is going to be synthetic. The aging terms itself, they don't appear in the model. I synthesize them from the terms that do just by a simple weighted average. What fraction of the league, what fraction of the cohort is in the league, what fraction is not. Take the weighted average of the observed and then the unobserved, and there's your aging curve. So that's what we're going to get. Now I say cohort. What cohort of people are we talking about? And this is where things get much more concrete. If I say, well, here I'm talking about NHL players, this is actually a slightly tricky question. Who is and who is not an NHL player? I'm not. That's, Some of these are easy. Is Carey Price an NHL player? He was. Maybe he still will be again. Who knows? Is Joe Sakic an NHL player? We don't think he's going to suit up again. And then, you're right. But then, what about a guy who was sent down tomorrow? Tomorrow was promised to no one, let alone in the NHL. So even answering questions like, who is the NHL today? You can say, well, we know there are a bunch of people in the morning skate ice. Who's going to play tonight? We can guess. We don't know. So here's the real question is, who are we talking about? And so I decided, there's a minute cutoff here. When I talked about this in the past, I talked about this in Ottawa a few years ago, and I railed against minute cutoffs. I'm using a minute cutoff here, not because I need to. In fact, I did all of this with people who appeared in the NHL at all. But instead, I've chosen a 1,000-minute cutoff. Between 2007, which is the start of what I've got data for, and this season, you have to play 1,000 minutes. I chose that because it's a nice round number, and also, if you play 1,000 minutes, either you're called up a bunch of times, or for a certain section of your career, you're a regular. So you played a half-decent number of minutes for half a season. So there was a time when somebody thought of you as somebody that you were a staple in a team, or you were called up repeatedly. And now that's quite concrete. There's no longer a who is in the NHL. There's 1,589 people. I could, in fact, and at one point I did and then deleted the slide, you could just put all of their names on a slide. Be like, it is this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this many people have brown hair. It's extremely concrete. These people. And if you were going to do another, if you wanted to adapt this to some other context, you could. It would be these women in the PWHF. These, you would specify exactly who you mean, which makes it very concrete. So I didn't use any ability data from the first year and from the last year, but I used those years for calculating if people did or did not hit 1,000 minutes to include them in the threshold. You'll see why I didn't use that data in a moment. So first of all, what do we do with people in the middle of their career? Here's real simple. We're going to put them in the regression model in the silliest, stupidest way. We're going to take whatever their ability is observed at age 23 and mark that down as we saw them in the NHL and they did that at age 23. So this is just an average, very elaborately computed average. Let's do something more interesting. Let's say you play at 38. It's a complete coincidence that I used 38 in the slide and that I happen to be 38 years old. You should not read anything into that whatsoever. Let's say you play at 38, but then you retire. So we could just do like we did before and just say, well, you were 38 years old. That's how good you were. The Y 38. That's your Y is the response variable. I wonder what Descartes would know if we were already, anytime you have two variables, first one's X, second one's Y. We've been doing this for 500-600 years now. By the way, there's every chance that the reason we use X for that is because Descartes thought about pirate maps. X, this is not a joke. X literally marks the spot. That is absolutely, that's not, we don't know that for sure, but sorry, I am a tiny bit distractible at times. However, what we cannot do, we could do that with age 38, but we cannot repeat the same trick at 39, right? The player in question didn't play at 39. There's no data there. If we did have such data, we might expect that the difference of that person at 38 and between the decline from 38 to 39, the change, we might expect that change to be similar to the average change. Again, we don't have that Y39. So we'd say, well, if we don't have it, let's just use the average of the people we don't have. And now, of course, so we'd expect that sort of relationship, but now I can pretend like that's an equation and solve it and just say, okay, Y38, what I'm going to do with that data, the data that I got, I did get some data from you when you were 38. What am I going to do with it? I'm going to encode it as those three model terms with the signs, like that. And then if you're beginning your career, I'll just do exactly the same thing the other way around. So this encodes the data the same way, but it implicitly ties things together more when there's more churn. Some ages have less churn. 24-year-olds come in and leave the league less than 39-year-olds. 39-year-olds are mostly leaving. 18-year-olds are almost only entering. And so certain ages are tied together more tightly. That turns out to be crucial. But then, of course, we still have a bunch of data that we would like that we don't have. So-and-so gets demoted. He plays in the AHL all year. He is observed. If he played really well, he'd be called up, but he's not. what do we do about that data? So what we do about that is we guess. But we are fancy people, and so we do not say we guess. That is, physics is full of this. That if there's a particular kind of guess, you note it's an Ansatz, which is German for guess. And so you have to have the little details. So we impute, which means we're going to make something up, or we're going to make it up in a plausible way. Specifically, and in fact this is by far the most interesting and weakest part, but crucial, we're going to simulate something. We take the observed average, just for something to start with, take a random variable drawn from the observed average. After all, this person is understood to be an NHL player. At some point, they have played 1,000 minutes, whether it's before this year that we didn't see them or after. And then we take a random sample, but then if the random sample is too good, we throw it out and get a new one. And so here we chose the 75th percentile. A lot of this follows tightly from that paper that I mentioned, the Schuckers, Lopez, and McDonald paper, or the Mike Mac paper, as I call it in my head. So we truncated at the 75th percentile because, so A, that matches what they did, and I didn't want to make too many changes when I didn't have to. There's a few changes that I'll highlight in a minute. The idea here is that if they were better than the 75th percentile, this is the 75th percentile of people who are in the league. So we're tolerating the thought that you might be as good as the average players in the league and still not be observed. But there's a limit to how much we'll let that. Like if you are in the top quarter of the people in the league, and yet you aren't in the league, that's untenable. We have some threshold where we just say, no. If you were that good, because we know you are being watched, you would be in the league. Right? If you were really good, because like this is I deliberately did that for effect. But of course, if you actually, this is what coaches tell their players when they send them down. They say, if you play well, we'll bring you back up, which is broadly true. And so now, but notice what we're doing, right? This 75th%, on the one hand, it's picked out of a hat. On the other hand, it is in fact explicitly modeling something, but it's not modeling hockey players, it's modeling people who make decisions about hockey players. We are explicitly, clumsily, but explicitly modeling those people's decisions. And so in particular, if we thought they were terrible at their jobs, we would do it differently. If we thought they were immaculate at their jobs and never made any mistakes, we would do it differently again, right? And this is why, I'm going to come back to this later, but this is a really delicate point. Modeling people who make decisions is not as easy as modeling hockey. Hockey, it's played in a controlled environment. They literally put them in a little space. So that's the model. How am I going to fit it? So obviously it's regression, because every problem is a nail for the regressing hammer holder. But the trick is I'm going to use some ridge penalties. We'll tell you a little bit about that in a minute. It's not going to be super technical. First of all, I'm going to have some mild smoothing penalties just so that the observed data matches the next observed data matches the observed data for the next year, because those players are mostly the same, so it can't change too much. Similarly for the hidden ones. But the really interesting one is that I can make the full aging curve smooth. So there's that weighted sum. So I can say, here's my full cohort ability, that weighted sum of the 23-year-olds we observe and the 23-year-olds we don't observe. And then you can do the same thing at 24. Well, those things are talking about, both of them are talking about the full cohort. And all of those people collectively, even though they did it at different times, because not everybody's the same age. Some people are younger. Like some people were 18 forever ago, and some people are 18 right now. So they're doing it at different times. But once you have the full cohort, now they do age 1 year per year. And now you do expect that the cohort will change much like a single person will change. Because after all, that's all they are. There's no coming and going. The full cohort contains the same 1,589 human beings with specific social insurance numbers. In particular, and so that's what it looks like, you might say, well, I've never seen a thing that looks like that. What you can do, if you're using ridge penalties, one of the things that makes them really good is that you can say you can take those four coefficients, you can take those four coefficients and say, I would like that thing on the left to be similar to that thing on the right. And so what you can do is you can solve that, put it all on one side of the equation, square it, and just say I want that to be small. Which is, after all, when you're doing least squares fitting, The basic technique of regression that you learn in first-year statistics, of course, I've never, ever taken and never will. Part of the weird thing about doing statistics for my job is that I'm not a statistician at all. Now and again, people say on Twitter, oh, I wish you could teach me statistics. And I say, I teach math in a math department. And if I went to my head of the department and said, I'd like to teach first-year statistics, he would say, you? Why? And they'd be right to do it. But one of the nice things about it is that the whole idea is you write down a thing, you say this is bad, and then you use a computer to minimize the badness. You know, here's the data that I want, here's the form of the thing that I want to fit. Any deviation is bad, but you know, if you're going to satisfy this point, you have to not satisfy that point, so I want you to deal with all these trade-offs all at once. And then you can just say, well, here, this is also bad. I don't want that thing on the left-hand side has to be close to that thing on the right-hand side. That's an extra source of badness, and then you tune how bad you care about it. And so this is what you get. Notice, first of all, I haven't actually said what it is I'm talking about. I'm talking about aging, obviously, but talking about aging's effect on what? Well, now let's actually talk about something, specifically isolated ability at generating offense. Here, understood to mean XG rates. The solid line at the top, that's just observed. That's just what we actually see from players in the NHL. Notice that it's very high at the top. The growth at the beginning looks extremely tiny. 1 year of growth. And so if you just take that data, you have to believe that 19-year-olds are as good as you get. And then they slowly drop off until they get into their early 30s, and then they get better again. That's purely observed data. In fact, it's been sort of run through this regression ringer, but it's very close to the pure observed data. That, of course, doesn't make any sense. And the reason it doesn't make any sense is because what you haven't modeled, if you just look at the observed data, is you haven't modeled how people are choosing who plays and who doesn't play. And of course, the dotted line at the bottom is all the people we don't see. Naturally, they're considerably worse. And then you can make that weighted average I was talking about, and that is the dot dashed line that goes in between. And that follows the kind of aging curve pattern that you expect. A slow, gentle increase, that peak is at 23. We're going to come back to those peaks in a minute. Then you get a slow decline, which actually tapers off. So far from accelerating, people do not, quote unquote, fall off a cliff. We'll come back to that actually, because they kind of do. But in terms of that turns out to be a separate thing. In terms of the ability that we don't see on ice declines. But that's offense. So you might say, well, if you're going to do it for offense, you should do it for defense. So I did. And here, of course, part of what took this so long is that you might say, well, what's your measure of offense? What's your measure of defense? So, you know, some people have some work where they do plus minus. The Mikes and Mac did a version where they did points per game. They did a number of other things too. But I really wanted to get a hold of something I felt sure was already individualized. If you're going to talk about something that's an individual measure of ability, you need to have some credence that what you're putting in is an individual measure of ability. And so a lot of the obvious things, so plus minus is right out. A bunch of other things are obviously bad. Even point totals, we know that you can juice somebody's point totals by putting them with better teammates. That's great work, you know, if you can get it as a coach, but it's not isolated individual ability. So in fact, you know, I had to do all of the other work just to get something I could put in. Now, notice that right off the hop, notice that you have different peaks. Not just different peaks, different behaviors. The dashed lines that are hard to see, they just mark the peak. So the peak for offense is 23. That's the average peak. Right? So here I don't have anything individual. You know, you can't say, well, this is, you know, Yager's peak was at such and such. There's nothing like that. It's only looking at the full cohort all at once. For defense, the peak is higher, and it's also later, 25 years old. Still, I suspect if you polled NHL coaches and you said, what's the best age for defensive ability for all skaters, I'm not certain you would get very many answers as low as 25. So there's a takeaway there already. But also notice that it tails off differently. Less, way less. So defensive ability does not fall off with age the way offensive ability does. But also notice that the increase is more substantial. To get to peak defensive ability takes longer. And you come from the increase itself is more. There is more raising to do. And then at certain ages, the discrepancy is really small, but then at other ages, the discrepancy is really large. This is a pattern that we're going to come back to about which one is higher and which one is later. But then, sorry to be premature, the part of why I was so general about talking about, we could do this for an ability, is that if you're going to do it for offense, if you're going to do it for defense, sorry, by which I should have said offense, 5-on-5 defense. You can also do it for power play generation, penalty kill suppression. You could do it for the ability to draw penalties. You could do it for the ability to take penalties. You could do it for finishing, for setting, for goaltending, for any of those things. And so, of course, I did all of those things. So shorthanded ability, shot suppression while shorthanded, also follows that same pattern. Power play ability, again, weaker. But notice now that peak ages are a little bit later. Power play generation ability peaks at 25. Penalty kill ability peaks at 27. And so here's already one really clear takeaway, is that the peak abilities are different. Peak power is different depending on what it is you're talking about peak power for. And so it's one thing to say, a player is at his peak at 24. His peak at what? It matters. So that's that. And notice again that we see that same pattern where for shorthanded ability, it tails off really slowly. Those defensive abilities take longer to establish, but they last a really long time, on average. Then you can look at penalties. So I've inverted all of the graphs, all of these things, so that up is always better, just so that nobody has to worry about numbers, especially because the numbers are pretty small there. And in fact, the absolute values of these numbers, for once, are not what really interest me. The patterns themselves are what interest me. So taken here means the ability to affect your team taking penalties. So high value means your team is taking fewer penalties than they might. And so for drawn, it's the other way around. A high value means your team is drawing a lot of penalties. And notice now that we don't have that same pattern at all. This peaks, these abilities, I actually drew the line there at 19 just so that you could see it, the peak is actually at 18. This tracks with the idea that the ability to draw penalties and the ability to avoid taking penalties is almost entirely a function of foot speed. Something that is associated with, we're all watching the World Cup and we were seeing, that foot speed specifically is one of those things that is the province of youth. But here, we're looking at things that are heavily coached, special teams, and now the peaks are all later. So now you're talking about tactical adaptations. Now it's much more valuable to be older, where you don't need to have incredible foot speed, which makes sense. Intuitively makes sense when you're watching it. You see more static arrangements. You're primarily in a particular zone. You're executing a scheme. You don't have to skate hell for leather. But if you do, you can draw penalties or avoid taking them. Then what about goal threat abilities? Your ability to affect shot quality, not just quantity like we were talking about before. Now again, so setting is a stat that I introduced this last summer. It has to do with your ability to make a pass that leads to a goal. And so it's tightly related to the one-timer business that we've been looking at before. And finishing is just how well can you take a chance and turn it into a goal. Some people just shoot the puck better. And there again, we notice a pattern that's extremely similar to the pattern before, where with the penalty drawing and taking, where really it's the province of youth, where a lot of those skills are already honed to their highest level for players who are entering the league, on average. There's going to be some players who are going to buck those trends. And then goaltending, of course, is the ability to take a given shot and make sure that it does not turn into a goal. So in this sense, it's perfectly dual. And now again, though, we see the pattern of something that's highly technical that takes a long time to learn. And this is the latest peak in the whole business at 26. Actually, not quite. There's one at 27. So there's three very clear conclusions there. First of all, the peaks and the slopes, so both the up slopes when they exist and the down slopes, are different for different skills. So talking about an aging curve is always going to be an even further simplification of what you're actually interested in. So you can make a sensible aging curve for a war model, for any metric you're interested in. But I am constantly trying to separate things, to pull them apart. I think that's the name of the game. And so when you do that, you see that you get different results for different skills. These are just the skills that I happen to feel like I have a half-decent measurement on. But of course, in the future, I'm going to measure new things, and so are the rest of you all. And I'm expecting that will be able to repeat the treatment there with exactly the same framework. So that's one thing. The second thing is that when we're talking about average peaks. And if the average peaks are younger than you expect, that means some of the players peak even earlier than that. Which means that there are going to be players on almost every team's roster who peak at certain abilities at 21 or 22. And maybe they're not as good as you would like them to be. Maybe you're hoping that they're going to get better when they're 24, but maybe they won't. Some of them will, some of them won't. For every late bloomer, you will have an early bloomer. And either you will get what good you got out of that player when you drafted them, or it will go wasted, and you will have only yourself to blame for not taking what you got when you got it. The other thing, so that one is really a sort of shot across the bow of people who have a much more traditional mentality, that people have to earn all of their ice time. Maybe what little good they have has already been earned. On the other hand, the matching folly, if you hyperfixate on youth, is that when you have high-quality players, the declines on average that we see are actually quite slow. And so if you cast aside good players just because they're 35, you will cast aside a lot of good, because it does not drop off extremely quickly. I have a suspicion that what does drop off really quickly is that people get hurt, and then they just quit. That's the sense in which people fall off a cliff. But their on-ice abilities do not appear to show this pattern. So that's quite different. I haven't been able to consolidate, I haven't been able to really prove that thought. There's no slides about that injury stuff, which is extremely difficult. And so what I want to do to make it better from here is specific percentiles means don't just use 75. Use something a little bit more interesting. In fact, use something much more sophisticated. This is a can of worms that as soon as you open it is a huge amount of work. Why is that guy in the NHL? Why is that guy not in the NHL? Why does she get minutes and not her? Well, I mean, the obvious decision is because their coach, because their manager decided so. Well, why? Is it because they're from a different country? Are they different in some other way? Are we going to be measuring racism? This gets really difficult. This is not at all as easy as how good is that shot. No, this is what I was referring to earlier on. Of course, there's tons of things. Is that player the kid of a previous GM? Is he a first-round pick? Is he a number 2 pick? Does that get you a bunch of chances you don't deserve? What about the other way around? What if he's a 6th rounder who should get a lot of choices? But your mind will go, that's a pain in the neck. Second, that is the second thing. The third thing is, what about wear and tear? And the wear and tear, I actually did make a more sophisticated model that showed wear and tear alongside all of these things, and all the graphs were 3-dimensional. It was very fancy. At this level, in the on-ice sense, it doesn't matter. Very surprising to me. It might matter a lot for injuries. That's a suspicion. The fourth thing is, get into some weeds of details. What about these people, these groups, those groups? This is all just the entire cohort, all as one big average. That's it. But we're not there yet. As always, even after many years, there's always lots more to do. Thanks.
Hey friends, guess what? They're practicing for the game tonight in the bowl. Did you hear it? No. So we are going to have a little bit of background noise, but first, it is time for another break. Keep you guys lively for the final crush home. We will come back together at 2:25 for our final chunk of talks. Again, there will be some noise coming from the bowl for the next little while, so there are some seats up front. Please feel free to move closer if you maybe had a little bit more challenge hearing. We're going to continue to monitor the volume, but please enjoy this break and come back at 25 after the hour. All right, y'all, we're going to come back together one last time. I know, I see. I feel so bad. Come on back, y'all. We got the best stuff coming yet. Danny Chu. Danny Chu. There you are. Because the people are coming. This is how you stay on time. On time is early, or what is it? Being early is on time, being on time is late. All right, y'all, one more time right before we get started. There are some more seats closer to the front. If you want to scoot to the front, if you want to angle in your seat, I don't know. The sun is my enemy. I hate it. So if it rains for the rest of the season here, it's all my fault because I've been literally sending all energy I could to make it stop today, so blame me. I appreciate your patience and tolerance. Do feel free to stand. You can stand along the buttress too. That might help. But enough. I'm done obsessing. Bob would tell me to stop obsessing about it. I'm done. Okay, Danny, go.
Thank you. I have the pleasure of introducing Dan Morse. He was born and raised just outside the city of Seattle and still lives there with his wife and 3 children. He works for a small business by day and spends his free time in the evenings on statistical analysis across multiple sports. His journey into sports analytics began 5 years ago when he decided to learn how to code to better analyze hockey games, a story for everyone who wants to get into this, and has since grown into several side projects involving football apps, baseball, Twitter bots, and an R package to make it easier to analyze hockey games. So with that, we'll give it up for Dan.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Allison, for having me here. My name is Dan Morse. I do a lot of hockey stats, just more as a hobby than anything else. I also run Davy Jones Locker Room, the SB Nation Seattle Kraken arm. So everywhere I write is, everything I write is usually very focused on the statistical side of things because that's how I enjoy watching games, which I recognize is not how everybody else does, but I think people here can probably appreciate that at least. So what I want to talk about today is expected goals. Expected goals is a very common metric now. You see it a lot more often in hockey broadcasts, specifically the Kraken one. Allison does a great job referring to it as shot quality a lot, which I think is great because it makes it a little bit more accessible. Basic idea behind it is that not all shots are created equal, right? A shot from in close is going to be more dangerous. A rebound chance is going to be more dangerous than, say, a shot from the point, a backhand or something like that. And so expected goals is just a way to account for that. There's not one single expected goals model that everybody uses. There's several. We've already heard about a couple today. Micah from HockeyViz has his own. Evolving Wild or Evolving Hockey have their own. They're going to talk later today, I believe. Natural Stat Trick and MoneyPuck are both great public resources with expected goals values. So if you're looking to just see what teams are good based on that, those are great places to go. Which brings me to the next question. Why am I making yet another expected goals model? Well, I've got 2 reasons behind that. The first is that expected goal values aren't widely available at the individual shot level. So if you go to Natural Stat Trick, you can see game reports, you can see this team got 3.7 expected goals this game, this team got 2.3. But if you want to get into data analysis and you want to analyze raw play-by-play data, getting an expected goal value isn't super simple unless you make a model yourself. So I made a model myself. It goes with an R package I made called Hockey R, which allows easy access to NHL play-by-play data. If you use R in RStudio, you can install this, and if you load the play-by-play data through that, it'll have an expected goal value for every unblocked shot attempt in whatever play-by-play site you're looking at. The other reason that I made my own model was just because I wanted to. Modeling isn't my day job. It's something it's not my forte. I'm trying to learn more about it, and this was just a great way to jump in, and I could compare it to other ones to see how I'm doing. I can add features I think are important, to remove features I don't think are important, things like that. All right, so expected by whom exactly? You've probably seen this thrown out somewhere on Twitter. I personally, when we're talking about expected goals and just the general NHL fan base, I don't think this is a ridiculous question. If somebody had never heard of expected goals and you just say, oh, they got 2.4 expected goals, they could very well say, expected by who? So the short answer, at least with my model, is that it's expected by previous NHL games. So I have more than a decade's worth of NHL games. There's like 1 million shots in there, 80,000 goals. So we can use all this data that's already happened in actual NHL situations, all these shots, we have all this, the context surrounding the shots, to predict how likely it is to be a goal, and we just use modeling techniques with that. For instance, features that really affect it are how close you are to the net. So right here, there's a graph showing most goals happen from right out in front of the net. They're less likely to be a goal if they're further from the net at the most basic level. Mathematical models, they take into account all these variables. The variables represent the context. You'll see people ask about context a lot. Like a lot of times you'll say, this team did this, and somebody might have a criticism of expected goals, or this is across all sports, and they'll say, well, yeah, but that doesn't take into account the flow of the game. That doesn't take into account, there was only this much time left, or these people were on the ice, on the field of play. And it's like, well, it can take that into account. So I think it's good to refer to model variables, model features. They are essentially context that we can add to our models. So some examples, where's the shot coming from? Another one, like, is it on a rebound? Is it a rush chance? Corey talked about how those are different earlier. Was there a power play? 5-on-4 chance is much different than a 5-on-5 chance. Did it come right after a takeaway? Like, was it on a counterattack? Did somebody give the puck away in the offensive zone and in their own defensive zone, leading to a chance for the other team? That can affect how likely a shot is to become a goal. And we can actually take all these into account with the play-by-play data that we have available publicly. So the context of a model, it's decided through feature selection is how it's commonly referred to. So this is just choosing which variables you want to take into account. For mine, I've kind of aggregated them here to show you what I use. I use the shot locations. That's the distance from the net, the angle towards the net. So even if you're only 10 feet out, but you're like down on the goal line, that's going to change things too. So the angle and distance from the net affects it. The shot type, is it a slap shot, wrist shot, deflection, backhand, something like that. I wrote last event space-time here. It was the third most important one. That's hockey play-by-play data you don't have every second of every game has something. It's event-based, which means if a player skates the puck up the ice and it takes him 5 seconds, there's going to be 5 seconds between a row in your data set. So the last event space-time is just the time and location of the most recent event immediately prior to the shot. What that last event is also very important. Is it a takeaway? Is it a face-off? Are we looking at like a set play, something like that? Models are trained with varying features, and only the best make it in. I know I had a couple that I tried using, and it turned out they weren't that important. Like, I tried to make a dummy variable to decide whether it was a set play. So if it happened within, say, 5 seconds of a face-off win, I would in the offensive zone, I classified that as maybe a set play, and that turned out to not really change the model at all, so I threw it out for the final model. Some context does have to be estimated. You can see my last ones here, the rush, rebound, aren't really classified specifically in the play-by-play data. So I would classify a rebound as, a shot that came within so many seconds of another shot, by the same team. Rush chance could be after an event in the neutral zone, like within a certain amount of time, because then there's only so much time for the play to get up the ice and turn into a shot. And I have era up here too, so that's just, it was a variable that accounted for the era that the shot was taken in. So say 2015, 2016, I believe it was, league-wide save percentage was .915, according to Hockey Reference. And this year it's .905 last I checked. So shooting percentage has gone up almost a full percentage point. So just the era that the shot is taken in is important. Different models use different context, and that's important to know when you're looking at different models. Does it account for who is shooting the puck? Because a shot from Alex Ovechkin is much more likely to be a goal than a shot from somebody else. There's a hockey graphs model from Aspen Toomey and Dawson Spriggings, who I believe works for the Avalanche now, that does take into account shooter talent. but most of the other public ones do not. Mine does not include shooter talent. The idea is that I just wanted an average sort of, is this shot going to be a goal, no matter who's taking it, and then you can maybe infer shooter talent via the model instead. So like I'll take Alex Ovechkin again, for example. Since 2010, 2011, his expected shooting percentage and his observed shooting percentage are about 2 percentage points difference almost every year. So he's consistently scoring more goals than we'd expect him to. How do models account for strength state? So some of the earlier ones you might see just do 5-on-5 stuff. Matthew Barlow, who works for the Buffalo Sabres, made a public model where he just uses strength state as one of the features or one of the contexts, the variables in his model. And you can count how many skaters the shooting team has versus how many the defending team has. The evolving hockey model is actually split into 4 different models. They have an even strength, power play, a shorthanded, and an empty net model. They all sort of combine into one. Mine is similar to that. I just split mine into 2 though. One is for 5-on-5 situations and one is for all other situations that I call special teams. So I excluded 4-on-4 and 3-on-3 from my even strength model because I think it's a much different style of play than 5-on-5. I think anybody who's watched 3-on-3 over time would agree that that's not anywhere similar to a 5-on-5 game. And just the most basic way to look at it is just the shooting percentage by game strength. So the 3 orange bars, we consider even strength, 4-on-4, 3-on-3, and 5-on-5. But a 3-on-3 shot is on average just much more dangerous than a 5-on-5 shot. So I made a model just for 5-on-5 because that's the majority of the game and that keeps the sample all even. And when you're looking at a 3-on-3 or a 4-on-4 play, when you're watching just the offense there, the way they can carry the puck and create and like hang on to it without, they're not pressured as much, there's more space to skate on the ice. It reads much more like a power play offense than it does an even strength offense. And this is actually something that I want to shout out to my brother, Jeremy. I consulted him on this because he's played hockey his entire life. I never played the game. But I had this idea. I was like, I don't think 3-on-3 and 4-on-4 is the same as even strength, right? And so I was like, I think I want to split this. He doesn't know anything about modeling. So I called him up. I said, hey, when you've played at 3-on-3 or 4-on-4, when you have the puck, does it feel more like a power play than it does even strength? Does my idea here make sense? And he thought about it and he said, yeah, I think you're right. So, that's just an example of when we're talking about models and things like that. Talking to people who have played, who are very familiar with the game of hockey, does influence the decisions that go into creating a model. All right, so making the model, a lot of them use logistic regression, hockey graphs, one from Corsica from Emmanuel Perry, who works for the Mariners now, I believe. Matthew Barlow from the Sabres, they all use logistic regression. A lot of other ones have used gradient boosting, especially more recently. That's the evolving hockey one, and that's the one I used as well. Extreme gradient boosting, it's a form of supervised machine learning. It's honestly, I made a model. I probably understand maybe 50% of what it actually is doing there. But there is a great introduction. I've linked these slides. I'll post them up on my Twitter account later. That does explain what exactly the model is doing. But the basic idea is you're making like a naive model. You're trying to predict the errors, and then you're making a new model that combines all of those. You're making decision trees. So then how do we evaluate how accurate an expected goals model is? A lot of them use log loss and area under the curve, which are just not intuitive, but it's a way of evaluating how correct you were in your prediction, right? A way I like to look at it is how similar my expected goal values are to observed goal values. So I made this chart here that I stole from NFL FastR. If you're familiar with football stats at all, they've done this with their expected points model. But I binned it, so I used every 5% of expected goal probability and looked at how many of those became actual goals. So as we can see, the lower expected goal probabilities are pretty right on. Like when you're under 50% likely to be a goal, we're predicting that fairly well. But as we get a little bit higher, anything that was at least a 0.9 expected goal value went in the net in my data set. So we are probably underestimating the higher danger chances with this model. And it performs better on the lower probabilities. At the player level, this model does quite well at predicting observed goals. So there's an R-squared of 0.873. It's pretty good. We can see that players who are expected to score a lot of goals do tend to score a lot of goals. It does the same for teams. It's not quite as related, but it's still pretty good there. So. Finally, my final thoughts: the expected goals, they help account for the difference between high danger and low danger chances, as we all know. Building a model involves many human choices that I think gets lost sometimes. So I made the choice to split it into 2 models. Some people don't. So you have to be aware of the choices the model makes. I know MoneyPuck, I believe, does a flurry-adjusted expected goals, which is kind of interesting. And expected goals watch every minute of every game. That's the thing. If you make a model, it can watch. There's 1,312 regular season games this year, and your model can watch every single one of them. And I don't think any other human, except maybe Corey, is going to do that this year. And that's everything. So thank you very much.
So the Kraken has been released twice. I think it's out. I think we're good. I know, I love our open. It's pretty cool, right? Yes? Yes. My favorite part is the eye up on the window. So that's what I always look at. All right, my friends. This is no pressure. We have an exciting panel for you that is going to look at applying analytics throughout the organization. I'm not nervous. Let me introduce to you some people that you probably already know. Please welcome first to the stage a gentleman named Ron Francis. Ron Francis wherever you like. Okay. See, I'm already in trouble. Ron Francis is the general manager of the Seattle Kraken, a position he has held since July 2019. After a first ballot Hall of Fame playing career, he worked his way up the Carolina Hurricanes organization, working in player development, scouting, coaching, and operations over his 12 years with the team. In 2014, Francis was named general manager of the Carolina Hurricanes, a position he held until 2018. So we've all heard of this guy, right? Pretty good thing going on right now with the Kraken, Ron. It's going well. Yes. All right, next up, I'm thrilled to welcome Nate Brookerson to the stage. Nate is the head strength and conditioning coach for the Seattle Kraken, a position he has held since November 2020. Hey. And there is nothing more intimidating than going to the hotel gym when you're on the road and Nate's in there already working out. Nate oversees the performance training and monitoring for our athletes. Prior to joining the Kraken, Nate was the assistant athletic director of strength and conditioning for Olympic sports at North Carolina State University, where he supervised strength and conditioning and sports science for over 500 student athletes. Prior to NC State, he worked at the University of Memphis and Eastern Washington University. He received a degree in exercise science from Central Washington University, where he was a member of the football team. He has a master's from Eastern Washington University. He is a certified, drop the puck, strength and conditioning coach through the National Strength and Conditioning Association. Welcome, Nate.
Thank you.
We are also thrilled, I'm impressed we could get this one off the road. Chris McDonald. Chris, come join us. Chris is an amateur scout for the Seattle Kraken. He previously held the role of Director of European Scouting for Arizona in the 2019-20 season, and he has also served as an amateur scout for the Vancouver Canucks from 2012 to 2019. Chris is a former Western Michigan captain. He was drafted by the Calgary Flames in 1983, 151st overall, and after a career cut short by injury, he was involved in coaching at the junior and college level. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you.
And last but certainly not least, already got a shout out earlier today, Tim Ohashi, the video coach for the Seattle Kraken. Tim's hockey career began in 2014 when he was an intern on the Washington Capitals coaching staff. In 2015, he joined the Capitals full-time as a video analyst. Tim is a 2018 Stanley Cup champion and worked for the Capitals until 2020 when he was hired by the Seattle Kraken. Tim graduated from Bates College in 2011, where he also played club hockey. Please welcome our esteemed panel. All right, well, Ron, I'd like to start with you if we can. You've been around this sport for so long in so many different ways. When it comes to the information that we're using these days to evaluate this game and these players, how can you describe the journey of what you've seen this game taking in terms of how you do the analysis you need to do?
Well, first of all, I am old. The first time, I think, receiving any kind of data as a player, I started in 1981, and it would be our NHL scout that would scout the visiting team like the game before we played them, and then he would send that via fax to our coach, and then we would have that sort of posted in the locker room, and that's kind of how we were educated on the team we were playing that night. Of course, as your career goes along, things change. You got more, I think, video-based as I got towards the end of my career, but not really a lot of the analytics coming into play or that data coming into play until more after I was retired and more on the management side. So been a big change from the fax machine to where we are now with the R&D teams on all the teams. So it's an exciting progression for the game.
Nate, I'll ask you, you have to work very hands-on with your athletes. How do other types of information, other than the actual work being done by their bodies, what do you look for, what do you use, how do you apply it to the players?
I think one of the things you learn working in athletics for a long time is to have the least amount of touch points with an athlete on a day-to-day basis. They're not lab rats. They don't want to be asked a ton of questions. They don't want to be in front of a computer screen. So it has to be things that fit within kind of their day-to-day structure. So we have very few touch points, but we look at things like perceived recovery scale. We'll look at RPE from a practice. We'll look at just simple things like body weight, and then, we'll take measures off the ice, external load, internal load, just to see kind of the workload that they're doing, the cost of doing business, and really a lot of it with the interaction with the athletes is around heuristics. So it's just talking about, how do you feel, how are we looking on the ice, what were kind of the goals and the intent of things coming into the off season, going into in season, what are things that we're working on now, do we feel like we're moving in the right direction? So just keeping, a lot of complex data fairly simple in terms of that interaction.
Nate and I had a funny story. I was talking to a player in the room about something they worked on off season, and I said, "Did you get better? Do you know you did?" And he said, "Ask him." And the answer was yes, I do believe. Chris, how about for you? You have to take in data from so many different sources. You're not just looking at a skater. You're looking at an individual. You're looking at a support structure around them. What information is necessary to you, I guess I should say, for you to feel like you have everything you need?
Well, you get a lot of numbers for sure when you go into a rink. Anytime you can look at the stats, they're a lot more detailed, as Ron mentioned, than they were years ago for sure. And you have access to that instantly all the time on your phone to follow, even when you're not at that particular game. So those numbers mean something, but obviously you got to trust your eyes and at times probably ignore your ears, because when you're watching someone and skating jumps out at you first, because that's the thing you probably notice, but there's other things you want to watch and evaluate to make sure that's something that transfers to the NHL.
Tim, when you joined this organization, there was not yet a hockey team. We heard earlier today that you were such an important voice as this group was starting to develop a lot of their internal systems and processes. What did you do before there were games to scout and opponents to scout? And you can't be humble here. Tim.
I wish I'd heard what was said earlier, so I wouldn't. No, it was awesome getting an opportunity, obviously, to work for an expansion franchise, and something different for me, and I think most people in the organization. It gave me an opportunity, a year where we didn't have the day-to-day of the coaching world. We're worried about 18 skaters or up to 20 skater, whatever it may be, where we could kind of do deep dives in certain things from a more analytical perspective. And I got to work with a lot of really intelligent people who know a lot of things that I don't know, and try and lend, my own experience and let them build off that, adding the perspective of, okay, maybe this player or this team struggles in this area because it's something that's coached or it's something they're being asked to do, and kind of adding some balance to that perspective, basically based on what I see off video.
Ron, when you're building a team, you got to build this from scratch, and you have all these people like this who all need different kinds of information. How did you tackle making sure that all the parts of your team had all the tools they need, be that information or systems or all of those?
Well, I think the first thing is finding the right people. It's a key part of our organization. We want guys with character, whether it's working, I should say guys and girls. I would be corrected by Alex if I didn't say that. But, our people, we want to have character individuals. Not everything's going to go smooth. I mean, last year was certainly a challenge, but if you have the character, you keep working through it. You keep trying to find solutions, and you've seen by the people on the panel here and the people that have put this on and worked for us all day. I mean, they are character individuals, and I think that's a key factor in building anything you do. I think all these guys are being a little modest, like Tim coming on board a year early was also part of building everything that we had to do in regards to our video room, our coach's war room, where to put the TVs, where to put wires, where to have, cameras and so on and so forth, not only at CPA, but also at KCI. So there's a lot of things that we had to do, and getting the right people that were not only good at what they do, but also people that were fun to work with, and as I said, character individuals made the process so much fun, and I think in the long term that's going to help us reap the benefits we want to reap.
Did you have a checklist? Did you know, like, I need to get these kinds of roles filled and these kinds of systems in place, or did you learn as a team as you built the group up?
No, part of my interview process with the Kraken before I got the job was presenting kind of what I thought everything laid out. So, you have to do the work and lay out exactly what you think your department's going to be, what all the positions are going to entail, when you think you're going to hire those people. Doesn't make sense to hire somebody day one if you don't need them till, day three. So we kind of go through that process and when you're going to do it, and got grilled pretty good by I think about 8 different owners, but at the end of the day, I guess they liked what they saw, and they gave me the job, and then we started working on that process. I will point out, Alex was here before me, so I wasn't the first person hired, and fortunately I didn't scare her off once I got the job, so we're all good.
All right, no pressure, the rest of you, but we'll go down the line, because I think these 3 have pretty cool jobs. What does a day in the life, Nate, look like for you?
I'll go practice day, because game day is.
Yep.
is
And no
takes longer
pressure,
to explain.
GM's not right to the side of you or anything like that, it's fine.
When you first come in, you're trying to interact with as many constituents as possible. So for me, that's coaching staff and medical. Just trying to get in front of them, try to understand, if we have limitations to players or return to play process that we need to be aware of in terms of coaches. What's the plan for practice? Is there going to be anybody that's limited going out early to skate? Once you have that information, then you're going back and you're kind of adjusting your plan. So it's what I call agile periodization. So you have a plan, but it's ultimately it's going to be a process around the information that you're receiving that day. So when the players are coming in, you have to be available. So that's around, it could be simple interactions, or it could be individualized, dialed-in warm-up process. Once they get out on the ice, then I'm going out to track, and once they come off, then it's it could be a post-practice training session. Then there's typically, individual consults that you're having with athletes around, various topics, and then sending out a training report at the end of the day, and then going back and reflecting as a staff to make sure, did we hit everything the right way, or something that we need to do better the next day.
How long is a practice day for you?
I mean, between my workout in the morning and the end of the day, it's about 8 to 10 hours, but, the workout could be, 2 hours. No.
There it is. There it is.
Workout?
Bro, you work out? No, just kidding. Chris, do you sleep, I guess I should say. Tell us about if there is, even.
Do I look like I don't?
No, I just know how busy. This is how it happens, people. No, just I know how busy you are. I had a little purview into how even getting you here had to work.
No, it's today's a good day. A nice drive from. Where was I last night? Spokane. Thanks, Ron. I was in Spokane last night. Yeah, see, there you go. That's no, a typical day would be getting to the game, depending on where in the world you are, and watching players. The next day would be getting reports done and getting stuff into the office that they need to see, and taking into consideration that the numbers are accurate and scores you're giving people and what you're writing is accurate, and you're explaining what you're seeing so they can see it as fast as possible from anywhere in the world. So there's a lot of travel to it. This month's a tough month, just the way it's worked out with weather, because with travel there's been a couple glitches. So you're on the road a lot, you're doing reports, you're watching video now has changed significantly. When I first started in my first job in Toronto in the early 90s, I never would have thought I'd be downloading games to watch on flights. But now the quality of the video is a lot better, and you can get caught up or make sure you're seeing people maybe before you see them. So the technology is, and here we have the best. Like, it's unbelievable what we have access to. So that's really nice. But that's a typical day, is get your reports done, get the games watched, and move on to the next game.
Do you rely on video? Go ahead, Ron, please.
I was just going to say, Chris is mentioning the complications sometimes with weather and travel and so on and so forth. The one thing he's leaving out is there's a lot of unforeseen hazards in doing his job. And for instance, last year on going to cover a game in Calgary, he saw a stray dog, and he got out of the van to help the stray dog. Proceeded to get bit right in his derriere. Still made it to the game, and 6 weeks later was still getting shots for rabies, I believe.
Actually, it is true. I didn't know we were going to go into that today, but no. Yeah,
and if you want to point out the other scout who locked the van doors once you got out, feel free to do so.
I'll absolutely throw Jeff Crisp under the bus here and now. Yeah, I took a bite, and rabies shots are nothing you'd want to go through, but that's what happens. I blocked that out till Ronnie brought it back, so now it's back. There are some hazards to the job you need to be aware of.
Chris, you mentioned video. Do you find that your relationship with video has changed since the pandemic, when you had to rely on it so exclusively? Do you use it more or less, and if so, why?
Well, I think I use it about the same. The year in Arizona when I was living in Europe, they did a lot of video there, just by nature, and you got used to having to rely on it. So when COVID came, it wasn't a huge adjustment, and now it's here to stay, I think, and I think it's something I'm sure everybody in our organization, if they're not watching live hockey, tend to be watching hockey now on your phone. I know it's been nice this year, even technology-wise, to watch our team between periods. I was actually standing with the LA guy the other night when we were up 8-6, and that was neat. And then for some of us up here, I guess when you're watching from 3 time zones away, it's easier. Put it that way. So no, video, the quality's been better, and it's a great tool. It's a lot like the data. It's another piece that you can use to get the best players.
Ron, to you too, when you had to go almost exclusively to video during the pandemic, were you relieved to be able to go back to in-person viewings? What's the difference? What can you gather differently between, in your opinion, live or video?
Yeah, no, I still believe live is extremely important. I think the video is a great supplemental tool. Certainly during COVID, we couldn't get to a lot of live events, but there's things that you can pick up watching a game live that just doesn't get covered on the video. So I do think live is whether it's away from the camera, whether it's on the bench, there's things that you can pick up watching a game live that you can't see video, that don't come up on video.
Okay, Tim, so you watch exclusively video. Make your case.
Yeah, I guess my average day is it's a lot of video. For every opponent we play, we're distributing tens of gigabytes worth of video to our entire coaching staff, and it's just making sure we're prepared for all situations: power play, penalty kill, 5-on-5 face-offs, end of game situations, 3-on-3, whatever it may be. We want to have the requisite video that we can be prepared for whatever may arise during the game, and so a lot of my job involves making sure we have the assets and then cutting it up and distributing it, and then I'll watch 3 games for every team we play and use that to build a baseline for the meeting that we're going to present to the players that, we hope they'll be able to ingest some of that information and give them a little bit of an advantage on the ice when they go out there. They're not surprised by what the other team's trying to do.
Nate talked about having to interface with constituents. Your constituents are coaches, and also sometimes the players. When you talk about building that baseline, what was your process for identifying this is what I need to prepare to give this team the best advantage to win?
Yeah, I think building relationships with players is huge. At the end of the day, I want them all to trust that they can come to me, ask questions. If something was unclear in the video or in the meeting, they're not embarrassed, afraid, whatever, shy to come and get some clarification, because the last thing you want is players that aren't on the same page, or guys will text me on a day off, hey, can you send me X or Y? And if you don't build those relationships, they're not asking for it and they're not getting it. And the supplemental stuff I think is really important for them to get. So building relationships obviously with our coaching staff, but also with our players, our trainers, obviously essential as well. And as your question was, sorry.
Make your case for video, how it is in many ways the main tool you need.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of the tools. It's the number of times I curse at the video because it doesn't show what I want to see is high, and again, it ties to relationship building where I'll text Eastern Conference counterpart of mine, hey, would you mind sharing the high angle of this game because I can't see what I want to see, and they don't mind because it's versus a Western Conference team or whatever it may be. So that's certainly important, and then there's the data component as well, and I think they all just kind of work hand in hand and paint a more complete picture with the more information we have.
It's already been established that Namita had the best panel moderation, so I'm going to steal one from her that Tim set up for me, which is you are each looking for competitive advantage. How do you network with people, colleagues, mentors that you can bounce ideas off of? There's obviously only so much information you're going to share with your colleagues. For each of your positions, where do you find professional inspiration and counsel to be as proactive and positive as you can be? Ron?
Well, I'm not going to get a lot of help from my counterparts around the league because their job is like mine. It's on the line, right? So, I think it's the people you hire to work with. You certainly lean on them, I think, the most, but I think you're always looking for any way to sort of pick up information and knowledge, right? And we tell our scouts, we tell our staff that. I mean, talk to, if you're looking at scouting a player, I want to talk to the trainers, I want to talk to the equipment managers, I want to talk to their billets. I mean, whoever you can talk to gather information. Information is valuable in our position because it helps us kind of formulate an opinion of a player, and is that player going to fit into what we're trying to do here in our culture and our style? And we look at that. We look at our internally at our R&D team and what they project. If it's a pro player, we're talking to our pro scouts on what they do and what they see and gather. So there's a lot of different tools that we have. But I'm not sure, my counterparts are calling me for advice or I'm calling them for advice because, we're battling and competing against each other.
Nate, how about you? Can you leverage from other sports as well?
I hope so, yeah, because I was around a lot of them before. I think, just reiterating what Ron said, I think internally, I think you look there first within your organization because there's just so many experts in their respective areas that you can learn so much from sitting down and talking to a Tim. I remember when I first got hired, I asked him to send me video of different discrete things that were happening on the ice. Like, can you show me what, this speed forward looks like? And he's clipping video and he has it to me within a day. So, just being able to leverage knowledge from people within the organization first. I would say another big group for me is the private coaches that they go and see in the off season. A lot of them have really good relationships, long-standing relationships with the players. Some of these guys have worked with their players for, since they were 14, 15 years old. So they have a knowledge base of like, okay, what's their progression been? What is their focus in the off season? What does their training look like? What do they value? What's their work ethic? So being able to glean that information from those people. And a lot of times, there's, I don't know if it's an ego thing, but, within the NHL and the private sector, they just don't communicate a lot of times. So I don't have any problem picking up the phone and just, having those conversations as well.
I was going to ask you, how do you manage when maybe to start, you and that trainer or those interfacing people are maybe not on the same page for the goals that everyone has for the player?
I mean, I would ask them to go back to, this is an analytics conference and we're talking about data. Like, give me your rationale as to why these things need to be, worked on. If we're talking about, again, going back to the heuristics, you're saying fitness is an issue. What do you mean by fitness? What did you measure? Their mobility, their strength, their power, whatever that is. Because if we're leveraging different tools to try to describe something similar, and we're not seeing the same things, then obviously we'll have a little bit of disconnect. So just being able to get on the same page there and understand, what they're seeing, and most times just having, okay, and understanding, okay, that tool is telling me this, and maybe it's just a little bit different than what I'm looking at.
Scouts are such a respected group in this league, in this sport. Do you just interface with just your colleagues here at the Kraken? Are there other people that you can go to hone your craft?
No, it's very competitive. That filters its way down, but we don't share information, obviously. We spend a lot of time lying to each other, quite frankly. And some people are really good at it. So, that's true. So
It is true, yeah.
So what you have to do is listen closely, not speak very much, decide what's true, and then eventually decide if it matters. And eventually it gets to the point where it's in Ron's chair and deciding whether it matters. And when it's a character issue, we're very clear it matters a great deal here. But when you're listening to players, inevitably you'll go to especially a tournament at the start of the year, and the running joke is you'll run into everyone and oh, this tournament's terrible, there's no players here, and then we go to the draft and they take a guy in the second round. So clearly there's a player there. So that's what I mean by we don't share, but some people do, and if you're in the right place at the right time, you might pick something up and get to the bottom of whether it matters or not.
Tim, you already shared some of the interfacing you do with your colleagues. Are there other ways that you do?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the person I spend the most time around is my Brady Morgan. He works, he's about arm's distance away from me at pretty much all times, whether it's on the plane, in the office, at the game. So he's someone that just through working together with him now in our second season, we see the game in a similar way, that it's easy to bounce ideas off of one another, and it's a good confirmation check of, hey, are you seeing this as well, or am I crazy? Does this look like that? And just other ways, I think just with the fluidity of coaching around the league, it only takes a few years and all of a sudden you know men and women on staffs and tens of teams, and it's a good way to build your network, and you chat, and you know there's some stuff you're a little bit more frank with than others, but fortunately if you ask someone, hey, how's your video room set up, they're pretty open and honest about that, and you can kind of pick and choose what would you change. Certainly that first year that we talked about a little bit earlier, when we were building everything from the ground up, people were pretty honest and open, and I reached out to people in Vegas, especially in Edmonton and Detroit and some of these newer buildings, on what were the struggle points you had, what did you like, what would you do differently, and you know, tried to avoid those mistakes as much as we could. And but there's certain areas that you're a little bit more guarded on, and you know, everybody lies.
It's a great takeaway here from the conference. Tim, when you're looking at video, are you looking for specific events? We heard from Corey Schneider earlier, who tracks so many of those minute details. Are you looking for events? Are you looking for sequences? Are you looking for both?
Yeah, it's a balance. I think big picture, I'm looking at the structure a team plays within, and what are their systems? What do they look like in the neutral zone, in the defensive zone, in the offensive zone? What are ultimately the things that we think their coaches are telling their players to do, how they want to play? And within that, where are their strengths and where are their vulnerabilities? Because that's ultimately what is, we're trying to find stuff that's going to be actionable for our players. If we think there's something that they're doing or not doing very well in the defensive zone, we want to capitalize on that. We want to make it very clear to our players, this is an area we could exploit potentially, and vice versa. What are their strengths? What do our players need to know? Because we've got young players. It's Twitter generation, whatever. Its attention spans aren't that long. We can't sit them down for 3 hours and go over a full game. We've got to pick and choose and be as concise and meaningful as we can in a short amount of time.
Ron, you already talked about, did you have something to say first?
No, I was just say one thing Tim hasn't talked about, that he and Brady are also responsible during games. They sit in our sort of coach's war room and they're watching the game. So if there's any challenge coming on offsides or challenge on goalie interference or a missed high stick in the offensive zone, or the defensive zone for the offensive team, things like that, they're picking that up and radioing that to the bench as well. And a lot of teams around the league, they all do that as well. So it's an integral part of their job as well. And they've had some pretty key calls this year that have gone our way, which is great to see.
Do we understand goaltender interference?
No, we don't. No. And if they do, they're lying. We're back to lying again.
More lies.
Tim, your thoughts?
Depends on the day of the week.
Ron, you talked about building this team and building your internal Kraken team. One of the things that's been brought up today is that no one number in this case tells the story, and also that you might need different specialists to build a team. When you look at building an on-ice product, how do you make sure all of the pieces fit together and that it's not, you're certainly not looking for just one thing, but how do you find the elements that you need to bring together to find success?
Yeah, no, I mean, there's so many different parts of a team and how it works, and you've got 5-on-5 guys that sort of excel there. You've got guys that excel in the power play. You're hoping you have guys that excel on penalty killing and defensive aspects of the game, and you're trying to find all the pieces to fit. I was fortunate enough to play in a couple teams that won Stanley Cups. The key in any of those teams is getting guys to understand what their role is and accept it. That's the toughest part, because everybody wants to be the power play guy. Everybody wants to put up 90 points, and it's hard for everybody to have that kind of ice time to do that. But if you have a team that's kind of working hard and working for each other, then that sort of bodes well. So you try and find those individuals first and foremost, and then the guys that have that ability. One guy may be faster than another, but one other guy might be more skilled than another. One guy might be, more hockey sense than another. You try and piece it all together, and hopefully at the end of the day you get it right.
Nate, we have talked about building this organization from the ground up. You had all these new players come in, and you had to start from scratch with them, and I would presume develop training plans for each of them. What was that process like, and was there, I don't want to say freedom, because you certainly had your professional rigor, but was it cool to be able to do that, to start from scratch with all of them?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the challenge becomes you get players from all these different organizations, and some of them have been with their respective strength coaches, so they have an expectation of this is what training looks like to me, and this is what training looked like when I was here. So you needed to do enough homework, and it was a rigorous process to, I talked to probably 2/3 of the strength coaches in the NHL just to talk about their basics and their process. But then from there, it's you're taking in information through your testing process. For us, looking at again a lot of these profiles of strength and power and hip strength and groin strength and all these things to be able to say, okay, you have key performance indicators, but you also have key performance inhibitors. When you look at these athletes, they're typically great across the board, especially good in anything that's anaerobic based. So their ability to go all out for 30 seconds to a minute is unlike any athlete that I've ever been around. But sometimes they might be limited in mobility or strength or something along those lines where it's like, okay, this is something that could get you exposed on the ice. This is something that we need to bring up to at least a basic standard. It doesn't need to be the best quality that you have, but it can't be something that's going to be exploited by other teams. So really understanding that and then dialing in process for each person it's been a great process.
Does everyone know what anaerobic versus aerobic means? Okay. I had to learn it. I just thought I'd ask. Does anyone want it explained? Okay. Can you explain anaerobic versus aerobic, please?
Yeah, so just generically, it's, energy system derived, right? So anaerobic is more, glycolytic. It's things that are really driven not by heart rate and central processes. This is more like how quickly and efficiently you can deliver, blood and oxygen to peripheral musculature, and how you can be able to do high power output type activities. So the limiting factor is typically going to be, metabolic waste. It's not, lactate or lactic acid. Everybody thinks is bad.
You can tell them in English if you want. Just tell them in English.
Scouting is both aerobic and anaerobic.
So anaerobic, basically more power and short, short timing, and aerobic is more, long-term things that are more heart rate and lung derived. So, that's not necessarily important in this.
Jogging versus sprinting. Okay? Chris, while Ron is trying to find all the pieces for his team for the needs it has right now, you're looking at players that may not be front of Ron's roster for some time. So what qualities are you looking for, and how do you think about building the strongest prospect pool possible?
Well, my job is not to put myself in his chair. That's dangerous because for a lot of reasons, but won't go into that. But for me, to find the best possible player and put a list together and try and do it without bias and prejudice and say these are the best players that I've seen, to have a deeper pool than everyone else is the competitive part of it. So, and you're trying to figure out potential. And now in the business of potential, a lot of kids nowadays, that 10,000 hour theory, they're already doing that, and they touched on that. They've got coaches in all these different areas. So what's left to improve there sometimes I think is a little less maybe than it was when I first started. So gathering that all in, my job doesn't change. It's to contribute and have an opinion and bring a list together with a group, with the rest of the group, and with Namita and with Alex and with the data and the whole picture to figure out these are the best prospects, these are the players we want to pick in the draft, and if we can have success over the years in the draft, at trade deadline you're always in a position of strength. So again, that's bring the best players, and that gives you the best chance. And when there's success, it's amazing how much easier it is to drive for a long time when the team here is winning. It makes a big difference.
You mentioned the 10,000 hour theory. Can you share what that is for people who may not know?
Yeah, well, the books are out there. There's plenty of them outliers where, you know, it used to be if you put 10,000 hours into a certain activity or a certain skill, you got really good at it and you came close to mastering it. And a lot of kids now, whether it be stick handling or skills or skating, or skating's changed a great deal in the last 10 years. They've got those hours in through private coaches, through resources, whatever. So you're looking at how much maybe are they going to get better. Maybe they're close to tapped out, and I don't think that was there 10, 15 years ago.
Nate, how much does data that we think of as traditional data inform what you're looking for on video, or vice versa? Yep. Did I say Tim?
Said Nate.
Nate, also Tim.
I'll use smaller words than Nate because I didn't understand a lot of those, but I think data is great. I think Chris just alluded to it with the bias part. I think anytime I'm watching video, I try and recognize that there's certain types of players that I tend to like more than others, and having neutral data helps remove some of those biases from my own perspective. And then just watching a team, we play a certain style of hockey, and other teams around the league, some are similar, some are very different. But as you go along your coaching career, you develop things that you do and don't like, and sometimes it's easy to look at something and go, I really don't like the way they play, but maybe it's effective, even if it's not necessarily your style or your brand. Maybe it's still effective, or it's effective because of their roster and their player construction. So having some of that unbiased data to look at and kind of balance what I'm seeing off video is super helpful to not fall into my own traps.
This was a question that came from the crowd earlier, and we're certainly not going to share secrets, but Ron and Chris, what can you share with us about what goes into developing? We always hear about a draft list or a draft board. What is that process like?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is communication and respect. You know, the scouts, you have to, from an R&D standpoint, you have to respect how tough their job is, and they're out in the field, and it's the weather, it's getting to the rinks, trying to evaluate young kids that are 17, 18 years old and trying to project what they're going to be like at 22, 23. And conversely, you know, if the scouts just say the R&D team's absolutely wrong, this is what I saw, and they're wrong, then, you know, we're not getting ahead as an organization. So I think it's that communication between multiple groups and the respect. Obviously, they have a directive coming from above them too as to certain things we're looking for in players and the type of players we want. So you have multiple meetings over the course of the season. It starts, you know, even years out for a particular draft. These guys are watching players, you know, 2 or 3 years ahead of when they're going to get drafted. So you're watching the progress. We're having those dialogues. We're building a list. We're tweaking the list. You know, right up until we get to the draft actually that day. So a lot of work goes into it, but I think the biggest thing is communication among the groups and respect to, you know, just how hard each other's job's doing, and listening to when somebody's talking about certain aspects of a player.
I totally agree. The word I might add to that might be trust. Is we have a very high level of trust between all the different groups and all the different opinions, and that's great. And I think in most places that starts high, and unfortunately for certain teams maybe it goes down, and that can lead to trouble. And when you trust the people that you're in the room with, whether the data they're bringing or the video or the scout or their opinion or the regional person who's seen them 10 times and you saw them twice, that trust and respect factor is high, and I have no reason to believe it won't stay high, and that's a big deal.
Nate, you mentioned earlier working with clients and trying to keep checking on motivation and performance. What have you learned, or is there maybe something you've learned about not just throwing the data at them, but conveying it in an effective way?
It has to be things that matter to them. If it doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter how good the data is. So things that matter are things that impact performance positively and things that help them feel healthier and better. So any information that I'm conveying needs to tell the story around, okay, we're going in the right direction, we're maybe not going in the right direction, and then it has to have an action item off of it. If it doesn't have something actionable that we're actually going to take on, then it's just in one ear and out the other. So there's a lot of things that we could look at, but we streamline down process to say what can we actually make actionable and what can we actually impact on a day-to-day.
Are there numbers that you do want players to be paying attention to, or that you try and say, make this part of the actionable item, or is that not necessarily required?
I don't want to create any neuroticism. I don't want to have players that are worrying about data. I don't want like the gamification.
Yep.
Like, honestly, at times you do have players that are really interested in like, okay, what's my heart rate at now, or what was this or what was that, and it's like, don't worry about it. Just perform. If it's something that we need to have a conversation around, then we'll have the conversation. But it's not constantly barraging them with numbers, because again, it's not something that you want them in the front of their head all the time. Worry about performance. Worry about what's happening on the ice. If we need to have those discussions, we will.
And, I'm obviously not in your shoes, Chris, but one of my frustrations when I look at lower levels of hockey is the lack of data. Is there information you can't get, or maybe you feel isn't accurately, for those of us in the public space, that isn't accurately conveying to us who these players are, what they are doing, what they might be?
Well, I think you've got access to better data than you used to at different leagues. I think that the challenge, and our groups met it with Namita and Alex, is trying to figure out how those numbers transfer to NHL, but how they transfer into between all the different leagues. That's the challenge, I think, on the amateur side, is you've got 3 leagues in Sweden, you've got 2 leagues in Finland, you've got 3 leagues in Russia. So when you're looking at players that are playing at a different level, it's not only you're figuring out how are they doing in that league in their country, but how is that going to affect when they come over here. So that's the challenge. We don't have the NHL 32 teams all similar type of data, but we have a lot of data that they have access to that really helps us. Probably in January it really starts to come into focus more because they've got some time now in the bank. So I look forward to that when we get into our January meetings, because I've got a knack of going to bat for someone that I find out they have 0 chance of playing in the NHL. So that seems to be my trick. But Alex is probably laughing up there right now. So, but no, it's again, working with people and having the sort of the round table concept. It makes a huge difference when you feel you're on the same team.
You've worked in Europe and been responsible for that whole other side of the world. Can you just maybe explain how you see the differences in the different leagues in the different countries around the world for those who maybe aren't as exposed other than North American hockey?
Well, first, the NHL is obviously the greatest league in the world. It's just the best, and then that's where people want to be. When you go into the different leagues in the world, that's the challenge. The SHL is a very good league in Sweden, but then there's Allsvenskan and Hockeyettan, so they have sort of 3 levels. The KHL is a really good league with some good players, but they tend to be players that have sort of gone through the NHL or about to come here, but that's a whole different landscape now with what's going on in the world. So years ago, or that year, going into Russia to watch KHL players and VHL players, you also eligible for the draft, you didn't have other considerations. But again, going back to the other question, my job is to evaluate them based on them as players. The politics and all the other part of it, that's it's over there.
Ron, anything to add there on just the different hockey that exists around the world?
One thing you just didn't point out is a lot of them are Olympic-size ice sheets over in Europe too, versus the NHL size, which is a little smaller. So, you're trying to value that or factor that into your evaluation as well. Might have an extra 10 feet. Might not be as physical a game because of that. How's he going to handle the physical nature of the NHL? So there's a lot of other factors that come into play, just besides the cultures of the different countries and the style of play.
Tim, I don't think you told us how many hours a day you work.
Depends on the day. Game days and practice days are different, but usually in before 6, and then on a game day I leave in the 11 o'clock hour. Or there's little siesta in between, but hours can be long.
Mm-hmm. I'll open this up to the group. Again, you all are so specialized, but are there stories you can share about how you each have relied or interfaced with each other in decision making or just making plans for your own role?
Well, I hired all three of them, so.
There's
Still
that.
here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just, well, I really got going into it. I was living actually in Raleigh at the time when I started the process. With COVID, I couldn't really get out to Seattle. Nate happened to work at NC State University, so we started meeting for coffees at Starbucks and trying to talk about it. He wasn't really familiar with hockey, but every time we met and talked, he had done more research about the game. You know, that impressed me, his willingness to work and learn about it. You know, Chris had the experience in working already in the league and in different organizations and experience of being over in Europe. So when you're trying to build an amateur staff from scratch, those are all valuable tools you can bring to your forefront. Tim, I knew nothing about. You know, I'm looking to get a video coach, and somebody goes, "Hey, this guy in Washington, the number 2, is really good. He's a guy that you should really talk to." And you know, you call Washington's GM and you ask for permission if you can talk to him. And Brian McClellan said, you know, I hate to lose him, but yeah, go ahead and interview him. And, you know, Tim and I talked, and fortunately for us, he had some ties out here to the state of Washington, and, you know, he and his wife were willing to move out here. So there's a lot of things that factor into the decisions, but it's getting to know people, having conversations with them, talking about what their job and their duty is going to be, and doing character references on them, and, you know, sort of trying to build that organization the way you want it built. It's a lot of work. You know, there's nothing like building a franchise from scratch. I certainly didn't expect COVID to be a part of that process. I mean, that was a complete curveball. I've never been involved in 41 years, I think I'm involved in the National Hockey League now, and I've never been through a year like last year. It was nuts from start to finish, and you know, hopefully that's behind us now. We can move forward, but you know, a lot of good people in the organization make it fun to come to the work every day. And you know, you ask these people what the hours they work, nobody's complaining, right? They love being there. You know, maybe not as long as on some days for sure, but we try and offset that with days off or different events to get some time away too. So, but it's you know, there's nothing like sort of being involved in the National Hockey League, and I think we all love being a part of this organization and the league.
We'll end on this last question, and we will start here, Tim, and we will work down the way. You have a room of people here who we love to dissect information and try and understand this game and these athletes better. From your perspective, what's missing? What are we missing in terms of evaluating this game, these players? And if there's some data that you wish you had, what would that be as well?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think one thing that I think most people pretty universally agree exists is hockey sense and just sort of that on-ice IQ. And there's certain components of it that I think are captured and quantified, but it's a difficult thing, and not everyone agrees exactly what it is or what it looks like. But we know it exists, and there's just certain actions that if you really watch the game, you notice. Defenseman goes back to break out a puck, and there's just little deceptive maneuvers he has that create a little bit extra room for his partner when he makes that first pass. And little things like that I think are pretty difficult to quantify right now, or deception with the eyes, whatever it may be, that I'd love to have some great all-inclusive, all-encompassing metric that said this player's hockey sense is X.
Is it possible?
I hope somebody here has the answer.
Chris, how about you? What do we miss understanding or evaluating when we think about this game?
Well, the one thing I think would be very helpful, and if you could come up with a number that would measure sort of your heart or your stick-to-itness, because you know, Ronnie's been fortunate to win Stanley Cups, but you can do the math on the Cups all you want. You have to win 16 games, it could be 28, and it could be in like 62 or 64 days at a very high level. And sooner or later it comes down to you and someone else, and only one of you is getting the puck. And great players tend to get it more than in those situations. So if there was some way to measure, and we could know even on the amateur side that player A is going to do that more than player B, sign me up for the newsletter. I'm in. So
the one that's been looked at for years in performance that nobody's ever going to figure out is predictive injury risk. With any information that we have coming in, there's all these companies, I'm sure people in the crowd represent some of these companies, that will sell that they can predict when injury is going to happen, but it's just not a thing. And then, you know, in a sport that's a team sport and has all these athletic variables to it, like a discrete performance test or performance barrage is going to tell you success rate in the NHL. If anybody can figure that out, go ahead.
Yeah, I think these guys probably covered the three biggest things. For me, I'm on record as saying, and Alex and Danny and Amit and Eric have heard me say it many times, it's, for me, the analytics is a balance in check, right? I don't trust strictly the numbers as the be-all, end-all, and I don't trust my eyes when I watch a game as the be-all, end-all. I try and analyze a player and look at things, and then I'll compare it to the numbers, and if the numbers and what I see are accurate, in my opinion, then I'm comfortable moving forward from that. If there's a discrepancy, then we're going to have more dialogue, or I'm going to watch more video, or I'm going to watch more live games. So I think you have the ability now to collect all the data. The key now is how do you use that data to your advantage, and I think that's the biggest challenge that teams are trying to. There's so many new avenues now that have kind of been opened up. How do you take that and make it to your advantage moving forward is the biggest key for me.
Well, let's give a great round of applause to this panel. Gentlemen, thank you all so much. We appreciate you. I saw him. Where'd he go? There he is. Come on down, Mr. Brown. Y'all, it is my pleasure to introduce JT Brown. Aside from being a style king, JT Brown is a TV color analyst for all Kraken broadcasts on Root Sports. Brown was in the booth with John Forsland for the Kraken's inaugural season in 2021. He spent 11 seasons as a collegiate and professional hockey player, recording 72 points, which included 23 goals, in 365 career NHL regular season games with Tampa Bay, Anaheim, and Minnesota. Prior to turning pro, he played 2 seasons with the University of Minnesota Duluth Bulldogs, where he won the 2011 National Championship and was named the Frozen Four's most outstanding player. However, since then, per my notes, JT Brown has acknowledged that Ohio State has the superior women's hockey team.
No. You went too far on that one. You went too far. I'm surprised you even acknowledged the University of Minnesota Duluth, but thank you for that.
It's just the women's game. So we wanted to do this quick little panel for you all. Oh, I have to turn it on. I'm very tech savvy. Hello. So here's what happens. We're at practice or we're at morning skate, and JT or John will say, Allison, this number is not right. And I will say, tell me more. And then we get to have great conversations. We'll try and keep this one to 20 minutes. We've shared some of them with you in our Analytics with Allison articles. But I wanted all of us to be able to hear from a player to understand as we continue our pursuits and our interest in data that we keep in mind what the actual perspective is of the people playing the game, and no one better can do that than JT Brown.
Well, I'll try my best.
Okay, so JT, we talk about shots, we talk about shot volume, we talk about your favorite thing, shot quality. What is missing when we look at shot quality and scoring chances that you see when we look at numbers? What does a player see that we don't see or can't measure?
Well, I think the first thing, we did go over that in the analytics with Allison, and that was for me, it was the situation that the shot was taken in. I think one of them would have been like a backhand shot versus a forehand shot, and being, playing my backhand, I know it doesn't have the same chance to go in as, say, a forehand, or if, there's players around him at that time, if he's all alone sitting out in front, it kind of, for me, I put in the entire situation for that, and I think I went back and I double-checked the numbers. It was 14 scoring chances that I had chosen, and it was 31 the other way. And I think the best part was that we came to almost the exact same conclusion, but I added a little bit more of, like I said, whether it was a chance, from far out. Does the pass turn a non-scoring chance into a scoring chance because the goalie has to now move laterally instead of just a straight shot? So I kind of was, just from looking at the game, able to, I guess, used what I would say for me at the end. I'm like, if I didn't score that goal, would I be upset? And that was part of my metric as well. And I know there's a difference, right? I'm going to look at it differently than Yanni Gord would look at, a scoring chance, or Jaden Schwartz, or go up and down any player. You're all going to see things differently. But for me, taking in the situation that the puck or the player was in prior to that shot going towards the net, definitely had a bigger impact of being a scoring chance than just where the shot was taken.
And one thing I know we've talked about and why I think we have such great conversations, your pro data. There's just some limitations to the data we're getting. Talk about your opinions there.
Yeah, I would say that I definitely like the data. I like trying to learn more. I mean, obviously, I did go to one of the best universities in the Midwest, but...
that didn't win the national championship last year. Go ahead.
There's plenty for me to still learn when it comes to this, and I'm open to learning, and that's what's so great about the relationship we have and being able to be a part of this team is that we have the ability to go through and talk about these things, and you can bring me the numbers, and again, whether I agree or disagree at that exact time, we can sit down and we can talk about why it's this way or why I think it's another way. But yes, I'm all for looking at the numbers. I think as hockey develops and grows and continues to go, so does the analytics. I like having more information and more numbers isn't going to hurt you. I think it's more just bringing it all together and seeing the full scope of things is what's going to make this really great.
What is valuable that is not being tracked or perhaps being tracked with the wrong meaning attached? You told me to ask you this.
I know. Well, they just had a great answer, so I won't repeat, but I really think the heart factor, I'm going to repeat it again. The heart factor, I thought that was a really good one. I had to bring that up. But for me, I would say one of the big things like shot blocks. That was my job. So when we look at Corsi or we look at the numbers in a shot block, I'm like, that's my job to go do that. So I think, that's one of them. I think you look at a player on this team like Matty Beniers and all he does in breaking up plays on the back check. There's just little things that aren't a numbers. It wouldn't come up as a number on the stat sheet that really count in a lot of those, even though block shot does. But the smarts, and when you look at the game through the neutral zone, what type of plays? Are they in the correct spot? I don't know how you put a number to that, if you can say how many times he was in the right position versus... obviously players get walked all the time and they get beat on plays, but were they in the right position or were they out of position in that time? So I think there are things that can't necessarily, you can't attach a number to it, but as you're watching the game and you're seeing the game, after playing at a high level, there's definitely things that I like to look at. And I use Matty for an example because when they ask all the time, you're on the radio show this or that, and they're like, well, what about it? He's scoring, he's on this, he's on that pace. And I'm like, yes, we all know he has great skill. But I think the thing that kind of gets missed from him is his defensive ability as well. He's always, the one down below the goal line, breaking up the play and then starting it the other way. And then the numbers come into play. But he does a lot of things on the defensive side that may not get that same attention because, he's putting the puck in the back of the net. So as somebody who, you read my stats, did not put the puck in the back of the net all that often, it's very easy to see that, I like to cherish some of the things that maybe don't go on the score sheet.
So let me ask you this then. I don't know if you were here yet when Ron was talking about you assemble a team, you need everyone to accept their role. But then you accept your role, and then maybe you don't have numbers to back up that you're doing what you were asked. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I'd say pretty much. I mean, I think for myself, and I've been fortunate enough to be around coaches that, they value that thing, right? There's no number that necessarily comes to it when you're looking for that next contract. I can't say... I had 30 points that year, or I was able to get, I guess I could say in how many fights I got into, but, when it comes down to the little things, whether it's the blocking shots or getting on the penalty kill and, disrupting plays, being hard on the forecheck, trying to cause those turnovers, there's a lot of things that maybe don't show up for the average fan when they look at the score box. But, from a coach's perspective, from a GM's perspective, when they're watching the game, those are some of the little things that they're looking at. And that's what's, the difference from, somebody in the bottom on their fourth line, whether they're in the game one day or they're out of the game the next day.
So to a newer fan, let's start with just traditional stats first. What should a newer fan look at to understand, let's just say the player, not even the game, the player?
Well, I mean, I think the easiest thing to look at, obviously, is the points. That's where everybody would go to.
That's not what you just said.
I know, but I'm saying that's the easiest thing for you to look at. I'm not saying it's the most important thing. I don't think there is just one stat that you can look at. I think you have to combine a little bit of everything. I think a lot of people will look at a plus minus, for instance, but that's not necessarily saying everything about me. What if I had my defenseman marked? I didn't let the goal in, so is that a negative, I guess, towards me on that game? But at the same time, if you use plus minus and then you look at, how many of those goals were scored when the empty net's out. You're adding one more stat towards it, but you're making a better picture. And I think that's the key, when I look at it, is not just looking at one individual stat, it's looking at everything together and trying to find the clearest picture you can.
Yeah, we've talked about that a lot, that it's not one, whether it's an advanced stat or not, there's so much that needs to go into understanding what a player is, and not just one thing or even two things.
And then, you heard Ron say it, it's kind of the same thing with, that's where you look at it, you can watch the game, and you can see the stats, and you can see if they go with each other, if it works out. But if it doesn't, then you need to keep watching. You need to keep looking at more stats, and I think that was important. And that's what we do, in our daily conversations, whether it's, me talking about plus minus or Corsi or whatever the stat may be. I think, the more conversation and the more data that we put to it and the more times that I keep watching the game, and we watch the game, together when it's a national game, we'll sit next to each other and continue to watch the game and talk back and forth. And I think that's huge, not only for our relationship, but also at the same time being able to, understand both sides.
You learned a new stat last week? This week?
I did.
Tell the people.
Is it Fenwick?
Good job.
I was mad for a long time about Corsi. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I was very mad because, like I said, I blocked shots. That was my job. I needed to. I'm like, why is that such a negative? And then it came to my attention that there was a stat that takes out the block shots. So Allison said she felt a little bad that she didn't tell me prior to, was it 4 days ago, 5 days ago maybe, that I figured this out. So even somebody who's played at the highest level doesn't know all of the stats and all of the metrics. So I think it can be confusing, for somebody just starting out. So I say from my side, I'm like trying to figure out as much as I can. And that's why it's great to have somebody like Allison on board and being able to be very good friends with her and being able to get the information even when I don't know it. Don't tell Lexi I said that. I don't know everything, but
this is being recorded.
I take that back.
This is one we didn't talk about, but it came to mind. One of the biggest debates we've had involved our colleague John Forsland. After all three of us did agree it was an exceptional game by a goaltender on this team, and the numbers did not reflect that. And I'm on record as saying I don't think we do a good job at all measuring goaltending. In any sense.
Starts.
Here we go. It's not my number. Listen, talk to me about how you evaluate goaltending and what matters and what doesn't matter.
For me, I look at goaltending in a sense of, are they making the saves they're supposed to make? And then are they able to steal a couple along the way? And that's really simple way of putting how I look at, the goaltending. Obviously, it's not as easy as, they let in a soft one and then they save one and now that kind of cancels itself out. But in a way, that's somewhat an easier way to put it into words on how I look at the goaltending. Obviously, you need to be able to stop the ones that you're supposed to from a far way out where the numbers will tell you should not score from that area. But I think it kind of goes back to why, I guess, John, I won't speak for John, I'll speak for myself, but the quality star one where I think that it's limited when it comes to the expected goals because in my eyes, what's that scoring chance? Or I'm not going to get into the complete numbers of how many people score from this area, but I use the pass across. I use whether or not, the person had a defender stick right on them, or was there a screen on the play as well. When you look at versus just a number of where that puck was shot and how many people are scoring from that area, it's different if it's a cross-crease tap-in versus, the puck's already against the goaltender's pad, which is one of the situations we had in your article. That was perfect. If you haven't read it, please go read it. But again, the chances of that puck going when it's already up against the pad, yes, it was a shot on net, but just based on the numbers or where that dot was on the rink, it comes up as a higher scoring chance.
So this is important, right? So if that's how a player reads goaltending, having a good goaltender behind you can really impact how you can perform as a skater.
Oh, without a doubt. I think just from a player's perspective, having that confidence in your goaltender that he's going to make the stops that he's supposed to. And even if you're down, you know that he's still going to continue. I look at the game versus Washington, down 2-0 on the first 3 shots. Now, if you look at the numbers, that's not great. But what he did afterwards allowed the team to continue to build their game, allowed them to keep putting pressure on Darcy Kemper, and you knew that eventually it was going to come. But I feel like having the confidence that your goaltender is going to, hey, we're going to shut the door from here on out, allows the players to play a little bit more free, and they're not kind of stressing every time the puck goes into the defensive zone. So when you have a goaltender that's playing great, as a player, you really thrive on that, and especially from a numbers perspective, you have a better chance of winning. But again, when I looked at that last game, he shut the door and allowed them to continue to build the game, to keep building their confidence, and just to be able to say, we're going to keep doing the exact same thing. We're not going to change anything. We know it's going to come because they have a goaltender or goaltenders that will shut the door.
Did you know that game counted as a quality start?
It should have.
It did.
Well,
See, you agree.
First time. Maybe not the first time, but there's a couple. See, I think when it gets the other way is when a lot of the goals where we look at it from the eye test or from the situation that I put it in, I don't put a lot of blame on the goaltender. How is he supposed to save that puck? He might have had 50 shots on goal, gave up 6, and for me, some of those goals, there's really not a whole lot he could have done. So I'm like, to me, that was a quality game. In my eyes, watching the game, looking at the game, and seeing what pucks were actually directed or hit the back of the net that I thought he should have saved.
A perfect example is the Calgary game.
Correct. That was it was a high-scoring affair. You have those types of games, and Joey, I thought he played really good, and I think the amount of saves that he took away from Calgary definitely outshone, was over the top compared to the ones that were let in, and continued. Again, that's another game where they're down, but he kept shutting the door to allow Seattle to come back and to have the time to. We know how there's ups and downs within a hockey game, and whether or not a puck goes in or not can definitely swing, the mood or the vibe on the bench. And, you keep watching your goaltender make save after save on a 2-on-1 or, just a big-time glove save, throws a little leather on it. I think it definitely helps you as a player continue to, hey, we want to keep going. We want to play for that. So for me, when I look at his start, I thought it was good. They got the win, and the amount of saves that he made were pretty spectacular.
The last thing we wanted to talk about is a lot of us in here are very passionate about numbers, and they can tell us a lot. I think you'd agree.
Correct.
Okay, good, just making sure. But that doesn't necessarily mean that numbers and data needs to be something a player ever has to see. What is your position on how we communicate the knowledge we can gain from data-based analysis to players effectively, and what is meaningful to a player and what maybe should never even reach their ears?
Well, I think a lot of it has to come from the player. I think if you make it available, right? I think that's the key, is having those numbers and making sure that teams have the ability to give the players things that they may need, or they think that that's going to help their game. They want to see. I look at the box score after every game to see how many block shots I did, or how much time on ice I would have during a game. If those numbers are there and the teams are supplying it and players want that, I think it's important for teams to be able to give them access to those types of numbers. But when it comes to, Corsi or other, let's just say if you want,
we call them shot attempts.
Well.
It's hard to be snarky with that.
I know. Okay. Back to what was the original question again?
I asked you about lessons from data,
okay.
Not necessarily putting just like a sheet of numbers in front of a player. Like, how should we be translating the lessons we learn from data to a player?
Well, first, I think that every player needs to completely understand the data that's being given to them, and making sure that you explain it to, I just found out about Fenwick. So I'm going to guarantee that there's another player somewhere within the league that doesn't know everything about all the analytical stats. So if you're just throwing numbers at them that they don't understand, I think, that's a waste of everybody's time because they don't quite understand it. You need to be able to give them the tools to use that information, which is why you are helping me learn all the tools to use it. So I think first is, having the players want it, and if they do, making sure that it's available, but then at the same time, making sure that they fully understand the numbers and what it means behind them.
And sometimes there are concepts that maybe could be communicated differently, right? Like be it through video or through on-ice coaching or drills or...
Yeah, I mean, you can use the numbers within a video and talk about whether you're talking about your shot attempts and which ones go through, which ones were blocked. But I think it's also important to I would say again, it's all about the communication factor and making sure that everybody knows, whether that's the players, it's fans, and fully trying to give them the best understanding of what each stat means, and that maybe a negative shot attempts stat value may not be bad when you're talking towards somebody in the bottom third of your lineup, or the bottom two lines, where their job is not necessarily to go get shots. Their job is to go shut down another team, bring some type of energy to the game, whether it's get into a fight, lay a big hit. I think there's definitely different roles and different aspects where a stat may look worse for another player when that may not be their job. So I think communicating that throughout, whether it's to the players or to the fans, that each stat doesn't correlate to every single player the exact same.
Last thing, one of the things I most appreciate about you is how cerebral you are and how interested you are in learning different ways to think the game. In all seriousness, what positives have some new data points that you've learned brought to your new role and maybe a different type of understanding of hockey?
Well, first, it gives me something else to talk about, right? Like, I don't know, sometimes you run out of things. No, I'm just kidding. Something Allison would say, would stick in my mind, and I think it does give you a better understanding of the game, and that's coming from somebody who's played at the highest level, that there's always room to learn. And I think that the more numbers that I receive, I think it just helps me change a little bit of how I think about the game. A lot of times the numbers do add up to what I'm seeing or what maybe a coach is seeing, but the times that they don't, I think that's when it's the most improvement from my standpoint of learning about what I think I see versus what the game's actually telling me. So I think it's all about that combination, and when we're able to disagree but also still be friends, I think that's the best part, when you can have those conversations and be able to not agree on every single point or every single number that rolls through. And I think that's what's been so fun, being able to work and try to just change just a little bit, right? Like, obviously as a player, I didn't look at the numbers very well, but moving to the other side in the media, I've had an appreciation, and like you said, I would say I'm pro numbers, and we just need to continue to have those conversations.
And we admit too that sometimes the numbers are wrong, right? And I have learned a tremendous amount from you. I'm very grateful for you.
It doesn't happen. She's not wrong that often. I'm just going to tell you that right now. It might have been like one time, but I'm going to hold it to her.
But I do appreciate you. I appreciate you making time to talk to all of us on a game day when you're about to go crush a broadcast. Everyone, please thank JT Brown for showing up.
Thank you. Thank you.
You look good. All right, we're going to conclude with 3 lightning talks. Namita, are you here? Oh, you're literally right here.
Okay, so our first lightning talk is from Ryan Minkoff, and it's about European hockey versus North American hockey. So Ryan is a University of Washington alum, former pro hockey player in Finland, and the founder of 83 LLC, an ice hockey agency representing players around the globe. He's the author of Nora's Hockey Dream, a girls' hockey children's book, and Thin Ice, which is his hockey memoir. Ryan has been a contributing writer with the Players Tribune and has been featured by the NHL Network and the Seattle Kraken. You can find him online at 83llc.com. All right.
Thanks, everybody. Great to be here. So, yeah, today I'm going to be talking about North American hockey versus European in terms of contract negotiations.
So overall, I'm going to illustrate this with a few player examples. In general, contract talks differ a lot just due to resources. In Europe, there's not nearly as much data points and just access to information compared to over here. So the first player, don't get mad at me. I didn't help him in North America, but I helped him in Europe. Many of you probably think he's a bust, but he's one of the first big names that I helped. So looking at his career, when he came to Europe, he came over because NHL was slipping away. Let's maximize his money, make some memories, have a good experience. So he went to Scandinavian countries for the first couple of years, and it went pretty well. He was used a lot in the youth organizations, and that's because European hockey, from the youth level all the way to the pros, they run up in the same organization. And you don't have that in North America. You have your youth organizations, and then you go off to juniors. It's a huge money-making business. Go to college, same thing. So it's just a whole different landscape. And he was out doing extra practices and helping a lot of the European prospects before they potentially come over here. He liked to wait a lot his first couple of years in the summers to see all of his options and then pick teams, which worked out for him a little bit, but he ended up being on teams that really didn't have a long-term outlook for him. So as his European career went on, he was a little smarter about that, learned some things, and he would pick teams earlier in the offseason that really wanted him and had more of a long-term look at him. Next player, if you're from Quebec, maybe you know the name, Nikita. He's my Latvian guy. I help a lot of Latvian guys if you followed my agency at all. So he came over from Latvia and did really well in the queue, signed undrafted with San Jose. At San Jose, never really given a chance, which happens a lot with European players. I'd love to see some analysis on that. So when he was done there, went to the KHL, didn't really like it. Thankfully, his coach in the queue coached in Laval, so that was pretty easy. Go back to Laval, had a good experience, but we both knew NHL just was not going to look at him. So we've been back in Europe the last few years, and he's been a really good guy to work with because he understands the market. And being European, you really have to battle this nationalism or sponsor type bias where North Americans, Finnish players, Swedish players, they're always preferred by sponsors and board members of teams. So if Nikita had better stats, better numbers, whatever, than versus a North American or like Swedish, Finnish guy, he's still not going to get the spot most likely. So that's an interesting thing to analyze with him, but he's been really good about all of it. And last player is Jack Walker, Minnesota guy like me, and went to the WHL, then signed to the AHL. Again, wasn't really given much of a chance over here, so we looked at Europe pretty early on, and his first time he went to Europe, didn't go very well, overpromised, just didn't play very much. So we reset, went back to North America, then tried it again. It's been pretty smooth in Europe so far, up until basically this year. So I'll give you one example of how sponsors really play a huge factor in Europe, and it's because teams are all funded through sponsors, and that's obviously not how organizations are set up over here. You don't have this, you just don't have nearly as much risk. So he signed a 2-year deal in this team called DBTK, it's in Hungary, after going there for like basically 2 months. And you barely sign, it's very rare to sign a deal longer than 1 year in Europe. And again, that's usually due to sponsors and just commitment of money. He signed a 2-year deal in this team that's historically pretty well run. And going into his second year, like middle of off season, team just comes to us and says, hey, we don't think we're going to have this, like, the money for him to pay it all for his second year. And we're like, okay, so it should be standard buyout, or let's figure this out somehow. But with European contracts, it is complete Wild West. You can have clauses, you can have whatever you want, which is a positive, but it's also a negative. So with Europe, buyouts are all negotiated. It's not the standard, you get half the salary or whatever. So that's a bit of a mess to deal with. Get him out of that deal. And he goes to Poland this year. He tore his ACL in training camp. So a lot of times in Europe, when you get a long-term injury, teams just cut the guy, just brutal. Or they'll just start treating him poorly, maybe not get him the care he needs. And that's because Europe, they don't have injured reserve lists, or they just don't have any of that like they do here. So we tried to be smart about it, maximize the money, and make sure he gets the right rehab. So we negotiated to just cut part of his salary so that he could stay and get his rehab, hopefully be ready for the end of the season. And you can only do that if you have players that are willing to listen and understand the market. It's really easy to get frustrated. It's really easy for players to get frustrated at any time. So a lot of times you're doing a lot of listening and trying to walk players through their situations. And he's done a pretty good job in his. So that's all I got today. If you need a good Christmas gift, I got a couple books for you. If you have any good NHL prospects, let me know too. So, thank you.
So I have the pleasure of introducing the twins, who are not one person, they're two people. Luke and Josh Youngren are the creators of evolvinghockey.com. We'll take a quick look at they'll take a quick look at the factors that best predict contract value for NHL players and whether teams are embracing modern player valuation metrics in contract negotiations. Please give it up for the twins.
Hi everyone, I'm Josh. I'm Luke. We're going to switch off to confuse you just as much as possible. But we are the co-creators of Evolving Hockey. Some of you may know us as the Evolving Wild Twins on Twitter. Thank you so much to Allison and the Seattle Kraken organization for having us. It's been our first time in Seattle. It's been great. So we don't have a lot of time. I know we're running a little bit late, so we're going to talk as fast as possible, and which we are good at, by the way. So as a lot of people know, on our site we've had a contract projection model for several years. I believe this spring will be our 5th year that we'll be doing it. And every year we redo the model, but we haven't really looked at kind of trends that have changed in each offseason year over year. We've done each year we retrain it and we do a little bit of feature engineering to kind of see if there's various metrics that have changed or if we want to kind of approach different things overall, but we thought it'd be interesting for this talk to just take a look at contracts signed in the offseason versus kind of various box score metrics in each offseason and some of the other metrics that we provide on the site. Yeah, so first and foremost, all the contract data we use is provided by capfriendly.com. I'm sure many of you know of CapFriendly. They're an incredible website. Please check them out. And then all metrics that we're going to be looking at here, which includes various box score metrics, our goals above replacement model components, and our regularized adjusted plus minus components are from evolvinghockey.com, which is sourced from the NHL public data or is compiled from the NHL's public data. And for the contracts, we're going to be only looking at players signed in the offseason, so we're considering that the start of free agency up until the first week of the NHL regular season for each year. And for this purpose, we're removing all league minimum contracts. And then really this is kind of just an exploratory analysis. This is, like Josh mentioned, kind of something that we would just at the start of looking at retraining a new contract projection model, let's see, have there been any changes in the metrics that we know have in the past best predicted future NHL contracts. So none of this is really definite. It's just kind of a top high level looking at trends and seeing if we can maybe glean anything from that. And then all of the metrics we're going to be using here are prior 3-year weighted average by recency, which is what we found to be most predictive of a player's future salary. And that's the up starting before the period where they signed. It gets a little tricky, but we're only looking at the offseason here. So. All right, so, and I hope that we can see this chart well, but I guess that we can explain this a little bit after the fact too. I just want to quickly, we're going to go through a series of charts here. You can see on the x-axis at the bottom, you'll see each of the off seasons, as Luke mentioned, which is basically just the free agency period. And then we're looking at Pearson R, or the correlation coefficient, which is the correlation between cap percentage or salary cap percentage for a given contract against various metrics, which is just at the time the contract was signed, what was the cap hit divided by the salary cap at the time. As I don't think is all that surprising, we see that points is by far the most impactful in terms of overall correlation with cap hit or cap percentage. I think that's, again, pretty standard. Below that, though, we see time on ice percentage is the black line there, or that second line, also very consistent, which is also a trend we've seen overall, is that for the most part, these metrics have stayed very consistent offseason over offseason. If we look a little bit further, which is one we were interested in, it's kind of the orange line, but it is EV, or even strength on ice shot attempt differential, which is something we were kind of curious if players are maybe starting to be paid for that. You know, if they have a better, higher differential on the ice, is that something that's starting to be reflected? It does look like there's a slight uptick, but for the most part, we've also seen an uptick in terms of points as well. So I don't really think that we can say definitely that there's been any change there, but it's something that we want to continue monitoring. The last thing quickly is just, this is all players, but if we split into forwards and defensemen, we can look at forwards here, and for the most part, the metrics are all kind of similar, all very stable. But if you keep an eye on the blue line, or the very bottom line here, which is just blocks, if we go to defensemen, you see blocks jump way up in terms of the correlation with a player's contract, which I think also kind of people know that defensemen get paid for blocks, and that's something that players are paid for, especially, or that defensemen are paid for. But I think it's really interesting to see it visualized when we compare forwards and defensemen, and actually see it show up when we're looking at something like this.
So here we're going to look at some of the components from our just standard goals above replacement model. So at the top, you can see the black line is even strength offense GAR, and so that is much higher than every other component. Interestingly, contrasted with that, at the bottom, the green line is even strength defense GAR, which basically has zero correlation with the player's future salary, and in some cases actually negatively correlated, but that's just in a certain case. And then we can kind of see the same thing with our even strength regularized adjusted plus minus components. The top three lines, that's Corsi for, expected goals for, and goals for per 60, are all somewhat highly correlated with the player's future contract. But again, we see that from this measure of a player's defensive contribution, players really are not paid based on defensive play from how we are evaluating it here, which is, I think, kind of maybe makes sense from a, like, if you think about it, and then also kind of just backs up what we saw with point totals, in that players are almost entirely paid for their offensive contributions, except in the case where we saw with block shots and defensemen, but by and large, almost entirely paid for offensive contribution.
So I guess some final thoughts. Our main takeaway here was actually how surprisingly stable just general box score metrics were year over year. And I think this is, after we thought about it a little bit more, when we go to retrain the model, we've been basically using the same box score metrics for 4 years or 5 years now, and nothing's really changed there. Any of the changes we made have been how we dealt with, like, say, age or position or contract status. But for the most part, we see that points kind of rule everything, and there's some additional things you can do to try to squeeze some more predictive power out of that. But for the most part, players have been paid the same way they've been paid for the last decade, and I think that shows up here. There are some small changes in trend lines, I think, that we maybe want to kind of monitor, like keep continually looking at on-ice shot attempt numbers or something like that. I think it's interesting to see if that players are actually being paid more for those. Like, we kind of see a bit of an uptick, but again, we can't really draw anything. And I think overall, we've seen some ups and downs among the stable trend line as well. So I think we're probably over time, so I'm going to stop there. We'd love to chat about this if you have any questions, so feel free to come up to us after. But thanks so much.
Yes, thank you.
Chuck? Yeah, thank you to the Twins. I should say, they didn't say it, I'm going to say it. Subscribe to evolvinghockey.com, subscribe to hockeyviz.com, subscribe to Corey Schneider's data, all of those things supporting the people that talked for us. But now I have the pleasure of introducing my good friend Dom. Dominic is a full-stack professional with a passion for building data products and community. His experience in various analytics positions in B2C organizations has developed a breadth of data skills that help to build robust and user-friendly data products. He is currently a data scientist at Lululemon and co-founder of the Slack community for data professionals, The Database. It's a very cool group. In his spare time, he chases technical mastery through the applications of data science and engineering in his Slack community. Generally, these projects are related to sports, technology, or business. He is also an avid sports card collector, focusing on high-end hockey, and he's gotten me a couple rookie cards of players I like, so thanks.
Thanks for the intro, Danny. All right, everyone, this is the last presentation of the day, so let's switch it up a little bit and talk about everyone's favorite topic, data quality. Specifically in the public hockey space, because the private space has all the good stuff. If you're looking for the perfect data set, it doesn't exist. This goes across every single industry I've worked in. It just never exists. And that couldn't be more true in the public NHL space. I'm not an NHL guy, I'm not a sports guy, I'm a data guy. But recently, I wanted to get more into it. And I think one thing everyone here can agree on is that better data, better ingredients, better model. Not a competition. I think the folks that just presented before me have amazing content that make it very easy for data folks to get into the sports analytics world, so kudos. But we wanted to test whether our efforts were basically making a difference. And so I'm not going to talk about XG. Danny said, don't talk about XG. I won't. But our XG model with less features, not a lot of priors, 30 seconds, I promise. We were able to compete with favorably against some of the great XG models that are publicly available. So we know that, using a measuring stick, our data quality really matters. You might be wondering, what the hell is this guy doing on stage talking at a sports analytics conference? He works at Lululemon. Great question, by the way. I'm a data scientist, again. I work with customer retail data. I come from a tech and retail background. And I'm the co-founder of The Database. This is my colleague, Gavin. Gavin's a data engineer. We found success in our careers just by learning. We just really like learning. So that's what really brought us into this space. About a year and a half ago, we took the next step in our career and kind of moved away from our Best Buy days. And we decided we wanted to formalize the learning that we're making in a group. And so that's why we founded The Database. It's really just a bunch of nerds that want to keep on learning. So this should be pretty familiar to most of y'all. This JSON here on the left here, that's what data looks like in its most pure raw form from the NHL API. On the right is what our data set looks like. We have it modeled and staged, and we can write in everyone's favorite language, which is not R, by the way. It should be SQL, to get that data. And that data is staged, modeled, tested, before we ever build any models. This is Gavin's slide. I'm not a data engineer, although I wear that hat sometimes at work. But basically, instead of hitting 11 different APIs with a web scraper built in R, we have a GitHub repo. We just type in the season that we want to grab, and then we grab the data. And that's done incrementally. So if we want to grab data from the play-by-play data set, that's done incrementally, through basically one pull. And we're a Python shop, I guess if you want to call us a Python shop, we are. We use cool different technologies like the Singer Multano SDK to get this data for us. I want to emphasize that I'm a data scientist, and what kind of brought me to pulling this data to begin with is me wanting to look at some really cool sports analytics data. But to do that, you need good data. And so we probably spent around 95% of our efforts in the last year and a half while we worked part-time on this in getting the data, making sure it's good, making sure it's tested and that it's rigorous. And then we answered the cool data science questions. And so things like XG, things like whether or not we think a player is going to break out the following season, that comes after the data engineering. And so I want to talk a little bit about DBT, but I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to do it very quickly. If y'all don't know what DBT is, it's an excellent technology for basically writing SQL to productionize your data. And it's amazing. You can basically do CI/CD, testing, all these kinds of things that data folks might be aware of, and the engineers, I think, love. And this is what it kind of looks like when you're done. You can have a data set here. We have fact plays, which is basically our play-by-play data set. You can see all its dependencies. Well, probably not because it's really small. But you can see all the other data sets that kind of feed into it in a relational setting. So yeah, this is the database. This is where basically data people go to learn and share and do stuff. This sounds like someone like you. If you like to contribute to the community, if you just like posting memes, we'll take you. Let's go with us. This is our link tree. Feel free to give it a scan if you guys can. We're really small, but we are accepting new folks. We're excited to grow a little bit. So yeah, thanks for having me. Have a great night.
All right, y'all. We're going to close with, I guess, the star of the show today, Namita Nandakumar. Come on. Don't shake your head at me. See how nice dreary lighting can be? It only took 8 hours.
All right, thank you, Allison. I reject the premise that I'm the star of the show because truly there so much work from so many people who are not me has gone into this conference, and then I showed up and it was amazing. So we'll start we'll start with a round of thank yous. First of all, of course, to SportLogic for providing refreshments and some great myth busting today. I think it's pretty clear that their product is amazing. And also to our other partners and supporters, Alaska Airlines, Fairmont Hotels, Starbucks for giving us fun stuff like discounts and free cups. And then, of course, to the Seattle Kraken and to Climate Pledge Arena for facilitating this in every aspect, giving us a gorgeous setting and a ton of institutional support to get this off the ground and make this happen so soon into our lifespan as a team. As well to all of our speakers and panelists who came from very far-flung places in some instances and gave us a lot of incredible content that we were really excited about, and I think especially content that covers basically every element of what makes hockey so fun to analyze and talk about, and with all sorts of different backgrounds, so that we really, really appreciate it, as well as to our attendees for showing up and for making this such a great event. And then the final thank you is to Allison Lucan and Marissa Simmons for really being doing everything behind the scenes to make this actually happen for us all here today. And certainly none of this would have happened without them. So definitely a round of applause for that. I'll keep this very brief because I feel like I'm standing in the way of beers. So I have a lot of love for hockey analytics conferences because they bring so many people together of so many different backgrounds with a shared passion for learning more about the sport we all love. I'll just say that going to one about 5 years ago in Vancouver actually was what kicked off my career, basically. I didn't really think much of it, but I was doing a research project about the NHL draft, and I just shared it with a bunch of people, like the people in this room, including some of the people in this room, and that kind of spurred a sequence of events that led to me working for my favorite NFL team, and then now my favorite NHL team, and I've never liked any NHL team before this one, so go Kraken. But that said, I think, that's not the only measure of success here. I think if you came here and had a good time and were exposed to new ideas about hockey, maybe you felt inspired to do some research to dig even deeper into some of those ideas, if you made some friends or got to see some old friends, that's what we aim for. That's what makes this such a great event. And so hopefully all of you relate to at least one of those things. So last, I'll just say, enjoy the game if you're going, enjoy the city of Seattle if you're not, and if you tell us you had a good time, maybe we'll do it again next year. All right, thank you. Okay, and then unofficially, we'll be meeting up at Queen Anne Beer Hall, which is a very, very short walk. It's like a 5-minute walk, and it's a nice open space. Grab some beers, watch some games. So if that sounds like fun, go do that.